The first sound that tore through the night at Clarence House was not the echo of footsteps, but the sharp, relentless wail of royal police sirens. Cold and deeply unsettling, in the dense darkness, a single car slipped out through a side gate, its windows sealed in black. Inside was Camilla. There was no ceremony, no announcement, only a silence that felt almost suffocating. Then came the leak that sent shockwaves across Britain. An expulsion order had been issued. 24 hours to leave the residence. On the table lay a divorce document, already signed. But what made the situation far more dangerous was not the separation itself. It was the reason behind it. An anonymous source from within the Royal Protection Team, described as a modern-day deep throat, had secretly released a classified file bearing the code name Operation Moonlight. What it contained was not mere speculation. It was a calculated and chilling blueprint designed to bring Catherine down. The target was not only her reputation, it was her position, the future of the throne itself. The immediate question followed: who was behind this exposure? And the answer sent a shiver through many. It was William, the stepson who had always kept his distance, always watching in silence. Was this an act of protection for his wife, or the opening move in an unprecedented internal purge? So what do you believe is truly unfolding behind those ancient stone walls? Comment 1 if you believe Charles is trying to correct past mistakes and protect Catherine. Comment 2 if you think William is quietly initiating a coup unlike anything in the history of the British monarchy. No event was officially announced. No press conference was held. Not a single formal statement came from the palace. Yet, in a shadowed corner of the system, an audio recording nearly 30 minutes long began circulating among those who understand how power truly operates. The voice had been heavily altered, distorted beyond recognition. The man revealed no name, left no trace beyond his account. A former senior communications aide who had just stepped down, and according to him, what was happening was not a chain of misunderstandings, it was a campaign. According to this account, Camilla's emotions were not simply the familiar tension often seen in royal relationships. They carried the weight of defense and unease. Not because Catherine had done anything wrong, but because she did not need to do anything at all to become the center of attention. In the eyes of the public, Catherine represents stability, the future. A new generation capable of redefining the monarchy in a modern era, and in a structure where image defines power. That alone gives her an advantage not everyone can accept. The aide used a phrase that forced many to pause. A perfect political weapon, not because Catherine actively engages in any battle, but because her mere presence is enough to alter every calculation. Each time she appears before the public, each time her image spreads across international media, the invisible balance within the institution shifts slightly, and once that shift becomes noticeable, reactions behind closed doors begin to take shape. What the public sees is only the surface. Rumors scattered across social media about Catherine's health, anonymous articles, unverified accounts constantly raising questions, constantly planting doubt. At first, it all seemed like a familiar part of the digital age, a place where anyone can say anything. But according to the insider, it was not random. There is a structure behind it, hidden, but real. Negative content does not come from a single source, but is deliberately dispersed. Topics repeat in cycles, just enough to feel organic. Keywords are carefully chosen to spread easily, to provoke reaction and keep the narrative alive. Even the timing of posts is not accidental. It aligns suspiciously with major events, moments when public attention is at its peak. What makes it so difficult to grasp is the absence of direct evidence. No signatures, no official documents, only scattered fragments. And that is precisely what makes it more dangerous, because it exists in a gray zone where truth and speculation intertwine. The audience cannot confirm it, but cannot fully dismiss it either. And in that space, The story tends to evolve in the most dramatic direction. The aide went further. Campaigns like this do not need to control the entire narrative. They only need an initial push, a small doubt, an unanswered question. The rest unfolds on its own. The public speculates. The media amplifies. And within a short time, a vague idea can transform into a widely accepted belief. From a power perspective, the motive is not difficult to imagine. The monarchy is not just a family. It is a complex system where each individual represents a symbol, a role, a position in the public eye. When a rising figure gains strong support, it can unintentionally overshadow others, and in any system, change always provokes reaction, sometimes openly, sometimes in silence, but the detail that shifts the story into an entirely different direction lies at the end of the recording. The aide emphasized that no matter how sophisticated the design, traces are always left behind. Not obvious traces, but subtle signals hidden in data, seemingly insignificant expenses, intermediary contracts, connections between accounts that appear unrelated at first glance. Each detail alone may seem meaningless, but together, they begin to form a pattern. And according to him, someone has already recognized that pattern. Not the press, not outside observers, but someone very close to the center of power, someone with every reason not to overlook even the smallest detail, someone who understands exactly how the system operates and knows precisely what to look for. From that point on, the story no longer remains within the realm of social media rumors. It becomes a trace, a quiet but persistent process of following each signal, assembling a much larger picture. And if what the aide says is true, that picture is not simply a media campaign. It could be evidence of a coordinated effort to reshape how the public perceives one of the most important figures in the royal family. The most frightening aspect is not the scale of the campaign, it is the possibility that it can exist undetected for so long. Because it does not need to be perfect, only sophisticated enough to blend into the daily flow of information. And perhaps, if everything had stopped there, it would not have become so serious. But the reality is that every move, every decision, every transaction leaves a trace. Not immediately, not in places visible to everyone, but they exist. In an era where everything is recorded, stored, and can be analyzed at any moment, those traces do not disappear. They wait, and all it takes is one person with enough patience, enough determination, to connect them all. When that happens, the story will no longer be a collection of scattered theories. It will become a complete picture, where every piece finds its place, and once that picture is revealed, no one can control how the public will react, because sometimes the most dangerous thing is not the act itself. It is being discovered. What once existed only as suspicion began to shift into an entirely different dimension when numbers appeared. No longer emotion, no longer speculation, but data, transfers, statements, transactions moving through multiple layers of intermediaries like a labyrinth designed to conceal its origin. Yet within that labyrinth, a pattern slowly emerged. According to internal sources, the total amount reached £2.3 million, broken into smaller sums, not transferred directly, not leaving clear traces. Each amount passed through a different company, all registered in island jurisdictions with loose financial regulations. 4 companies, 4 layers of cover, and behind each layer, a chain of sub-accounts forming a network almost impossible for outsiders to trace. But what makes these numbers truly unsettling is not the amount, it is the purpose. According to insider analysis, this flow of money was not used for charitable activities, nor was it linked to any official royal media campaign. It was used to hire a network of international accounts, individuals operating as an amplification force, professional trolls, with no clear identity, accountable to no organization. yet capable of significantly influencing the flow of information across social media. These accounts did not operate chaotically. On the contrary, they followed a script. Content was released in stages. At first, subtle and suggestive questions, then more concrete doubts, and finally, repeated assertions delivered so persistently that readers began to accept them as obvious truth. A familiar tactic in information manipulation campaigns, but when it appears within the context of the monarchy, everything becomes far more sensitive. Alongside the money trail, another detail added weight to the story. 120 emails. Not ordinary correspondence, but internal exchanges bearing encrypted signatures. According to descriptions, these emails did not directly mention any campaign. There were no explicit words, no clear commands, but the way they were written, the phrasing, and the manner in which instructions were conveyed revealed a communication system designed to avoid detection. Notably, these emails were all connected to the Queen's office, not in a direct sense, but through layers of intermediaries, assistants, advisors, individuals with access, yet not at the center of power. A structure complex enough to create distance, yet tight enough to ensure information moved with precision. At this point, the story was no longer a personal matter between members of the royal family. It began to touch something far greater: trust. The British monarchy exists not only through tradition, but through public support. Every image, every message, every action contributes to maintaining a fragile but essential belief. And when signs emerge that the very system may be used to manipulate perception, the consequences extend far beyond any single individual. In the current climate, where society is increasingly sensitive to misinformation, any indication of manipulation can trigger a chain reaction. Not only domestically, but globally, the monarchy is no longer an internal symbol. It is part of a national image, and any fracture in that image can spread at a speed no one can control. Some media experts, when asked about this scenario, used a striking phrase: internal betrayal. Not in a legal sense, but in a symbolic one, because if a system built to represent stability is used to create instability, its very foundation begins to weaken. What matters here is not who is right or wrong. It is the scale of damage the entire system may endure. If what has been revealed is accurate, this is not merely a power struggle. It is a crisis of trust. And in such crises, no side truly wins. Meanwhile, those at the center of the story are forced to face choices no one would want, especially as evidence, both direct and indirect, begins to take shape. Every document, every transaction, every email, together forming a dossier that, according to sources, has been placed before the one person who needed to see it. And that is when the story shifts into something deeply personal. The person placed in the most difficult position is not the one targeted, nor the one accused. It is the one in between, the one who must weigh not only logic, but emotion. On one side, a wife who has stood beside him for many years, who endured the hardest periods of his life with him. On the other, the future of an entire monarchy, the trust of millions, the stability of a national symbol. There is no easy choice, because every decision carries consequences. Ignore it, and the doubts will continue to spread, eroding trust day by day. Confront it directly, and what has been hidden may erupt, unleashing a wave of reaction no one can predict. At that moment, all eyes turn to one man, not because he wants them to, but because he has no other option. Power comes with responsibility, and sometimes, that responsibility demands decisions no one wishes to make. Those closely following the story begin to ask, is the prolonged silence a sign of internal conflict? Are the closed-door meetings, the altered schedules, the cancelled events signs that something far greater is unfolding behind the scenes? No one has a certain answer. But one thing is clear: when numbers begin to speak, they cannot be ignored. Because, unlike words, numbers carry no emotion. They simply reflect what has happened. And once they appear, they force confrontation. At this point, the story is no longer a series of scattered theories. It becomes pressure, a weight pressing down on those with the power to decide. And in a system where every decision can affect millions, that pressure is not merely personal, it is historical. And then, the inevitable moment arrives. When all the pieces are laid on the table, when every number, every document, every trace has been presented, the final question is no longer what happened, it is what happens next. When the son places this evidence before his father, there is no room left for delay, no space for avoidance. Only a choice remains. A choice that any man would have to weigh with both heart and mind. The wife who stood beside him through his darkest years, or the survival of the monarchy he has spent his life protecting. And sometimes, in the most private rooms, the most important decisions in history are made in silence. The door to the private library closes slowly, almost without a sound. It is a room not meant for the public. A place where the most critical royal decisions are made in absolute silence. Towering bookshelves stretch to the ceiling. Portraits of ancestors line the walls. Together they create a space both solemn and heavy. And it is here that a confrontation unseen by the outside world unfolds, lasting 480 minutes of suffocating tension. According to indirectly accessed sources, the meeting does not begin with sharp accusations. It begins with control. King Charles keeps his voice low. Each question is delivered slowly, deliberately. On the table lies a prepared dossier. Numbers, printed emails, annotated notes. There is no room for ambiguity. Every detail is placed with precision. A reminder that this is no longer about emotion, but about facing what has been gathered. Camilla does not deny immediately. According to accounts, she remains silent in the opening minutes, observing, evaluating, as if weighing which strategy to adopt. But when she finally speaks, the atmosphere shifts completely. There is no remorse as some might expect. Instead, her response is defensive, even countering. She argues that every action was driven by a single goal: to protect the king's position, to preserve the stability of the monarchy at a time when everything is under scrutiny. In her framing, Catherine is not a victim, but a risk factor, not because she has done anything wrong, but because she is too prominent, too admired, too capable of becoming the center of attention, to the point that she could unintentionally overshadow traditional power structures. These words, according to what has been revealed, push the tension in the room to a level that can almost be felt, because this is no longer a debate about actions. It is about how the entire system is perceived. One side views popularity as an asset, the other sees it as a potential threat. And when these perspectives collide directly, there is no path to reconciliation. The exchange does not unfold continuously. It is interrupted by long stretches of silence, moments where no one speaks. Yet everything is being weighed, especially when Camilla, according to sources, acknowledges that her actions were not random. They were calculated, a strategy executed with the belief that it was necessary. It is at that moment that a detail draws particular attention. King Charles remains silent for 15 minutes. Not a few seconds, not a brief pause to think, but a silence long enough to become a statement. Throughout those 15 minutes, questions are asked. No reaction is shown, only silence, as if everything is being considered at a deeper level. Observers believe this is the decisive moment, because in a system where every word carries weight, silence can be more powerful than any declaration. It reveals an internal struggle between personal emotion and public duty, between the past and the future. When the conversation resumes, the tone no longer holds its initial restraint. Questions become more direct. Answers sharper? The careful layers of language fall away. What remains are opposing views placed side by side, without concealment. According to what has been described, Camilla did not step back. She continued to defend her position, emphasizing that, in a world where media can shape reality, controlling the narrative is necessary. She did not see it as manipulation, but as risk management, an approach that, in her view, many major organizations around the world still apply. But the issue lies in the context. The monarchy is not an ordinary organization. It exists on trust, and any sign of interference in public perception can be seen as a betrayal, not of an individual, but of the very values the system represents. The argument continued, not because there were no answers, but because each answer opened the door to more questions. 480 minutes, 8 continuous hours, a period long enough for every argument to be presented, every emotion revealed, and every limit tested. When the library door finally opened, there was no winner. Only a decision had been made. According to confirmations from multiple sources, the order to leave Clarence House was issued immediately afterward. There was no extended preparation, no standard transition process. 24 hours. Enough time to gather what was necessary, but not enough to create any form of ceremony. What drew attention was not only the content of the order, but the way it was carried out. There was no official escort, no familiar support team, no carefully arranged images to control the media. Everything unfolded in silence, as if the system was trying to minimize attention. Yet that very silence intensified curiosity, because when a figure at such a level departs without any explanation, questions emerge on their own, and when questions have no answers, they begin to seek answers in their own way. At this point, the story no longer sits within the boundaries of a personal confrontation. It has become an event that could shape how the public views the entire monarchy. Supporters may see it as a necessary step to protect the system. Skeptics may view it as a sign of deeper underlying issues. But at the center of it all are still people, relationships, imperfect choices, and unavoidable consequences. Some analysts argue that this decision, however difficult, was inevitable if the goal was to preserve public trust. Others question the cost, because any shift in a power structure leaves a gap, and that gap, if not carefully managed, can create new instability. Meanwhile, attention begins to shift to another question, not about the one who left, but about the one who remains. Catherine, the figure around whom the entire story seems to revolve, the one who has become the center of a chain of events she may never have anticipated. What she faces is not only public pressure, but also the psychological impact of what unfolded behind closed doors. Can a single decision, no matter how decisive, erase what has already happened? Can removing one element restore trust that has been damaged? And more importantly, can the system learn anything from everything that has occurred? Because, in stories like this, the end of one chapter is often only the beginning of another, and as everything begins to settle, one final question remains, a question not easy to answer, yet impossible to ignore. Is Camilla's departure truly enough to heal the damage that Catherine has endured? Behind the closed doors of Clarence House, the story does not end. It simply moves into another phase, where the consequences begin to emerge more clearly with each passing day. What happened inside that private room is no longer an absolute secret, even without an official statement. Subtle changes in how the monarchy operates are enough for careful observers to recognize that a new order is taking shape. At the center of that shift is a decision that is both strategic and deeply psychological. Why did Charles choose to stand with Catherine? The answer does not lie only in personal emotion or what transpired during the 8-hour confrontation. It lies in a factor no modern monarchy can ignore: public trust. In recent years, Catherine's image has gradually become a symbol of stability, not loud, not controversial, but always present at the right moment, in the right way. Meanwhile, Camilla, despite efforts to build her image, has always carried echoes of the past, old stories, lingering perceptions that never fully disappeared. And in an era where public opinion can shift outcomes in a short time, that difference becomes decisive. According to figures used by internal media analysts, support for Catherine reaches 85% in informal surveys, a near absolute number in a modern, divided society. In contrast, support for Camilla stands at only 12%. This gap is not merely a difference. It is a divide that cannot be closed through conventional media campaigns. Charles, with decades of experience observing how the monarchy functions, understands the meaning of those numbers. He understands that the power of a king in this era no longer rests solely on ritual or tradition. It depends on acceptance. And that acceptance comes from the public. Without it, everything else becomes fragile. Some analysts believe Charles's decision was not a choice between two individuals, but between two future scenarios, one in which the monarchy continues to exist as a respected symbol, and another in which trust erodes beyond repair. In the second scenario, the risk is not only reputational loss, it is the survival of the institution itself. For that reason, Charles's choice, though personal, carries significance far beyond the family. It is a decision of survival, and in that context, Catherine is no longer simply a daughter-in-law. She becomes a pillar, a point of stability the system can rely on to rebuild trust. But the story does not end with the choice. It continues with concrete changes in the power structure. One of the most notable changes, according to internal sources, is that William has formally taken over the asset funds previously influenced by Camilla. This is not a symbolic transfer. It is a clear redistribution of power. These funds are not merely financial. They represent networks of influence, the ability to shape charitable activities, community programs, and even strategic relationships with external organizations. When control of these funds shifts, the entire structure of influence shifts with it. William's takeover not only reflects trust from Charles, but also signals preparation for the future. A future in which William's role will not simply be that of an heir, but of someone who reshapes how the monarchy engages with the modern world. And in that process, removing controversial elements is seen as a necessary step. However, any transition comes with consequences. Those tied to the previous system must adapt or step away. Relationships built over years may be disrupted, and within a structure as complex as the monarchy, such changes never occur without leaving traces. Some sources indicate that the atmosphere within related offices has changed significantly. Closed-door meetings occur more frequently. Procedures are being reviewed. Decisions are made with greater caution. All signs of a transition phase, where everything is being reassessed. From a psychological perspective, Charles's decision also reflects a shift in how he views his role. No longer a figure balancing personal relationships, trying to maintain harmony, but a leader forced to place the system above all else. A role not easy, but unavoidable. Meanwhile, Catherine's image after these events has also evolved. No longer only a symbol of grace and stability, she is increasingly seen as a central figure, someone capable of influencing the direction of the monarchy. And with strong public support, that role becomes even more defined. Yet the question remains, will these changes be enough to restore damaged trust? Can restructuring power erase what has already happened? And more importantly, can the system prevent similar scenarios in the future? Because in stories like this, the consequences do not lie only in what has been exposed, they also lie in what remains hidden. The unanswered questions, the doubts not fully resolved. And it is these elements that may continue to shape how the public views the monarchy for a long time. Some observers believe the coming period will be decisive. If the monarchy can use this moment of change to rebuild its image, restore trust, and construct a new narrative, it may overcome the crisis. But if not, the fractures that have already appeared may continue to spread. At this moment, everything is still in motion. Decisions have been made. Changes have begun. But the final outcome cannot yet be determined. And within that uncertainty, the story continues. A new dawn may be slowly emerging at Buckingham, a new phase with different faces, different roles, and different priorities. But like any story involving power and trust, what has happened will not be easily forgotten. The shadow of what is called betrayal, no matter how it is interpreted, will remain. Not always visible, not always spoken of, but present enough to serve as a reminder that behind the ceremonies and symbols, the monarchy is still a system of people, with all its strengths and its weaknesses, and perhaps that awareness will be what shapes their future in the years to come. As the final layers begin to close, the story is no longer just a sequence of shocking events. It becomes a clear lesson about the true nature of power. Throughout this journey, from the earliest suspicions to the final decisions, what stands out most is not who won or who lost, but how each individual chose their position when faced with a moment that could not be avoided. King Charles did not choose the easy path. He did not choose silence to protect a personal relationship that had lasted for many years. Instead, he chose history. He chose the survival of an institution that has endured for centuries. This was not the decision of a husband, but of a king who understands that public trust cannot be traded, under any circumstances. And while the doors behind remain closed, another image begins to emerge before the public. Catherine, regent, composed, appearing in older footage, yet carrying an entirely new meaning. No longer just a symbol of grace, but a symbol of resilience, of the ability to stand firm amid unseen currents without needing to speak. But perhaps the deepest takeaway lies in a simple truth. Power can be built. It can be transferred. It can even be borrowed for a time. But trust cannot. Once it is lost, it cannot be restored through strategy or calculation. And that is the lesson Camilla, under any circumstance, has been forced to confront in the most bitter way. And you? How do you see everything that has unfolded in Operation Moonlight? Is it all simply a misunderstanding taken too far? Or part of a larger power structure that we have only begun to see? And in your view, does Camilla deserve a second chance? Leave your thoughts, and do not forget to subscribe to follow the next reports, where untold secrets may gradually come to light. At precisely 10:42 on a brisk London morning, a subtle but profound shift rippled through the historic halls of Westminster Abbey. The atmosphere within the great cathedral felt far from routine. It was electric, not with the spirit of celebration, but with the heavy, unmistakable weight of a pivotal transition that had been quietly gathering momentum for years. As Catherine, Princess of Wales, stepped from her vehicle onto the stone path leading to the entrance, the public saw exactly what they expected: the epitome of poise and grace. Photographers captured the navy ensemble, the meticulously crafted hat, and that serene smile that has become a hallmark of her royal service. To the casual observer, she was the familiar, modern face of the monarchy. However, in the nuanced world of palace observation, a much different narrative was being written. The senior courtiers watching her arrival weren't interested in fashion, they were deciphering signals. Within the House of Windsor, every movement is a calculated message, and nothing occurs by chance. On this Commonwealth Day, Catherine wasn't merely attending a service, she was manifesting a role that had evolved from a symbolic figurehead into a far more formidable power. While the world believed this was just another pageantry-filled gathering, the institution itself was aware of a seismic shift occurring behind palace walls. For weeks, A series of discreet legal maneuvers, archival audits, and strategic realignments had been quietly reshaping the control of the Crown's most sensitive private holdings. The vast estates once personally held by the late Queen Elizabeth II were no longer in a state of transition. Instead, authority over these assets was being firmly consolidated into the hands of the future king. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Prince William, Catherine's presence carried a newly found gravity. It wasn't a loud or theatrical change, but it was undeniably firmer. It is the kind of quiet authority that doesn't need to demand attention, yet completely alters the energy of a room the moment she enters it. Seated on the opposite side of the aisle was Queen Camilla. To the untrained eye, it was business as usual, two of the monarchy's most senior women fulfilling their national duties. However, in the meticulously orchestrated realm of royal etiquette, it is often the most minute gestures that mask the grandest truths. In this world, power, proximity, and hierarchy are not broadcast through speeches, they are whispered through the subtle geometry of distance and the unspoken language of a greeting. On this particular morning, that familiar dance did not go according to the script. As Camilla moved to greet Catherine in the customary fashion, something occurred a moment so fleeting that a casual viewer would have missed it entirely. Yet, for those within the inner sanctum, the message was deafening. An invisible line had been drawn in the sand. The interaction happened with such lightning speed that its true weight remained hidden from the public. To the outside world, it looked like nothing more than a polite exchange between family members. But within the rigid architecture of royal protocol, even a hair's breadth of deviation can signal a seismic shift in status. For decades, the standard greeting among senior royals at formal events had been a predictable ritual, a warm inclination, a brief air kiss, and a visual display of solidarity for the cameras. It was a tradition as old as the ceremonies themselves. But that morning, the tradition hit an abrupt wall. As Camilla leaned in, the Princess of Wales remained stationary. Instead of closing the gap, the broad, structured brim of Catherine's hat acted as a physical barricade. Perfectly angled, her designer headpiece created a literal no-fly zone, making the customary closeness impossible. For a split second, Camilla faltered, caught off guard, and forced to pivot into a much colder, more distant response. What remained was nothing more than a sterile exchange of pleasantries, a tight, controlled smile, and a formal nod. The warmth had vanished, replaced by a calculated and unmistakable perimeter. While the public might have overlooked the exchange, the reaction among palace staff, security detail, and seasoned insiders was instantaneous. One observer recounted a sharp, collective intake of breath from the Queen's own entourage stationed near the north entrance. The gravity of the moment was undeniable in the world of the Windsors. Access is currency, and proximity is the ultimate sign of trust. A single greeting can expose the inner workings of the royal hierarchy more effectively than any polished press release. On this particular morning, Catherine didn't just maintain her distance, she manifested it. This wasn't an awkward stumble or a defensive reflex, it was a deliberate statement. Experts who decode royal behavior know that spontaneity is a rare guest at high-profile events. Every step, every nod, and every glance is meticulously vetted by private secretaries and protocol maestros to ensure no message is sent by mistake. This is exactly why several palace insiders later whispered that this wasn't a fashion choice or a lapse in etiquette, it was an ordained strategy. According to a high-ranking palace source, Catherine had been briefed to establish what was internally referred to as a controlled perimeter. Though the term sounds cold and clinical, its implication within the palace walls is crystal clear. The doors to the inner sanctum of the future monarchy are swinging shut. The era of easy familiarity is over, and a new, more exclusive guard is being mounted. The timing of this icy shift was far from coincidental. In the quiet weeks leading up to the Commonwealth service, a silent revolution had been taking place within royal legal offices and private archive rooms. Strategic decisions were being finalized that would fundamentally reorder who holds the keys to the crown's most prestigious and symbolically potent assets. At the center of this storm was Prince William, who had just officially assumed control over these high-stakes holdings. At the heart of the crown's power lie the complex blueprints of its survival, intricate trust structures, ancient agreements, and legal mandates that dictate exactly who commands the monarchy's most precious lands. When Queen Elizabeth II passed away, these documents were suddenly transformed from historical records into high-stakes battlegrounds. You see, the transition from one monarch to the next is far more than just a series of public ceremonies. It triggers a massive, invisible administrative machine. Behind closed doors, private estates and personal trusts must be meticulously audited. And for months, Princess Anne has been the silent architect of this transition. Insiders at Windsor reveal that the Princess Royal spearheaded what archivists called a heritage verification review, a grueling, forensic deep dive into the late Queen's personal portfolio. Her mission was simple yet vital: to revalidate the legal standing and succession paths for every single estate linked to Elizabeth's name. While many assets were already governed by the well-known duchy system, a secondary, more mysterious tier of property existed, lands that Elizabeth had specifically shielded from commercial exploitation or political interference through layered legal protections. It was during one of these late-night archival sessions that Anne unearthed a document that had long escaped notice, a supplemental legal appendix buried within a trust arrangement from the Queen's final years. Its implications were explosive. This document clarified that several of Elizabeth's most secluded and private retreats were to be classified not as standard family assets, but as sovereign heritage properties. This classification changed the rules of the game entirely. It stipulated that administrative authority over these lands was to bypass marital ties or extended family influence. Instead, it was reserved exclusively for the direct bloodline of succession. The wording was razor-sharp and left no room for interpretation. For Anne, the discovery was a masterstroke. It meant that the moment Prince William was confirmed as the operational heir, absolute stewardship of these protected lands would fall to him and him alone. There would be no shared oversight and no secondary advisory boards, just one ultimate, unchallenged authority. But the true bombshell was buried even deeper within the text. A secondary clause, likely intended as a mere precaution when Queen Elizabeth first signed off on it, had suddenly become a powerful tactical weapon. This provision explicitly barred anyone who had joined the royal family through marriage after a specific cutoff date from holding any administrative or voting power over these heritage estates. In the shifting political sands of the modern monarchy, this clause was no longer a formality. It was a decisive barrier. The stakes couldn't have been higher. For months, whispers had been circulating within certain corners of the extended royal household. There were quiet discussions about transforming these private sanctuaries into high-end hospitality ventures, launching heritage luxury brands, and exploring lucrative private development deals. None of these plans had reached the public eye yet. But this legal discovery meant those commercial ambitions had just hit an impenetrable wall. Princess Anne realized the magnitude of this find instantly. This wasn't just a bit of dry, technical housekeeping. It was a structural fortress built to protect Elizabeth's most intimate legacy from being sold to the highest bidder. Once this clause was activated, the ripple effects would be felt far beyond the dusty shelves of the Windsor archives. However, while Anne had secured the legal high ground, the palace still needed a smoking gun, concrete proof of the secret maneuvers happening behind the scenes. And the person who would ultimately provide the evidence to make this transition irreversible wasn't a high-priced constitutional lawyer or a veteran courtier. Instead, the breakthrough came from an unlikely source, the methodically brilliant 22-year-old Lady Louise Windsor. For years, Lady Louise Windsor has been a background figure in the royal narrative, often described as the academic of the family, more at home in a library than under the harsh glare of the paparazzi. She was seen as a reserved, thoughtful young woman who chose to live a life away from the tabloid noise. This is precisely why no one, especially those operating in the shadows, ever expected her to become the key player in a high-stakes palace investigation. At 22, Louise had earned a reputation among the Windsor staff for her incredible patience and forensic eye. While others might skim through digital records looking for quick results, she possessed a methodical focus that allowed her to spot anomalies everyone else missed. It was this rare talent that made her the perfect partner for Princess Anne's mission. As Anne scoured the physical ledgers, Louise launched a digital sweep, tracing international trademarks and corporate filings associated with the late Queen's private symbols. Initially, the work was a matter of routine due diligence, ensuring that no random company was trying to profit off the Queen's name. But during a late-night deep dive into international registries, Louise stumbled upon a digital footprint that didn't belong an obscure corporate entity registered in Luxembourg. The company's name was intentionally forgettable, a classic shell company tactic. However, the associated trademark filings told a different story. Embedded in the applications were heraldic designs that bore a striking resemblance to the private crest of one of the late Queen's most secluded estates. This wasn't a logo known to the public. It had never been used in marketing or official souvenirs. Its presence in a commercial filing meant only one thing: someone with access to the Crown's private digital archives had hand-picked it for a secret project. Louise followed the digital breadcrumbs. The filings outlined an ambitious plan for a heritage-themed luxury brand premium wines, artisanal foods, and high-end lifestyle products, all borrowing the prestige of rural royal estates. In isolation, a hospitality brand might seem innocent, but these filings went much further. The prototypes actually used the exact digital files from the royal archive. Using metadata and digital timestamps, Louise proved the smoking gun. These images hadn't been recreated from memory. They had been extracted directly from the palace's internal record system. This was an unauthorized use of sovereign data for private gain. The paper trail finally led to a single name in the Luxembourg registry. The executive director of this secret venture was none other than Tom Parker Bowles. According to witnesses, Louise didn't say a word when the name appeared on her screen. She simply leaned in, studied the cold data for a moment with that characteristic intensity, and then quietly turned the monitor toward Princess Anne. The trap was set. What Lady Louise had uncovered was far more than a mere business proposal or a what-if scenario. The trademark filings proved that this secret venture was already on the verge of a global launch. The design work was finished. The product catalogs were finalized, and international distribution networks had already been scouted. In short, someone had been preparing to strip mine the history and prestige of the late Queen's private estates, sanctuaries that were never meant for the marketplace. The danger was immediately apparent to Princess Anne. She had already unearthed the legal shield in the archives now. Louise had found the spear aimed at the crown. If this project moved forward, the monarchy wouldn't just face a PR disaster, it would be dragged into a messy, unprecedented legal war over trademark law and the private exploitation of the royal image. The strategy was simple neutralization through speed. Anne briefed Prince William, who acted with surgical precision. This wasn't about a public scene, it was about silent, lethal efficiency. William bypassed the usual channels and issued a direct order through the duchy's legal team. The evidence was to be handed over to the Crown's intellectual property specialists immediately. Within a matter of hours, a wall of legal notices was under construction. The Crown's argument was ironclad. These symbols weren't just logos, they were protected heraldic assets tied to sovereign heritage. Any unauthorized use wasn't just a mistake, it was a serious infringement that could bring a company to its knees. The impact was devastatingly fast. By the time the bells of Westminster Abbey began to chime for the Commonwealth service the next morning, the legal gears were already turning, while Tom Parker Bowles was walking to his seat, unaware of the storm brewing. International trademark authorities were already being alerted to the dispute. The venture he had spent months building was essentially dead on arrival. It is staggering to think that a 22-year-old student had pulled the single digital thread that unraveled a multi-million-dollar scheme. But as the service began, the focus shifted to a much more difficult arena. The evidence was now in the hands of King Charles, and the situation could no longer be handled by lawyers alone. The king was facing the ultimate test of his reign, a choice between his loyalty to his family and his sacred duty to protect the legacy of the crown. By the time the evidence landed on King Charles's desk, the mood within the royal household had shifted from concern to an undeniable crisis. What Lady Louise had unearthed transformed vague suspicions into a documented reality. This was no longer just gossip about commercial ambitions, it was a concrete trail of corporate filings and design blueprints, proving that someone was actively laying the foundation to monetize the very soul of the late Queen's private estates. This presented the king with an agonizing dilemma. For Charles, this wasn't just politics, it was family. Tom Parker Bowles wasn't a stranger, he was Camilla's son. A man the king had known for decades and embraced as part of his inner circle long before he took the throne. Any move against Tom would inevitably send shockwaves through his own marriage. Yet, the monarchy is governed by a mandate older than any blood tie. The crown must always come first. In the king's private study, the meeting with Princess Anne and a team of legal advisors reportedly stretched long into the night. They weren't just looking at paperwork. They were looking at the potential dilution of the sovereign's identity. The unauthorized use of royal heraldry carries immense legal weight. These emblems are not merely decorations, they are the physical manifestation of the crown's authority. Charles knew that if these symbols entered the open market without oversight, the damage to the institution's prestige would be permanent. The timing added a layer of extreme fragility to the situation. With the Commonwealth Day service just hours away, the family was about to step into a global spotlight. Any hint of internal strife would have ignited a media firestorm. The king's response had to be invisible to the public, yet lethal in its clarity. Late that night, a clandestine communication was drafted under royal authority. It wasn't an email or a phone call, it was a formal letter delivered privately to Camilla's residence, secured with the traditional red wax seal, used only for the most sensitive matters. The king's message was brief and uncompromising. Any attempt to commercially exploit the symbols or identity of Elizabeth's estates would be treated as a direct infringement on the crown's legacy. There were no personal attacks, just a cold, hard line that could not be crossed. This letter served as the final nail in the coffin for the venture. By activating the legal protections Anne had discovered, Charles effectively confirmed that the era of ambiguity was over. Authority had officially passed to the next generation. Prince William was now the undisputed steward of these lands. And the message to the world and the extended family was clear. No business would be built on royal soil without the future king's consent. And that consent was never coming. The legal machinery of the Duchy of Cornwall didn't just respond, it swung into high gear with a speed rarely seen in royal administration, using the evidence Lady Louise had gathered as a blueprint. A comprehensive international legal offensive was launched. Intellectual property notices were drafted and fired off to global trademark authorities, effectively strangling the proposed brand before it could take its first breath. Within a matter of hours, the venture, once an ambitious plan for a luxury empire, hit a total legal blockade. By the time the royal family gathered beneath the soaring arches of Westminster Abbey the next morning, the war was already won. The commercial exploitation of the Queen's estates was dead in the water. Yet, to the millions watching at home, the scene was one of perfect, unshakable tradition. The choirs sang, the dignitaries bowed, and the royals sat in their accustomed, solemn rows. The stately facade remained flawless. But beneath that serene veneer, the very foundation of the monarchy's internal power had shifted. The king had made his ultimate choice. By backing the legal fortress surrounding Elizabeth's legacy and allowing William's authority to go unchallenged, Charles had performed a significant act of statecraft. He had prioritized the integrity of the Windsor line over the commercial interests surrounding his wife's extended family. It was a clear, calculated move to secure the future of the institution. And as the service drew to a close, this silent decision was about to be confirmed by a single, public gesture, a moment that casual observers would see as a father's love, but palace insiders would recognize as a monumental declaration of intent. While the trademark filings had unmasked the faces behind the plan, they left a much more disturbing question unanswered: who was actually footing the bill? In the days following the Commonwealth service, the House of Windsor settled back into its rhythmic, public-facing normalcy. To the world, the official photographs portrayed a picture of serene unity, a family standing together, bound by centuries of tradition. But behind the heavy doors of the palace's administrative corridors, the forensic investigation triggered by Lady Louise's discovery was entering its most sensitive phase. The legal team realized that the Luxembourg company hadn't just been a dream, it was a fully funded machine. Global trademark applications, high-end design prototypes, and preliminary talks with international distributors don't happen on ambition alone. They require a massive war chest and a network of sophisticated advisors. Someone had provided the logistical and financial muscle to bring this project to the brink of reality. This realization sparked a deep dive into the corporate entity's financial skeleton. Specialists began peeling back the layers of the Luxembourg registry, looking for the real power players hiding behind the shareholder structures. What they found shifted the investigation from a local family dispute to a potential international scandal. The funding wasn't originating from within the UK. Instead, the money trail led straight across the Atlantic, pointing toward investment partners linked to major international hospitality ventures. On the surface, foreign investment in heritage projects isn't unusual. Historic estates often attract American capital for luxury resorts or boutique hotels, but the timing of these investments sent shockwaves through the duchy's legal team. Records indicated that the first financial commitments were made before Queen Elizabeth II had even passed away. This meant the groundwork for monetizing the Queen's private legacy wasn't a sudden reaction to her death. It was a long-term play, set in motion while the late monarch was still alive. This discovery created a precarious legal minefield. If these foreign investors had been promised exclusive access to the Queen's private branding, the Crown now faced the threat of messy public litigation or diplomatic fallout. The mission for the royal legal team changed from attack to containment. They had to dismantle this venture quietly, ensuring that the dispute stayed within the palace walls rather than spilling into a courtroom. One by one, the secret agreements were dissolved. Most investors, realizing they had gone up against the legal might of the Crown, withdrew immediately. But even as the contracts were shredded and the company was shuttered, one loose thread remained. The identity of the original mastermind, the person who first proposed the idea and encouraged Tom Parker Bowles to look toward Luxembourg, remained a mystery. In the long, dark history of the royals, it is often the smallest loose thread that leads to the most world-shaking revelations. As we reflect on the silent battle fought within the walls of Windsor and beneath the arches of Westminster, one thing becomes crystal clear. We didn't just witness a ceremony, we witnessed the dawn of an uncompromising new era. My personal take? This was a masterclass in soft power. While the tabloids hunt for shouting matches, The real history was written in the archives by Princess Anne, in the digital registries by Lady Louise, and through a single, perfectly angled hat by the Princess of Wales. It shows us that in the House of Windsor, the most devastating strikes are often the ones you never hear coming. There is a profound lesson here for all of us, far beyond the palace gates. It's the lesson of the controlled perimeter. In our own lives, we are often forced to choose between personal comfort and our greater responsibilities. The royals remind us that protecting your legacy, whether it's a 1,000-year-old monarchy or your own family's values, requires vigilance, clear boundaries, and the courage to say no to those who seek to exploit your hard work. Success isn't just about what you build, it's about what you refuse to let others tear down. What do you think? Was King Charles right to choose the crown over his own extended family? Or was the hat barrier a step too far? I'd love to hear your theories in the comments below. I'll be jumping in to reply to the most interesting takes. If you enjoyed this deep dive into the secret maneuvers of the British monarchy, make sure to hit that like button. It really helps the channel reach more royal enthusiasts like you. Share this video with someone who loves a good palace exposé. And most importantly, subscribe and turn on the bell notifications. We have more exclusive breakdowns of the power shifts inside the House of Windsor coming your way very soon. Thank you for watching, and stay vigilant. For years, the world heard a prince speak of a future without fear, a vision of a monarchy that embraced meaningful change without losing its soul. But for King Charles, the reality of the crown has proven far more turbulent than anyone imagined. After a lifetime of waiting in the wings, his reign is already being pushed to its absolute breaking point. A fresh wave of controversy has struck the House of Windsor, and this time, Queen Camilla is caught right in the crosshairs, faced with an impossible situation. The king is now being forced to do the unthinkable, stepping back and surrendering his final authority to his son, Prince William. But what is the true story behind this sudden shift in power? And what does it mean for the future of the British Empire? Let's dive into the details. King Charles has always been acutely aware that the British crown carries a heavy, often invisible cost. When the devastating news of his cancer diagnosis was made public in February 2024, the palace immediately went into high gear. Their mission was clear: reassure a worried public that the monarch remained committed to his constitutional duties. Charles himself was adamant about staying visible. He knew all too well that a king who disappears from the public eye invites a dangerous sense of uncertainty, and uncertainty is the one thing the House of Windsor works tirelessly to prevent. From that moment on, the challenge was twofold. It wasn't just a medical battle, it was a high-stakes performance to maintain the image of a functioning king during a time of extreme personal fragility. Charles returned to his duties with surprising speed, hosting guests at Windsor Castle and appearing at key engagements. But behind the scenes, the palace was micromanaging every second of his day. His workload was carefully curated, selecting appearances that carried symbolic weight but demanded little physical strain. To the casual observer, he looked calm and composed. But those watching closely began to notice a shift in the very texture of his daily life. The once restless energy that defined him was fading. The ease with which he used to breeze through a full day of royal duties was gone, replaced by a slower, more deliberate pace, a silent reflection of the battle his body was fighting. As his treatment stretched through 2024 and well into 2025, the palace updates became a masterclass in cautious optimism. They spoke of progress but skipped the details, always careful not to fuel the fires of speculation. When he returned to Windsor after further medical attention, it was framed as ongoing care rather than a setback. Yet, the fact that the treatment was still active more than a year later told a story of its own. Cancer at this level, over such a long duration, leaves a mark that no royal protocol can hide. But the king's health wasn't the only crisis demanding his attention. In October 2025, Charles was forced to make one of the most painful decisions of his life, the formal removal of his brother, Prince Andrew, from royal duties and his home at Royal Lodge. This wasn't a snap judgment. Andrew was his younger brother, and despite the public's outcry over his associations, the private reality of evicting a sibling was agonizing for Charles. He had spent years trying to manage the situation with minimal noise, hoping the controversy would eventually die down. But by late 2025, it was clear that it wouldn't. The cost of doing nothing had finally become too high for the monarchy to bear. The release of new prize, more damaging Epstein files in 2025 had turned the tide. Andrew's name was everywhere, tied to details that could no longer be explained away or ignored. Charles realized that every day Andrew remained in a royal residence was a day the palace's credibility was being eroded. It was the right move for the institution. But the personal toll on Charles was visible to everyone around him in the weeks that followed. By the end of the year, his public Christmas message carried a tone of deep gratitude, even as he acknowledged his ongoing treatment. As the calendar turned to 2026, the palace confirmed the king's treatment was entering a different phase. While presented as encouraging, the language remained hauntingly cautious. There was no mention of full remission, and no promise of a return to a full schedule. The palace was being honest about the limits of what they could guarantee, and that honesty itself spoke volumes about the seriousness of the situation. What makes this period so difficult to process is the tragic timing. Having ascended the throne in 2022 at the age of 73, Charles had spent his entire life preparing for this moment. He had decades' worth of visions for architecture, the environment, organic farming, and the future of the Commonwealth ideas he finally had the power to implement. He had barely begun to make his mark when the diagnosis arrived. By early 2026, those close to him described a king who was still engaged and thoughtful, but carrying a tiredness that went far beyond the physical. He was still performing his role with dignity, but the restless fire of his past had settled into a quiet resignation. He was a man coming to terms with the widening gap between the reign he had planned for 70 years and the reality that was now possible. For his family, watching that gap grow was perhaps the hardest part of all. The seismic shift in Prince William's role over the past few years didn't arrive with a grand announcement or a formal ceremony. Instead, it unfolded through a quiet, steady accumulation of power, a gradual expansion into territories that had, for decades, been the exclusive domain of his father. By the summer of 2025, those who study the intricate mechanics of royal life began to notice a definitive pattern. William's diary was no longer that of a supporting heir. His schedule had expanded significantly, placing him at the center of events with a scale and geopolitical weight that suggested something far deeper than a son simply helping an unwell parent. It was clear the institution had made a strategic choice, and William was being positioned as the new face of the monarchy. Perhaps the most undeniable evidence of this transition came in November 2025. While the world gathered in Brazil for COP30, the premier international climate summit, it was William who represented the United Kingdom on the global stage. For decades, King Charles had been the world's most prominent royal champion for the environment. Yet at this crucial summit, his absence was conspicuous. William didn't just fill a seat, he engaged with a level of confidence and substance that signaled a new era. He was no longer a substitute, he was the primary royal voice on the world's most pressing issue, and the international community accepted him as such. Back at home, the changes were just as profound, though far less visible to the public eye. Behind the closed doors of the palace, William's household began receiving access to high-level briefings and consultations that had once been reserved solely for the king's office. While the official explanation was continuity planning, ensuring the heir was ready just in case the reality went far beyond a mere contingency plan. It reflected an institution that was actively, and in real time, building William's authority. He wasn't just preparing for a future role, he was already inhabiting it. The ongoing crisis surrounding Prince Andrew gave William his first real opportunity to demonstrate the kind of decisive leadership the palace so desperately needed. As the pressure on King Charles to act became a tidal wave, William was anything but passive. Behind the scenes, he was the primary driver for a firm and swift resolution. He understood that how the palace handled Andrew wouldn't just affect a family member, it would define public trust in the monarchy for decades. His willingness to take a hard line on a painful family matter proved to the old guard that he was ready to make the impossible choices required of a king. By this period, William's relationship with the palace's senior advisors had matured into something entirely new. He was no longer a pupil being guided through complex decisions, he had become the one doing the guiding. Strategic questions about the crown's future, its public image, and its long-term survival were now being decided with William at the head of the table. These were conversations that would have been unthinkable just 2 years prior. The institution had placed its bet on where its future lay, and it was moving toward that future with calculated precision. This growing authority was further bolstered by Catherine's return to her royal duties. Her presence alongside William gave their partnership a renewed sense of stability and completeness. It wasn't just one man taking on more work, it was a united front, building a new legacy together. Catherine's focus on early childhood development gave her role a level of substance and intellectual weight that transcended traditional ceremonial appearances, impressing everyone within the palace's inner circle. However, this shift also created a new and delicate dynamic with Queen Camilla. As the center of gravity moved toward William's household, Camilla increasingly found herself on the periphery of key strategic discussions. In the subtle culture of the palace, being left out of the room is the clearest signal of where real power resides. While her exclusion wasn't absolute, it was consistent enough to be noticed by those in the know. It was a silent but meaningful indicator that the institutional heart of the monarchy had moved on. As we stand today, William has not yet been crowned, and no formal proclamation has been made. King Charles remains the sovereign, performing the duties his health permits with grace and dignity. But within the walls of the palace, the operational reality is undeniable. The major decisions, the responses to scandals, and the roadmap for the years ahead are now being shaped primarily by William. Charles is respected, he is informed, and his wisdom is still sought, but the forward momentum of the British monarchy now belongs to his son. The transition is already here, all that remains is the world's formal acknowledgement. For decades, Camilla had been meticulously rebuilding her life within the heart of the British royal family. It was a journey defined by endurance and a quiet, patient resilience. When she married Charles in April 2005, she didn't just join a family, she faced a wall of public hostility that many believed would never crumble. Yet, she managed that bitterness with a steady, unseeking consistency, performing her duties without fanfare and allowing time to achieve what no argument ever could. By the time Charles finally ascended the throne, her position seemed ironclad. Even the debate surrounding her title as queen during the coronation had eventually faded, leaving her as a stable, accepted presence beside the king. But the shadow of the Jeffrey Epstein scandal has proven to be a storm that no amount of royal protocol can fully suppress. For years, Prince Andrew's ties to Epstein had been a source of unrelenting crisis, leading to the 2022 settlement with Virginia Giuffre and his painful, gradual erasure from public life. King Charles's eventual decision to strip Andrew of his royal associations and demand he vacate Royal Lodge was seen as the palace's most definitive line in the sand, a necessary sacrifice to protect the monarchy's reputation. For a fleeting moment, it seemed the institution had finally distanced itself from the damage. That sense of resolution was shattered in 2025. A fresh wave of documentation resurfaced, shifting the spotlight toward the social networks that surrounded Epstein's world. Among the names appearing with renewed frequency was Sarah Ferguson. While Sarah had previously apologized for her financial connections to Epstein, these new files placed her in a much broader, more damaging social context. The media coverage was substantial and immediate, and it brought an old friendship back into a very dangerous light. The bond between Sarah Ferguson and Queen Camilla was never a secret. It was a genuine, if unlikely, connection forged over years of navigating the complex orbits of royal life. In any other era, this friendship would have been a trivial detail, but in the toxic atmosphere of the new Epstein revelations, it became a liability the palace could no longer ignore. Prince William made his position chillingly clear. The continued public visibility of this friendship was a risk the monarchy simply could not afford to carry. The message delivered to Camilla was direct and uncompromising. The relationship with Sarah Ferguson had to end, or at the very least, vanish from public view. While this was framed as an institutional necessity rather than a personal attack, the impact was no less severe. Camilla, a veteran of decades of palace politics, understood the gravity of the request. She knew that the institution's tolerance has very real limits, and those limits can shift with terrifying speed when the right pressure is applied. In the weeks that followed, Camilla chose a path of absolute silence. She didn't distance herself publicly, but she didn't defend the bond either. She simply went mute. While her official schedule continued with its usual reliability, her silence on the Sarah Ferguson question did not go unnoticed. In a modern media landscape where silence is often interpreted as confirmation, the story only grew. The absence of a formal clarification allowed speculation to fester, exactly as the palace had feared. The scrutiny Camilla now faced was fundamentally different from the hostility of the past. This wasn't about her history with Charles, it was a politically charged, reputational crisis. Even columnists who had championed her for years began to adopt a more cautious, questioning tone. Social media amplified the criticism faster than any official response could manage, and the carefully crafted image of Camilla as a stable, uncontroversial figure beside the king began to show visible, undeniable cracks. For King Charles, this unfolding drama was profoundly agonizing. He had spent the better part of his life fighting for Camilla's acceptance and securing her place within the institution. To see her position becoming an institutional risk, at the very moment his own failing health limited his ability to protect her, was a source of deep distress. Palace aides tried to shield him from the most brutal conversations, but Charles was no stranger to the cold reality of royal dynamics. He understood all too well that if this atmosphere wasn't checked, it would solidify into a permanent shadow over his reign. The power was shifting, and the stakes had never been higher. Historically, the British monarchy has navigated its internal shifts under a cloak of absolute silence. Survival, for this ancient institution, has always relied on a unique ability to evolve without ever appearing to be in crisis, to change its entire trajectory without ever admitting a change was necessary. The transformations that began behind the walls of Buckingham Palace late last year, and which have only accelerated into the present, follow this exact, calculated pattern. No formal proclamations were made, and no grand announcements were issued. Yet, the adjustments to the palace's daily operations have been both consistent and undeniable, and they point in one single, unmistakable direction. The first cracks in the old order appeared in the way official communications were structured. Substantive matters that were once destined solely for King Charles's desk began routinely flowing through Prince William's office as well. On the surface, the palace justified this as continuity, planning a practical measure to keep the heir informed while the king managed the heavy demands of his health. While continuity is a legitimate and vital function of the crown, the sheer scope and regularity of the intelligence being shared with William's team began to exceed what a simple contingency plan would ever require. Inside the palace, Those in the know understood exactly what this meant. The information was no longer just being shared, the authority was being shifted. Even the royal diary, the very heartbeat of the monarchy's public life, began to reflect this new reality. Events and high-stakes engagements that would have once been arranged around Charles's schedule as a matter of course were now being presented first to William's household for consideration. In many instances, William's team stepped in to lead engagements that Charles would have taken in years past. In others, while the king still attended, William was briefed in such exhaustive detail beforehand that he was, for all intents and purposes, a co-sovereign. This gradual rebalancing of the royal calendar has placed William at the center of the crown's public identity more frequently than ever before. Publicly, the palace paints this as a son supporting a father internally. It is the architecture of a new reign being built in real time. Perhaps even more significant is the evolving relationship between William's household and the key departments of the British government. In a constitutional monarchy, the bond between the sovereign and Westminster is built on a foundation of constant, high-level communication. The fact that William's team has established direct, substantive lines of dialogue with government offices, lines that were previously the exclusive territory of the king, is a structural shift that did not happen by chance. It required deliberate institutional intent. The groundwork for a functioning reign was being laid long before any formal notice reached the public. Throughout this entire process, King Charles has remained fully informed. Those managing this delicate transition have been meticulous in ensuring that nothing happens without his awareness. The goal was never to sideline the king or diminish his immense dignity, rather. It was a move of preservation, protecting him from the crushing weight of daily governance so he could conserve his energy for his health, while ensuring the monarchy itself did not stall or become directionless during a period of profound uncertainty. The two worlds, the reigning king and the acting heir, now coexist in a fragile but necessary balance, managed with the utmost respect. However, this new structure has created a particularly delicate situation for Queen Camilla. As William's household has moved into the operational center of the monarchy, Camilla's access to the inner sanctum of strategic decision-making has begun to quietly diminish. She continues to perform her public duties with her usual grace, maintaining her titles and her schedule. But the circle where the crown's most vital future-shaping decisions are made has narrowed. It is a circle that now revolves around William and his advisors, and Camilla is increasingly finding herself on the outside looking in. In the hypersensitive culture of the palace, these signals are read with crystal clarity. A pivotal internal meeting in late January, involving the king and his most senior advisors, seems to have been the tipping diem. While the details of that room remain private, the actions that followed spoke volumes. William's team was granted formal access to materials that previously required special requests, and his operational structure was upgraded to reflect a permanent, senior role. By February, a dual structure of authority had been firmly established. Charles remains the king, the ceremonial heart, who still engages in decisions requiring his direct hand. But William has taken the wheel of the forward-facing institution, managing the strategy, the key relationships, and the palace's response to modern challenges. They operate in parallel, not in competition, with every effort made to shield the king's legacy. But the truth is clear to everyone behind the scenes: the operational heart of the British monarchy has moved, and the formalization of that movement is now only a matter of time. The British monarchy is an institution that leaves absolutely nothing to the hands of fate. Deep within the fortified walls of Buckingham Palace, dedicated teams of officials have spent years refining every intricate detail of what must happen the moment a reigning sovereign passes. These plans are never static, they are updated regularly, adjusted to the shifting tides of the era, and kept in a state of constant readiness. The ultimate goal remains singular: to ensure the royal vessel moves forward without a single second of chaos, without delay, and without showing any sign of instability to the watching world. The strength of the crown has always rested on its ability to absorb massive change while projecting a facade of absolute permanence. When that inevitable moment arrives, the circle of communication will operate with clinical precision. Those closest to the king will be the first to know. The royal family will be informed immediately, followed within mere minutes by the Prime Minister. Only after these core pillars of power have been connected will the news be shared with the rest of humanity. At the gates of Buckingham Palace, a simple, black-edged notice will be posted, a deeply symbolic act that has marked the passing of British monarchs for centuries. Across the nation, flags will be lowered to half-mast, and the rhythm of British life will abruptly shift into a period of national mourning and reflection. William will become king the very instant Charles draws his final breath. There is no waiting period, no required ceremony, and no formal vote. Under British law, the crown transfers automatically, passing from one sovereign to the next in the space of a single heartbeat. However, the coronation is an entirely different matter. It is a massive, months-long operation involving thousands of participants, intricate logistics, and ancient ceremonial traditions. History shows us the scale of this wait. Charles himself waited 8 months after his mother's passing to be crowned. William would almost certainly face a similar, if not longer, timeline to prepare for a ceremony of such magnitude. In the days that follow, the king's body will be moved to Westminster Hall, where the public will be invited to pay their final respects as he lies in state. The scenes following Queen Elizabeth's passing in September 2022 demonstrated just how powerful this moment truly is. Hundreds of thousands of people stood in lines stretching for miles along the Thames, waiting for hours in the cold just to walk past her coffin and bow their heads in silence. A similar wave of public emotion will undoubtedly surround Charles, creating a final, physical bond between the nation and its king before the formal burial rites begin. The palace's internal roadmap for Charles's end is known by a specific operational code, Operation Menai Bridge. The name is a tribute to the famous suspension bridge in Wales, reflecting Charles's 60-year tenure as the Prince of Wales before he took the throne. Planning under this mantle began in earnest immediately following Queen Elizabeth's funeral, as the palace used the lessons from that monumental operation to sharpen and perfect the preparations for what comes next. Once the king is laid to rest and the period of national mourning concludes, all eyes will turn toward William's coronation. This ceremony will formalize his kingship before the world and the church. Even though he will have already been serving as king in every legal sense since the moment of his father's death, history suggests the weight of this preparation is immense. Queen Elizabeth II waited 16 months after the death of King George VI before her coronation in June 1953. An event of that scale requires perfection in every detail, and William's team will need every moment of that time to execute it. As of now, there is no indication that Charles is unable to fulfill his duties despite his ongoing cancer treatment. He continues to meet with the Prime Minister and maintain a steady schedule of engagements. However, should his condition take a significant turn for the worse, British law has a formal mechanism ready to handle the crisis without requiring an abdication. The Regency Act of 1937 allows royal authority to be transferred to the heir when a monarch becomes incapacitated. Under this arrangement, William would take on the full responsibilities and powers of the crown as Prince Regent, long before he officially holds the title of king. As we watch these historic shifts unfold, it becomes clear that the British monarchy is currently facing one of its most profound tests in modern history. From my perspective, this transition is about more than just a change in titles. It is a poignant reminder of the constant tension between human fragility and institutional duty. King Charles spent a lifetime preparing for a reign that is now being defined by his quiet resilience in the face of illness and the cold. hard necessity of protecting the crown's reputation at any cost. The ultimate lesson we can all draw from this royal saga is the power of legacy and the necessity of adaptability. Even the most ancient institutions must evolve to survive. Whether it is Prince William's increasingly decisive leadership or the palace's meticulous execution of Operation Menai Bridge, the message is clear. The path forward requires immense courage and a commitment to something much larger than oneself. But what are your thoughts? Do you believe Prince William is truly ready to take the helm? Or should the king hold on to his final authority for as long as possible? Drop your views in the comments below. I'd love to hear your take on this power shift. If you found this deep dive into the drama and duty of the House of Windsor insightful, please give us a like and share this video with your friends. Most importantly, hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications to join our community and stay updated on the latest royal developments. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the next video.
It's been incredibly insightful for me growing up, watching her leadership in that role.
March 10th, 2026. Mark this date, as it represents the moment the House of Windsor finally reached a point of no return. In a move defined by chilling clinical authority, Prince William has sent a clear message to the world. The York family's influence is officially over. This morning, Buckingham Palace didn't just release a statement. They issued what many are calling a status obituary for Princesses Beatrice and Eugenie. It was a cold realization that the shield of the monarchy is no longer an infinite protection. For decades, the Yorks existed in the shadow of their patriarch, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. They survived on the lingering grace and family-first leniency of the late Queen Elizabeth II, an era where blood ties often outweighed public accountability. But as of March 9th, 2026, that era has been buried. Under the uncompromising guidance of Princess Anne, Prince William has inaugurated a ruthless new regime. This new order demands absolute transparency and the immediate amputation of any ties to compromised networks. At the center of this surgical strike, Andrew's two daughters. Insiders describe the mood within the palace walls as nothing short of frigid. In a rare, unified front, William and Princess Anne have laid down an unyielding new code of conduct. The ultimatum is simple and devastating: any royal who refuses the new ethics protocols or hides their finances from independent auditors will be stripped of the crown's protection immediately. The tipping point for this radical purge wasn't just the toxic ghost of the Epstein scandal. It was the seismic shock of February 19th, 2026, the day Andrew Mountbatten Windsor was arrested by Thames Valley Police, facing grave allegations of misconduct in public office. The former prince's legal catastrophe has finally spilled over, engulfing the lives and futures of his own children. As forensic teams continue to scour properties across Norfolk and Berkshire, they are discovering much more than just physical evidence. A damning trail of documentation has emerged, one that ties Beatrice and Eugenie directly to the criminal network once operated by Jeffrey Epstein. This month, U.S. authorities declassified a new wave of files that have effectively shattered the plausible deniability the York sisters have hid behind for years. The image of the clueless bystander has been replaced by something far more sinister. The allegations regarding Beatrice are particularly explosive. Evidence now suggests that during her time as a UK trade envoy, her activities went far beyond ribbon-cutting and handshakes. Insiders claim she was effectively channeling sensitive intelligence to Epstein's circle, providing strategic briefs on the geopolitical stability and investment climates of Vietnam and Singapore. Most disturbing of all are reports that she shared data concerning the war-torn Helmand province of Afghanistan, a betrayal of trust that borders on a national security breach. Prince William's decision to move against his cousins was far from a knee-jerk reaction. It was the calculated result of a massive, months-long internal audit. This investigation exposed a deeply troubling pattern: the exploitation of royal accounting loopholes to quietly finance Prince Andrew's multi-million-pound legal settlement back in 2022. This discovery has completely shifted the internal landscape of the palace, finally confirming what the public had long suspected, that the institution had been scrubbing its own scandals in the dark. A source close to the Prince of Wales put it bluntly: the Crown is no longer a safe haven for those who put family loyalty above the rule of law. As the sun rose over the capital on March 10th, the reality for Beatrice and Eugenie became undeniable. The protection is gone. They have been erased from the public face of the monarchy. In the eyes of William's new guard, they are no longer family. They are toxic liabilities that had to be extracted. In the chapters to follow, we will break down the total collapse of the York sisters' professional lives and witness their systematic replacement by figures like the Princess of Wales and Lady Louise. We'll also dive into the murky web of shell companies that eventually forced William's hand. The cleanup is underway, and it has sent a clear message in this new era. Not even the king's own blood is immune to accountability. The events that began on March 9th, 2026, and were finalized this morning, signify a fundamental rupture in the House of Windsor. For years, Beatrice and Eugenie lived in a convenient gray area, technically non-working royals who nonetheless feasted on the prestige, military honors, and soft power of the Vung Mien. That era of royal limbo has been terminated with a clinical precision that defines Prince William's uncompromising vision for the future of the British monarchy. In a move that has sent shockwaves through the very heart of the British establishment, the palace has officially wiped the slate clean. Beatrice and Eugenie have been stripped of every remaining military rank, honorary patronage, and most devastatingly, their official royal styles. The decree is final. They are no longer to be addressed by the titles that once acted as a bulletproof vest against public outcry. This is more than a policy change, it is a total quarantine. The York brand, once a staple of high society galas and global charity, is now being handled like a toxic asset. Prince William, with the strategic backing of Princess Anne, has identified their entire portfolio of engagements as a reputational minefield. They aren't just stepping back, they are being erased to ensure no power vacuum remains. But this void is not being filled by temporary fixes. Instead, it is being seized by what is now known as the Order of Stability. At the absolute center of this transition is Catherine, the Princess of Wales, the institution's undisputed gold standard for public trust. Flanking her is a new, revitalized vanguard, the Duchess of Edinburgh, Sophie, the rising star, Lady Louise Windsor and the Earl of Wessex. James, this isn't just a reshuffle, it is a visual manifesto of the Crown's future. The message to the corporate and diplomatic world is loud and clear: the old ways are over. Global giants, like the telecommunications titan BT and the banking powerhouse Barclays, have already been contacted by the palace's new transparency office. The order was blunt: terminate every legacy contract and association with the former York princesses immediately. The ultimate goal is a total clinical extraction, a deep cleaning of the royal portfolio to bleach away any lingering traces of the Epstein scandal that has haunted the family for over a decade. This process of disinfection is already yielding results. Fearing the Epstein stain by association, prestigious universities and international charities are proactively cutting ties. Far from stopping them, the palace is actively facilitating these exits, ensuring that the new, streamlined royal structure remains uncontaminated by the ghosts of the past. This calculated substitution is a masterpiece of royal optics. While the York sisters are being systematically scrubbed from the official record, Catherine's return to the spotlight, starting with her highly anticipated appearance at Royal Ascot, is being choreographed as a symbol of total institutional recovery. This visual narrative is clear the Crown isn't just surviving the York scandal, it is thriving by severing its ties to obsolete relics. For Beatrice and Eugenie, the time for negotiation has expired. This is now a mission of total containment. Their names have been struck from the royal calendar. Their movements are being quietly monitored. And the privileges they once enjoyed are now being treated as debts to be collected. Prince William isn't just tidying up, he is fundamentally rewriting the royal DNA, proving that in this new era, service is a merit-based privilege, not a birthright. The transition of the York sisters from inner circle to institutional risk is a downfall that historians will study for decades. It marks the precise moment the modern British monarchy decided that its survival was far more important than its bloodlines. But as the palace secures its perimeter, the focus is shifting toward the skeletons in the York household closet, specifically the web of shell companies and offshore accounts that William and Princess Anne are currently dismantling. The human purge was just the prologue. The true storm is gathering within the ledgers. As the immediate political dust settles, the palace's new transparency machine has moved beyond titles and appearances, diving into the far more treacherous waters of offshore entities and opaque investment networks. For William and Anne, the ethics protocol launched on March 9, 2026, was never a mere formality. It was a calculated ambush. By refusing to subject their books to third-party audits, Beatrice and Eugenie did more than just show defiance. They handed William the smoking gun. Their silence effectively confirmed years of whispers regarding the family's secret financial insulation. The forensic audit has already unmasked a labyrinth of financial maneuvers designed to keep the Yorks connected to the Epstein-linked ecosystem while maintaining a facade of distance. These shell companies, tucked away in jurisdictions with zero oversight, weren't just for saving money. Investigators believe they served as conduits for assets that can be traced directly back to the disgraced financier who once controlled Andrew's world. But the most explosive discovery involves the multi-million-pound settlement paid to Virginia Giuffre in 2022. While the public was told this was a personal sacrifice from the late Queen's private estate, the forensic trail tells a different story. Evidence now suggests a portion of those funds actually originated from advisory fees and consulting contracts funneled through accounts where Beatrice and Eugenie held silent equity. This revelation that the sisters may have been silent partners in their father's legal escape has been the final, crushing nail in the coffin of the palace's patience. Prince William hasn't minced words in his private briefings. His stance is uncompromising. The monarchy cannot champion the rule of law while sheltering individuals who exploit the royal seal to secure high-risk loans and shady investments deals that any legitimate bank would reject on sight. The irony is staggering, and it hasn't escaped the public's notice. While Beatrice and Eugenie carefully cultivated an image of modern philanthropy and progressive values, their private financial world was, in the words of one senior palace aide, virtually identical to the high stakes, controversial models used by their father's infamous associates. The ethics check served as the ultimate litmus test for loyalty. By rejecting the call for total, unrestricted transparency, the sisters made a definitive choice. They prioritized their financial secrecy over their royal standing. Princess Anne has been vocal about this, labeling their defiance as guilt by omission. By refusing to detach themselves from these questionable networks, they allowed the Epstein scandal to remain a permanent stain on their legacy. They didn't just fail the test, they fled from it. The sheer volume of this financial exposure is breathtaking. Investigators are looking at a trail starting in 2018, involving hundreds of millions of pounds moving through entities that seem to have no actual business purpose. These were ghost corporations, paper-only shells designed to project the illusion of professional success for the Yorks while acting as a smokescreen for massive capital shifts. Currently, British tax authorities and independent auditors are working hand-in-hand with the palace to determine if these maneuvers were merely ethically grey or a total breach of the UK's financial system. For Beatrice and Eugenie, the strategy of quiet containment has officially collapsed. They assumed that by staying silent and avoiding their father's legal scandals, they could wait out the storm. They failed to realize that in the new Windsor era, Silence isn't neutrality, it's complicity. Every day they remained tethered to these networks. They were actively undermining the crown. Cutting them off wasn't merely a punishment, it was an act of institutional survival. The monarchy refused to be the last one standing on the sinking ship of the York financial disaster. As we move into the next phase of this report, we witness the transition from financial ruin to personal collapse. The professional purge was only the beginning of an agonizing unraveling. Behind the fortified gates of their private estates, the lives they once enjoyed as members of the inner circle have crumbled. Under the weight of relentless public scrutiny and the icy, detached gaze of their own family, the sisters have become pariahs. The family-first narrative has been replaced by a brutal new reality. Their private lives are now a mirror image of the institutional disgrace that has finally consumed them. Nowhere is this domestic collapse more evident than in the crumbling facade of Princess Eugenie and Jack Brooksbank's marriage. Once celebrated as a relatable, modern duo successfully navigating the worlds of royalty and private business, they are now the primary targets of intense global speculation. The first undeniable crack in the armor appeared during the recent birthday festivities for King Charles III. In a stark departure from royal tradition, Eugenie appeared as a solitary figure, striding alone amidst the ceremonial pomp. Her husband Jack was conspicuously missing, a chilling absence that has ignited reports that the Epstein stain and a relentless media siege have pushed their relationship to a breaking point. Insiders suggest the walls have been closing in since the 2026 inquiry turned up the heat. The strain is crushing, and twofold on one side. A public screaming for accountability on the other. A cold ultimatum from Prince William. The Prince of Wales has reportedly issued a decree that any spouse linked to the York network must subject themselves to the same invasive, forensic financial auditing as the royals themselves. For Jack Brooksbank, whose opaque business dealings have long raised eyebrows, this was a hurdle he seemingly could not or would not clear. This sense of isolation has only been magnified by the couple's prolonged stay in Portugal. What was once marketed as a breezy lifestyle choice is now being unmasked by palace insiders as a desperate strategic withdrawal, a self-inflicted exile designed to dodge the blistering heat of the British press. However, this tactical retreat has spectacularly backfired. Instead of finding peace in anonymity, the distance has created a void that is being filled by increasingly dark rumors, digital watchdogs and anonymous accounts, like the notorious Exposing Royals network, have been merciless. Their latest cryptic updates hint at an imminent dissolution of the York partnership, a haunting phrase that has now become a permanent fixture in every tabloid headline, signaling that for Eugenie, the end of her old life is near. The emotional wreckage is now impossible to hide. Princess Eugenie, who once prided herself on her unwavering loyalty to her father, Andrew, finds herself trapped in a brutal dilemma. By continuing to publicly defend a man at the heart of a criminal investigation, she has effectively alienated herself from the very institution that once provided her sanctuary. It is a choice between the toxic ties of blood and the survival of her own future, a choice that has left her politically abandoned and alone. Beatrice's situation is no less dire. Her carefully crafted image as a high-level, serious businesswoman has been utterly torpedoed. The revelation of her past correspondence with Jeffrey Epstein has painted a devastating picture not of an innocent bystander, but of a willing participant in a dark world that the rest of civilization has spent the last decade condemning. The York sisters are now, quite literally, stranded. Their exclusion from the royal Ascot guest list is more than just a snub in the rigid hierarchy of the British aristocracy. It is a social execution. They have been systematically wiped from the official royal diary and barred from the private family inner circles at Sandringham and Balmoral, where the crown's future is actually decided. To the new guard, they are no longer family. They are legacy risks that must be managed. The psychological weight of this downfall is staggering. Their world has undergone a violent contraction. From the gilded corridors of Buckingham Palace to the forced silence of their residence in Portugal, the sisters have shifted from being icons of royal privilege to emblems of royal liability. The York brand is now synonymous with shadows, secrecy, and a fatal inability to meet the moral standards of a 21st-century monarchy. As the financial net tightens and the specter of legal action looms, Beatrice and Eugenie have lost control over their own lives. They are now characters in a narrative written exclusively by the Prince of Wales, a story that has no room for the ghosts of the past. The isolation is absolute. For the first time in their lives, when they call the palace, no one is picking up the phone. But as the York sisters vanish into the margins of history, the House of Windsor is undergoing a visible metamorphosis. The vacuum left in their wake is already being occupied by the Order of Stability. This hand-picked elite is designed to project exactly what the Yorks lacked: impeccable integrity, professional rigor, and an ironclad commitment to the future of the British crown. At the heart of Prince William's blueprint for a scandal-proof monarchy stands Catherine, the Princess of Wales. Her strategic elevation is the cornerstone of a new era, one designed not just to function, but to be an impenetrable fortress against the ghosts of the past. Every move is calculated. Her highly anticipated return to the public eye at Royal Ascot is being meticulously staged as the ultimate antidote to the dark, chaotic years of the York family, where the Yorks became defined by their secrecy and unearned entitlement. Catherine represents a total restoration of the crown's moral standing. Her presence serves as a silent, powerful pledge to the British public. The toxic remnants of the old guard have been surgically removed. The institution is now firmly in the hands of those who value the health of the monarchy far above their own personal status. But Catherine isn't standing alone in this revitalized front. Beside her is Sophie, the Duchess of Edinburgh, whose decades of quiet, steadfast service have made her an indispensable pillar of this new regime. Furthermore, the inclusion of the younger generation, Lady Louise Windsor and James, the Earl of Wessex, is a loud and clear signal. The palace is undergoing a total generational reboot, ensuring that the future guardians of the crown are raised in an environment of absolute transparency. The days of treating royal status as a license for unaccountability are officially over. The mastermind behind this radical purification remains the Princess Royal. Anne, her influence in this transition cannot be overstated. As the iron-willed enforcer of the new code, she has ensured that the shift from the old ways to this new order happens with clinical precision and zero compromise. Anne's internal directives have made it clear this isn't just about Andrew, it's a total institutional detox. She has signaled, both privately and to the world, that the palace will no longer flinch from the pain of confrontation. In a recent private briefing, her message was blunt. We do not exist to serve private interests. Our job is to protect the legitimacy of the crown, and that requires the courage to cut out whatever is no longer healthy. This strategy represents a revolutionary break from the old-school never complain, never explain mantra of the mid-20th century. Instead, the modern monarchy has weaponized transparency. By taking the lead in investigating, identifying, and removing compromised figures themselves, William and Anne have seized control of the royal narrative. They are no longer the passive victims of tabloid leaks or public outrage. They have become the proactive architects of their own reputation. When a member of the inner circle, like the York sisters, fails to meet these new, ironclad standards, the palace now strikes first. This preemptive strike capability is exactly what distinguishes the revitalized House of Windsor from the crumbling facade of the previous decade. For the British public, the reaction has been one of immense relief. For years, taxpayers felt as though the institution was being held hostage by the reckless associations of the York family. Watching Catherine, Sophie, and the younger generation step into these vacated roles acts as a powerful restorative. It is a clear signal that the royal brand is being modernized, protected, and bulletproofed against the very scandals that once threatened to tear it apart. As we conclude this report, we must look at the broader historical weight of this purge. This is not just a temporary fix for a PR crisis. It is a permanent recalibration of the monarchy's relationship with wealth, accountability, and its own survival in a world that no longer tolerates the unchecked privileges of the past. The events of March 9th and 10th, 2026, will be etched into British history not as a simple family feud, but as the moment the House of Windsor fundamentally renegotiated its social contract with the people by executing a clean, cold rupture with the York branch. Prince William and Princess Anne have signaled the end of the age of entitlement and the dawn of a new order defined by radical transparency. This is no longer a monarchy hiding behind the veil of ancient tradition. This is an institution that recognizes its survival depends on its ability to evolve, shed its toxic elements, and prove its relevance in an era of absolute accountability. The downfall of Beatrice and Eugenie is the final, tragic act of a drama that began years ago with the disastrous alliance between Andrew Mountbatten Windsor and the disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein. As the dust settles on this seismic week in London, one thing is abundantly clear: the House of Windsor is no longer the institution we once knew. In my view, what we've witnessed isn't just a family falling out, it's a necessary, albeit brutal, evolution. Prince William and Princess Anne have realized a hard truth in the 21st century. You cannot lead a nation while carrying the heavy baggage of the past. By cutting ties with the York sisters, they've proven that the crown's survival now depends on its moral health, not just its bloodlines. The lesson here for all of us is simple but profound: privilege is a loan, not a birthright. In an era of radical transparency, no title is grand enough to act as a permanent shield against the consequences of our choices. Beatrice and Eugenie's journey from royal insiders to institutional liabilities serves as a stark reminder that when you choose secrecy over accountability, you eventually lose the very ground you stand on. The monarchy has traded archaic tradition for modern integrity. And while the personal cost to the family is immense, the cost of inaction would have been the end of the monarchy itself. If this deep dive into the 2026 royal purge sheds some light on the shadows of the palace for you, please show your support by hitting that like button. It really helps the channel reach more enthusiasts like you. Share this video with your fellow royal watchers to keep this important conversation going. And if you want to stay ahead of the curve on the unfolding drama within the Order of Stability, make sure to subscribe and tap that notification bell so you never miss an update. But I want to hear from you: did William make the right call to protect the crown? Or has the House of Windsor become too cold in its quest for survival? Let's talk about it in the comments below. I'm your host, and this has been the Royal Report. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Nearly 30 years have passed since that fateful night in Paris. Yet the name Diana Spencer still sends shockwaves through Britain every time it is spoken. Her death was long described as a tragic accident. But behind the official reports and polished statements, countless questions were left unanswered. Now, according to new information from Scotland Yard, royal investigators have officially reopened the case surrounding the death of Princess Diana, a decision that has shaken Buckingham Palace to its core. Sources reveal that the order to reopen the investigation was signed after previously undisclosed evidence surfaced. The document, reportedly linked to her burial at Althorpe, led investigators to an unexpected turning point: the decision to reopen Diana's coffin to verify a detail overlooked for nearly 27 years. What they found inside, according to one anonymous witness, left Prince William in utter disbelief. An insider close to the palace says that William was immediately informed when the investigative team left the estate in the early morning hours. He remained silent for several hours before demanding to see the complete report. Many believe this was the moment the heir to the throne was forced to confront the most painful truth about his mother's death. A truth the royal family may have tried to conceal for years. This is no ordinary re-examination. It is a reminder that the mysteries surrounding Princess Diana's death were never truly buried. In tonight's investigation, we delve into the latest findings, retrace the royal investigators' steps, and uncover what they discovered inside Diana's coffin. A revelation so powerful it left Prince William shattered. You all know about Princess Diana's tragic death in Paris and the funeral regarded as the greatest of the 20th century, honoring the Queen of People's hearts. But here is what you did not know. Her coffin was never opened throughout the entire ceremony. Not once. In October 2025, as the British royal family reels from a wave of media scandals and the king's declining health, a top-secret document suddenly reaches the palace. The parcel sent from Paris and sealed with the old insignia of Piti-Salpêtrière Hospital, where Diana drew her last breath, has triggered a full-scale alert within royal security circles. According to inside sources, the royal police and Interpol have reopened the accident file, uncovering new details never before revealed in certified records about the 1997 forensic procedure and funeral protocol. A lead-sealed coffin. No access granted to anyone outside diplomatic officials, and witnesses bound to lifelong silence. Was the sealing merely a matter of medical regulation and royal dignity? Or is there something else hidden? Something that happened to Princess Diana's body during those mysterious hours between Paris and London? And if the truth were to come to light, could the British monarchy withstand the emotional earthquake that is coming? In mid-October, as chilly winds from the North Atlantic swept through the ancient stone walls of Kensington Palace, London seemed poised for a long, uneasy winter. Golden leaves scattered across the paths, rustling like whispers from the past. Prince William, the heir to the throne, had just returned from a grueling flight from Boston after the Earthshot Prize events. The environmental award he had poured his heart into building. His days in America had brought him some relief. Projects safeguarding the planet, conversations with young scientists, all convincing him that the future held hope despite the unhealed scars of his past. William stepped into the familiar palace, the warmth from the fireplace spreading through the air, yet he still felt a deep-seated weariness. He shrugged off his thick wool coat, hung it on the rack, and was about to sit down for a rest when his personal valet, Thomas, a loyal, middle-aged man who had served the royals for over 2 decades, approached. In his hands was a small package the size of a thick book, sealed with shimmering red wax under the crystal chandelier's glow. "Sir, this arrived while you were in America," Thomas said, his voice steady but laced with concern. "No sender's name. Just a postmark from Paris. We have checked security. No signs of danger." William furrowed his brow slightly, his blue eyes flashing with curiosity mixed with unease. Paris, the city of light, but for him forever tied to the darkness of 1997, when his mother, Princess Diana, departed forever in the Pont de l'Alma tunnel. On the thick paper envelope, scrolled in blue ink, "For the son who deserves the truth about his mother." William's heart pounded harder. The truth about mother, he repeated in his mind. A whirlwind of thoughts flooding in. How many years had it been since he had dreamed of her? Her radiant smile, her warm hugs, but also the nightmares of the car crash, the funeral, the sealed coffin he and his brother Harry were never allowed to open. He carried the package to his private study, a quiet room with towering bookshelves and a portrait of Diana on the wall, her eyes gazing down as if watching over him. With slightly trembling hands, William gently broke the red wax seal. Inside was a stack of aged documents, yellowed with time, stamped Hôpital de la Salpêtrière, Paris. This was the hospital where his mother had been rushed after the accident. He flipped through the pages, his heart thumping like a war drum. And then the line that froze him. Deep 4-centimeter stab wound in the right abdomen. Inconsistent with vehicle impact. The blood in William's veins seemed to stop. A wave of dizziness hit him. The world blurring around him. Impossible, he whispered, his voice faltering. Memories flooded back like a torrent. He was just 15, learning of his mother's death in the dead of night, then the solemn funeral with millions mourning. But the coffin had always remained closed. Now this document suggested what? An assassination. A conspiracy. William shuddered, his vision darkening, and he collapsed into the soft leather chair. The valet Thomas rushed in, panicked, calling for the royal physician. In the chaos, a small envelope slipped from the file, inscribed in bold red ink. Do not trust what is buried with her. One haunting question lingered. Who sent this gift? And why? After nearly 3 decades now, William lay on the chair, breathing ragged, tears streaming down his cheeks. He thought of his mother, of the secrets the royals always hid to protect their image. But now that facade was cracking, and he, the eldest son, had to face the storm about to break, late into the night. As London slept, Kensington Palace remained ablaze with light. The desk lamp reflected off William's pale face, his eyes red-rimmed from sleeplessness and emotion. He sat alone in the study, the file opened before him like a ticking time bomb. This time he read more slowly, forcing himself to stay calm and analyze every detail. The documents were copies of a medical report from a French doctor named Dr. Claire with shaky handwritten notes. Recommend expanded forensic examination. Suspected puncture wound from sharp object. Right below, in bold red, all procedures halted. No further examination. Order from Prince Charles, Prince of Wales. William set the file down, his hands clenching into fists. Memories of the 1997 funeral replayed like a black-and-white film. He and Harry, 2 young boys, walking behind their mother's coffin through London streets, millions surrounding them. They had begged their father for one last look, but Charles had firmly refused. To preserve her peaceful image, he had said then. Now Charles' signature on the document made William feel as if the entire foundation of his family was crumbling. Why would father hide this from me? Even in mother's death, he whispered, his voice thick with pain. He reflected on his own life. Growing up under the flash of media, always smiling despite a broken heart. His mother, Diana, was an icon of compassion, but also a victim of court intrigues. Was this document the key to unraveling it all? Or just a cruel hoax? Meanwhile, at the Royal Police Headquarters, Inspector David Kemp, a veteran detective with over 25 years investigating royal matters, was tasked with verifying the package. Kemp was a tall man with silver hair and eyes sharp as knives. He had handled countless threats to royal security, from anonymous letters to terror plots. His initial report noted the Paris postmark was genuine, sent from a small post office in Montmartre. The paper and stamps matched authentic samples from Petit Salpêtrière Hospital. But the file code PS2139 did not exist in official medical archives. Kemp sat in his cramped office, cigarette smoke curling despite regulations, muttering, "Something is off. This could be a sophisticated forgery." He launched a formal investigation, contacting Interpol and forensic experts. Deep down, a thrill stirred. This was not ordinary. It touched the greatest secret of the British monarchy. If real, it could topple the throne. If fake, who dared such a risk? William. after an endless, sleepless night, slipped quietly into the bedroom. The dim nightlight illuminated Catherine's face as she sat propped against the headboard, book in hand, but eyes fixed on him. "Kate, I do not know what to do," he whispered, voice trembling. Sitting on the bed's edge, this could change everything. Catherine set the book aside, taking his hand, her warm palm gently rubbing his shaking knuckles. "We will get through it together. Will. But be careful. Do not let the past swallow the present." Her embrace offered a sliver of warmth in the cold night. But William knew the quest for truth was just beginning. The next morning, as the sun peeked through England's grey clouds, William drove his familiar Range Rover to Clarence House unannounced. The winding countryside roads through green fields did little to soothe his churning mind. He imagined confronting his father, King Charles III, the man who had lived his life in the shadow of royal duty. The peaceful atmosphere shattered as William entered the small drawing room. King Charles sat reading state papers with Queen Camilla pouring tea from an antique porcelain set beside him. She startled briefly at William's arrival, but quickly offered a polite smile. "William, what a surprise," Charles said, his voice warm yet defensive. William cut straight to it, locking eyes with his father. "Did you ever see Mother's face one last time?" The air froze. The clock's ticking echoed like a bomb. Camilla set her teacup down with a slight tremor. Charles sighed, his eyes weary. "William, why ask now after all these years? I need to know." William interrupted, emotion surging. "I received documents from Paris. They mentioned wounds on Mother's body. Not from the crash. And you ordered the examination halted." Camilla interjected softly but firmly. "William, you must understand some past matters are best left undisturbed. It only brings more pain." William turned to her, fire in his eyes. "Whose pain are you talking about? Father's or the woman you replaced?" Camilla froze, her face paling. She had been at the center of the Charles-Diana divorce scandal, and now old wounds reopened. Charles breathed heavily, his tone sharpening. "I saw her. William, and I wish I had not been the last to do so. Your mother." She looked peaceful, but her body covered in wounds from the accident. "Why not let us see? Why hide Mother from the world? Or were you hiding something for someone?" William shouted. Tears welling, Camilla rose, voice rising. "The world had seen enough blood. William, some images should never exist. We had to protect you children. Protect the monarchy. You have no right to speak her name." William roared, fists clenched. Charles slammed his hand on the table, shattering a teacup, porcelain shards flying. "Enough. Some truths, if exposed, would kill the last shreds of humanity in this monarchy. I chose silence to protect you and Harry. Do not force me to say it all." William stormed out, tears flowing freely. He drove back, mind reeling. Camilla watched from the window, sighing. Sometimes silence is the only way to keep a family from falling apart. Charles sat motionless, memories of Diana flooding back in agony. This confrontation was merely the prelude to a greater storm. 3 days later, under the guise of earth-shot prize business, Prince William flew to Paris with Inspector David Kemp. The plane landed in drizzling rain. The City of Light shrouded in grey mist. Their black car crept through cobblestone streets past the flickering Eiffel Tower. But William had no eyes for the sights. He felt as if stepping back into the past where his mother had slipped away. They arrived first at Pity-Salpêtrière Hospital. An elderly nurse named Monique Desamps, with neatly tied silver hair, greeted them in the chilly corridor. She trembled at the sight of William. "You look so much like your mother. I remember that night as if it were yesterday." All the ER cameras suddenly went dark for over 20 minutes. Then we got orders from the British Embassy. No talking to anyone. No disclosures. Kemp asked professionally. Did they give a reason? Monique sighed. They said it was for medical reasons. Blood in the car. So keep it quiet to avoid complications. But something felt off. Everything happened too fast. The princess. She fought to the end. But the wounds were too severe. William stayed silent. His heart twisting. He pictured his mother there alone in the Paris night. Thank you, he said. Voice choking. That afternoon, they visited the Boulogne-Séricier funeral home. The elderly manager Claude with his silver mustache bowed. I remember it vividly. The princess coffin was welded shut with silver metal unlike any ordinary one. They said it was to prevent chemical leaks and maintain royal dignity. We just followed orders. William asked. Did that seem unusual to you? Claude nodded. We had never seen anything like it. But they claimed it was a special request from the British side. Diplomatic orders. I did not dare question. Perhaps to fend off the press. William glanced at Kemp, voice lowering. What do you think they were really protecting? Health or honor? Kemp replied. Possibly both. Sir, but we will find answers. I just got word. The package was posted from a small Montmartre office by a woman in her 30s in a black hat using a false name. William nodded. Unease gnawing at him. Outside. Paris faded into fog. Notre Dame's bells tolling distantly. He stood still amid the crowds, sensing the truth, tantalizingly close, yet elusive. In the shadowed corners of Clarence House, where twilight filtered through heavy velvet curtains, King Charles III sat alone under the faint glow of a reading lamp, illuminating his aged, wrinkled face. On the table lay Inspector David Kemp's investigation report, dense pages of details that, to Charles, were not mere words, but knives carving into the past. He flipped through them, eyes blurring, as memories surged like a violent flood. Paris, 1997. That fateful night when the world seemed to collapse at his feet. Charles recalled it as if reliving the moment, the night Diana died. He flew to Paris immediately upon hearing, his heart shattered by a loss he had never imagined. At Pitié-Salpêtrière Hospital, with its sterile corridors and sharp antiseptic smell, Diana lay there on the stark white bed, her face eerily serene despite the horrific wounds from the car crash, deep cuts from shattered glass, widespread bruises, internal injuries beyond saving. Charles knelt by the bed, clutching her cold hand, tears streaming down his cheeks, a prince trained to conceal emotions, now sobbing like a child bereft of his mother. I am here to bring you home, on my honor. For the love of our two boys, sleeping unaware, their mother will never wake, he whispered, voice breaking in anguish. It was not just to Diana, it was a vow to his own conscience, to safeguard what remained of her. With trembling hands, Charles personally draped the royal embossed shroud over her body, an act beyond protocol, born from the broken heart of an ex-husband and father, piecing together family fragments. He did not want the world to see Diana as a pitiful victim, but as an enduring symbol of compassion and beauty. Hours later, in an emergency meeting with British and French officials, he signed the order to repatriate her remains. The Home Office noted clearly, request to seal coffin, health and safety per international protocols. The coffin was lined with thick lead, a standard measure against decomposition and leakage, especially for long-distance transport under global media pressure. But for Charles, it was more than protocols. A shield for Diana's final image from prying lenses and sensational headlines that might turn her into a tragedy rather than a heroine. Now, in Clarence House, Charles closed the report with a heavy sigh. The door creaked open and Catherine entered. At his unexpected invitation, her familiar gentleness evident in her glossy brown hair and warm smile that always brought peace to the royals, She sat beside him, taking his hand. "Your Majesty, William is suffering deeply. He thinks there is a conspiracy that you have hidden the truth. Why seal the coffin? Why not let him and Harry see her one last time?" Charles looked at Catherine. Eyes welling with emotion, he paused, wrestling inwardly, then spoke slowly, weighted with gravity. "I signed that order, but I did not scrutinize every detail. The officials said it was law. International health safety to prevent infection and decay en route to Britain. But deep down I know it was also for dignity. I did not want William and Harry to see their mother like that. Bloodied. Mangled wounds from the crash. Diana. She deserved to depart like a queen. Not a wretched victim. I chose to preserve the best image in their memories. Her radiant smile. Her sparkling eyes. Not eternal scars." Catherine nodded, eyes welling with tears. "I understand. Your Majesty, that is a father's love. But William needs to hear it from you. He is lost in doubt." Charles gazed out the window at darkening London, voice emotional like a belated confession. "I lost her once. Catherine. In a broken marriage. Scandals. And that Paris night. I did not want to lose my sons to harsh truths that Diana's death was fate's tragedy, not conspiracy. But now I see silence is not always protection. It can become a burden. Those memories tormented him utterly, yet marked a turning point. He would face William not as king, but as father. This inner turmoil's climax did not just close the past. It opened hope for family reconciliation. A week later, as London buzzed with rumors of the mysterious file package, the royal investigators finally traced the sender. A dramatic twist, leaving the monarchy and global media breathless. The culprit was Eleanor Hughes, a 34-year-old former psychology researcher from Manchester. No secret enemy or international spy, but an ordinary woman ensnared by personal obsession. Eleanor had volunteered at a 2021 Royal Mental Health event, attempting to approach Prince William with a study on parental loss trauma, a topic she believed he was denying, politely rebuffed by security. She spiraled into fixation, tracking every royal news item, amassing Diana documents, and convincing herself William needed liberation from secrets she had fabricated. Police raided her modest Manchester suburb flat on a drizzly morning, finding her amid chaotic papers. The room was a personal Diana shrine, walls plastered with news clippings, shelves stacked with biographies, desk cluttered with an old printer. Detectives seized evidence: a laser printer for aging paper effects, antique paper from flea markets, forged Petit Salpêtrière stamps, dozens of clipped Diana articles with scrolled notes like "Truth Buried," and crucially, the original 2004 Operation Paget medical report publicly released, confirming Diana's death as a car accident without conspiracy. But Eleanor had artfully overlaid fake details about a 4-centimeter stab using editing software. Handcuffed, Eleanor's face ashen, tears streaming as she was led to the police van. In the stark neon-lit interrogation room, she sobbed her confession. "I just wanted him to see that truth does not die just because it is sealed away. I adore Prince William. He is a symbol of strength. But living in delusion. His mother was harmed, and the royals covered it up. I faked the files to awaken him, to make him face the real trauma." Her admission stemmed not from malice, but disordered psychology, obsession twisted into delusion. Convincing her actions were helping the prince. That evening, the BBC aired a special. Royal investigators reveal the shocking truth about why Diana's coffin was never opened. Millions in Britain and worldwide glued to screens, awaiting the climax. Royal conspiracy. Inspector Kemp, stern yet compassionate under studio lights, declared, Royal police confirm no evidence Princess Diana suffered injuries beyond the car crash. The coffin sealing stemmed from international health protocols, preserving the body per transport regulations, and Prince Charles wished to safeguard her serene final image. This is not dark intrigue. It is pure humanity. A father sparing his sons the horror of her wounds. Sometimes truth is not in papers or forgeries, but in the pains we choose to forget to heal. News spread like wildfire. Global headlines sensational. Diana secret. No plot. Just fatherly love. From the New York Times to Le Monde, chatter focused on Eleanor. An obsessed woman turned unwitting fraudster. William watched from Kensington's study. Relief mingled with sorrow. He pondered his mother, father, and this stranger. The saga's climax ended not as an earth-shaking scandal, but the harsh truth of a misguided soul, reminding that personal pain can brew unexpected tempests. The next day, as the sun dipped toward the horizon, Windsor Castle, emblem of British royal might, bathed in soft golden twilight, gentle as nature's solace. Ancient stone walls glowed warm orange, and the tranquil gardens reserved for royal private strolls whispered with autumn chill, carrying damp grass and fallen leaves. There, amid late-blooming rose bushes and time-worn gravel paths, stood Princess Diana's statue, cast in bronze, her radiant smile, arms outstretched, embracing the world, flanked by 3 children symbolizing her global compassion for youth. Prince William walked slowly along the path, each step heavy with pent-up emotions from the week. In his hand, a sealed envelope from royal police. The official medical report delivered that morning after the BBC broadcast, thick and stamped. It held not just documents, but the key to unlocking gnawing doubts. William paused, breathing in crisp autumn air, steadying himself. He reflected on the journey. The enigmatic Paris gift, tense father confrontation, French hospital revelations, all led here to confronting the final truth. King Charles awaited by an ancient granite bench under a centuries-old oak, his eyes weary from sleepless nights, yet warmed with rare tenderness. A father's readiness to shed protective armor for family mending, dressed in a simple wool coat, emphasizing this as father-son, not king-heir. As William neared, Charles rose first, voice slow and emotional. "I have lived to safeguard royal honor." William, but now I see honor cannot heal human wounds. It is a mere facade masking real pains. William halted, eyes welling as he met his father's gaze. He sensed sincerity, not a king's command, but a man's shared loss. "I thought mother was buried with secrets," William replied, voice quivering, holding back emotional waves. "I doubted you. The whole family, but it was your fear buried too. Fear, harsh truth would destroy us." Charles nodded, hands clenching as if embracing memories. He sat on the bench, gesturing to William beside him, the air serene. Only wind, rustling leaves, and distant birdsong. "If there is one thing I wish most in life," Charles said gravely, "it is that your mother departed as a true woman, not the icon the world built. Diana, she was my love. Although we lost our way in marriage, I did not want you boys remembering her through crash horrors. Cuts, blood, physical agony. I wanted her smile. Compassion, the way she held you. That is why I sealed the coffin, not hiding plots, but preserving that beautiful memory." William paused silently, autumn breeze tousling his hair. He opened the envelope, hands shaking as he scanned the pristine official medical report. Crisp pages, with 1997 doctors' and officials' signatures. No 4-centimeter stab. No sharp object or conspiracy evidence. All standard forensics. Death from internal injuries via car impact. William read each line. Heart aching. Tears rolled down. Not disappointment, but relief. An emotional climax as doubts dissolved. Mother! He choked. Voice breaking like the 15-year-old boy of old. Finally, I understand that coffin was not veiling dark truths, but preserving your finest image, you left in peace. And Father shielded that for us. Charles rose, approaching his son, and for the first time in years placed a hand on William's shoulder. A warm paternal gesture. I will abdicate sooner than planned. William, he said firmly, yet emotionally, the crown weighs not just gold and gems, but those who have fallen so you may rise. Diana sacrificed much. I will not burden you alone. Lead with heart as she did. Father and son gazed at Diana's statue. End of daylight casting long blending shadows. The bronze seemed alive in sunset. Her smile warm. Eyes watching this healing. William wiped tears, feeling renewed energy. Not anger, but forgiveness. He embraced his father. A tight hug after emotional years apart. Thank you, Father, he whispered, for protecting us. Even through silence, day's final light faded, merging three silhouettes. Mother, Father, Sen, in dying gold. Autumn wind carried faint rose scent like Diana's whisper. Forgive and move on. A chapter closed, not with shattering scandal or dark plots, but simple truth, profound mercy, and genuine forgiveness. And so, the secret of Diana's coffin is unveiled. Not courtly darkness, but a father's quiet love. In a politics-churned world of power and secrets intertwined, sometimes the plainest truth proves strongest, capable of healing humanity's deepest wounds. Do you feel your heart tighten while witnessing William's pain? Or are you also wondering if silence is truly the best way to protect when the truth is revealed? Do you believe a father's love can be stronger than any conspiracy? Share your thoughts with us in the comments section. Remember to like, share, and subscribe for more. Also, click the next video showing on your screen. You will enjoy.
I think the Queen's duty and her service, her tolerance, her commitment to others, I think that's all been incredibly important to me, and it's been a real sort of guiding example.
Do you believe in a silent act of revenge that lasts for 30 years, where every emotion is buried beneath the cold rituals of the royal institution? When the doors of Buckingham Palace close in silence, the familiar smile of Prince William suddenly fades. His eyes change, sharp and decisive. He is no longer the son who always preserves harmony, no longer the symbol of patience. What remains is a command delivered in the shadows. The Parker Bowles family is no longer on the list. There is no official announcement, no explanation. Yet those involved understand a purge has begun. This is not an unfounded rumor. This is a real shift of power. Quiet, yet powerful enough to shake the foundations of the British monarchy. As King Charles grows weaker, the balance of power is gradually tilting toward the heir. And for the first time, William no longer wishes to play the role of the dutiful son standing behind Camilla. He holds in his hands what many call her political lifeline. A single decision, a note, or even silence is enough to determine the fate of an entire family. But the biggest question remains, is this long-delayed justice for Princess Diana, or a ruthless move by a future king? Is William repairing the past, or creating a new fracture within his own family? If you support William, comment 1. If you feel sympathy for Camilla, comment 2 right below this video. In the year 1995, a 15-year-old boy sat in front of a television screen, so silent that no one realized his heart was breaking into pieces. This was not an ordinary evening in the royal family. It was the night the world listened to the Panorama interview. where Princess Diana spoke the truth that had been buried for years. There were 3 people in this marriage, a short sentence, yet powerful enough to pierce every wall of authority, and somewhere within the palace, Prince William heard it all. No one knows exactly how a child feels when they realize their family is not the fairy tale the world believes. But for William, it was not only pain, it was the collapse of belief. He saw his mother, a woman once loved by the world, now standing alone, defending her own dignity before millions of doubtful eyes. And the most painful part was not the betrayal, but how it was concealed, cold, calculated, and ruthless. In the years that followed, as Diana was gradually isolated from the center of power, William witnessed everything: the long, silent meals, the tears hidden behind closed doors, the late-night calls that were never answered. He needed no explanation. He understood. He understood that there was another woman, a name people avoided mentioning, yet present in every empty space within his family. And over time, that name was no longer a secret. What made the wound never heal was not only the past, but how the past was rewritten as time passed, as the media began to change its tone, as articles slowly shifted from criticism to sympathy. William realized something. His mother's story was being distorted, and the one who benefited from that shift was none other than Camilla. A long-term strategy. Patient and calculated, step by step, her image was softened, humanized, brought closer to the public. But what was the cost? It was the silence of 2 children who had lost their mother. It was being placed in a position where they had to accept, to smile, to appear before the public as if everything had been forgiven. William never forgot the headlines that subtly suggested Diana was too sensitive, that she had exaggerated everything, words that seemed harmless, yet cut like silent knives into his memory. And he knew those narratives did not appear by accident. At one point, William understood that this was not just about emotion. It was a battle of image, of media power, of who gets to tell history. And at that time, he was still a young man without enough power to change anything. He had no choice but to watch, to learn to control his emotions, to become part of a system he did not fully trust. But memory does not disappear. It waits. Every time Diana's name is mentioned, every time an article praises Camilla's resilience, every time the public begins to forget what happened, the scar within William aches again. Not an explosive anger, but something deeper and more enduring, a silent vow that was never spoken, yet always existed. The vow of a 15-year-old boy that he would not allow his mother's story to be forgotten, that one day, the truth would be restored to its rightful place, and that those who had hurt his family would face consequences, even if delayed. As time passed, William was no longer that boy. He learned to smile in public, to shake hands with those he did not truly trust, to remain silent when necessary. But inside, everything remained unfadet, simply better controlled. And that control made him more dangerous than ever. Because unlike impulsive emotion, a decision nurtured over many years carries the weight of calculation. William does not act hastily. He observes, he waits, he understands that in the royal world, power does not come from loud words, but from small yet decisive changes: an appointment, a signature, a removal from a list. And now, as everything has changed, as he is no longer the one standing behind, as power begins to rest in his hands, what once was memory has begun to transform into action. It is no longer a story of the past. It is a strategy for the present. But emotion is only the surface. What truly makes Camilla uneasy is not what William feels, but the legal power he has just secured at the end of the year 2025. While official reports maintained their usual calm tone, A quiet, yet decisive movement took place behind closed royal doors. There was no grand announcement, no formal ceremony. Yet those who understand the mechanisms of power recognized it. A milestone had been set, an unofficial transition, yet strong enough to alter an order that had existed for many years. And at the center of it all was Prince William. They call it Operation 2026, a name that never appears on paper, yet is whispered in private conversations among the elite. It is not an open coup, but a process of restructuring power carried out with near absolute patience and calculation. William does not need to speak. He lets the numbers speak for him. And the number that shocks many is 800 luxury brands, names that have been tied to the British monarchy for generations, are now under the direct control of William and Catherine. Royal warrants are not merely symbols of honor. They are keys that open the doors to prestige, profit, and recognition within elite circles. A brand granted a royal warrant does not simply sell products. It sells a story. It sells a connection to the highest level of national power. For many years, this system was distributed in a relatively balanced way among senior members of the royal family. But as William gradually took control of the Duchy of Cornwall, and as his influence continued to expand, that balance began to shift, not through a sudden decision, but through a series of small adjustments. Some brands were no longer renewed. Others were redirected in their patronage. And most of them, quite naturally, began to align more closely with William and Catherine. This was not a coincidence. This was strategy. Because William understood one thing clearly. In the modern royal world, power does not lie only in titles. It lies in networks. It lies in the relationships between the monarchy and the business world, between ceremony and economic interest. When you control who is allowed to use royal prestige, you are controlling the flow of money and influence, and that is the key point. By concentrating the authority to grant royal warrants in his own hands, William is tightening the indirect financial resources that others can rely on. The banquets, the events, the relationships built around this patronage system have begun to shift direction. Businesses, always sensitive to power, quickly adjust. They do not turn their backs on the past, but they begin to look toward the future. And that future is named William. Camilla does not need to read reports to understand what is happening. She feels it through subtle changes. Invitations no longer arrive as frequently as before. Familiar faces at events begin to grow distant. No one says it out loud, but everyone knows the center of power is moving, and she is no longer standing where she once was. What makes the situation more serious is the way William is building a court within a court, not a formal structure, but a network of loyal individuals, advisors, and partners, all revolving around him and Catherine. They do not only share a vision, they share interests, and in such a system, loyalty does not need to be forced. It is cultivated through opportunity and recognition. Major businesses, luxury conglomerates, long-time royal supporters, begin seeking closer access to William, not because they are forced to do so, but because they understand it is the logical direction. A brand associated with the future of the monarchy always holds more value than one tied to the past. And when that choice becomes clear, the shift is only a matter of time. Meanwhile, Camilla faces an undeniable reality. She still holds the title, she still appears in ceremonies, but real power, the invisible yet decisive kind, is gradually slipping away from her. There is no direct confrontation. No formal declaration, only silence, and small but continuous changes, enough to create an ever-widening distance. William does not need to remove Camilla from the system. He only needs to ensure that the system no longer revolves around her. And when that happens, everything else will adjust on its own. That is the nature of power within the monarchy. It does not always manifest through dramatic actions. Sometimes, it lies in the ability to shape the environment, allowing others to make decisions that benefit you. Sharp observers recognize that this is not merely a personal move. It is part of a long-term strategy to redefine the role of the monarchy in the 21st century. William does not only want to inherit, he wants control. He wants to ensure that when the time comes, no competing center of power can stand against him. And in that process, those who are not part of the direct bloodline begin to feel the shift most clearly. No more unspoken privileges. No more doors that are always open. Everything becomes tighter, more conditional, and far more selective. A new system is being established, where position is no longer guaranteed by the past, but must be justified by alignment with the future. As money and patronage are tightened, relationships once considered solid begin to weaken. Promises no longer carry weight without tangible benefit, and in that context, Camilla family, those who do not carry royal blood, begin to feel more clearly than ever that they are standing at the edge of a circle of power that is steadily shrinking. As money and patronage are tightened, Camilla family, those who do not carry royal blood, begin to feel a chill from behind their backs. As changes in the patronage system begin to create a chain reaction, a quiet question emerges within the royal family. Who will be most directly affected? The answer does not lie with those under the spotlight, but with the names once considered part of a gray zone, not fully royal, yet benefiting from proximity to power. And on that list, the Parker Bowles family stands out as a clear example. Tom and Laura, Camilla, 2 children from her previous marriage, have long existed in a unique state. They carry no royal titles, hold no official duties, yet appear regularly at important events. They are seen as familiar guests, individuals with access that requires no explanation, a position close enough to benefit, yet distant enough to avoid responsibility. And for many years, that balance was maintained as an unspoken compromise, but everything began to change when William tightened the definition of working members. This is not merely an organizational concept, it is a tool of power. In the structure he is building, only those who truly hold official roles are permitted to appear at national-level events. There is no longer space for purely personal connections, no more exceptions based on sentiment or history. The difference between guest and working member suddenly becomes clearer than ever. One side carries responsibility, duty, and receives compensation from the system. The other side consists simply of those invited, without entitlement, without official standing. And when this boundary is redrawn with firmness, Tom and Laura immediately fall into the gap. The number 0 begins to appear in private discussions. No title, no salary, no official role, a number that seems simple, yet carries profound meaning. It is not only the removal of privilege, it is the redefinition of position. From those once near the center, they are pushed to the margins without the need for any public statement. William does not need to name them directly. He only needs to apply the principle consistently. When everything is placed under the standard of streamlining the institution, every decision appears reasonable. No one can oppose a system that is more efficient, more refined. But behind that logic lies a calculated choice: who is retained, who is removed, and more importantly, who no longer fits the image the monarchy seeks to build for the future. National-level events begin to change their guest lists. Names that once appeared regularly suddenly disappear. There is no official explanation, only empty spaces on seating charts. Invitations never sent. Phone calls never made. And in the world of royalty, silence is always the clearest signal. Tom, with his role in media and culinary circles, once served as a soft bridge between the monarchy and the public. Laura, with her relatively private life, still maintained a certain presence at family occasions, but as the new structure takes shape, those roles are no longer considered necessary. The monarchy no longer needs unofficial bridges. It needs control. It needs clarity. What is notable is the way William carries out this process. There is no direct confrontation, no outright refusal, only a series of small adjustments, enough to create the final outcome: an invitation note sans, a list reduced, a new criterion applied, step by step, without noise, yet impossible to reverse. And with each of those steps, the position of the Parker Bowles family becomes more fragile. They cannot react, because officially they never held power. They cannot demand, because they are not part of the system. Everything they once had depended on silent acceptance. And when that acceptance disappears, there is nothing left to hold on to. Camilla understands this better than anyone. She knows this is not merely a personal matter. It is a message, a reminder that within the new power structure, there is no place for relationships outside the framework, and that even those closest to her are not guaranteed a position. This shift does not happen in a single day. It is the result of a long process, where each small decision accumulates into a major turning point, and when that turning point becomes clear, no one can deny that an era has ended. Those who once stood on the edge of power now realize that the edge itself is shrinking. There is no longer space to stand in between. Either you belong to the system, or you are removed from it. There is no gray zone, no exception. And in a world shaped by such rules, the Parker Bowles family has no choice. But what makes the situation more tense is not what has already happened. It is what comes next. Because when a system is restructured, it does not stop at rearranging positions. It continues to expand, reaching deeper layers of power, places that were once considered untouchable. This purge does not stop at guest lists. It reaches the final place of refuge for Camilla when King Charles is no longer there. The shift in power does not stop at guest lists or financial relationships. It moves deeper, touching the most fundamental layer of the monarchy, where law, tradition, and constitutional principles intertwine into an invisible network that controls every movement. And at that deep level, a cold truth begins to emerge. Before Camilla, a truth she cannot negotiate, cannot delay, and cannot reverse. A title can disappear in a single moment. Within the power structure of the British monarchy, a title is not simply a form of address. It is access, influence, protection, and also the key that opens every door. As Queen Consort, Camilla stands beside the king, appears in every major ceremony, shares the spotlight and a portion of symbolic power, but all of that is tied to a single condition: the existence of King Charles. When that condition no longer exists, everything around her will change in a ruthless way. The title, Queen Consort, exists alongside the king. It is not an independent entity. When the king passes away, that title ends its function. In its place comes another title, still formal in sound but entirely different in meaning: Queen Dowager, a royal widow, a name that seems to retain dignity, yet in reality is the clearest sign that power has departed. A Queen Dowager is not the center, not the one who holds authority, not the one who makes decisions. She becomes a symbol of the past, a figure maintained for tradition, but no longer capable of shaping the future. And in a system being restructured by William, that position is not merely on the sidelines, it is a space of isolation. What makes this prospect unsettling is not the name itself, but what comes with it. When William ascends the throne, he does not only inherit the crown, he inherits full control. From residences, to budget, to staff, and to security systems, everything falls under his authority. And that means Camilla, once at the height of power, must now depend on the decisions of the very person she once could not control. The number 24 hours is not a written rule, but it is enough time for an administrative decision to be executed within the royal system. If William issues a request, Clarence House, Once the center of Camilla activities may no longer belong to her. No debate. No explanation. Only a directive. And the system will move. Clarence House is not just a residence, it is a symbol of position, a place where private meetings occur, where relationships are built, where power is maintained through presence. Losing that space does not only mean losing a home, it means losing an invisible form of power that the place provides, a loss that cannot be measured in numbers, yet carries deep consequences. Budget is the next factor. In the role of queen consort, Camilla activities are supported by a stable financial system, allocated according to protocol and position. But as a dowager, everything must be reviewed. Priorities shift. Spending is more tightly controlled, and most importantly, decision-making no longer belongs to her. Every expense, every plan, must pass through a system ultimately controlled by William. The security and household staff, once an extension of power, no longer remain unchanged. They are not just employees, they are the ones who ensure the smooth operation of everything around Camilla. But when the structure changes, they must adjust as well. Loyalty within the monarchy is not tied to individuals, it is tied to position. And when the position changes, loyalty shifts with it. William understands every one of these details, and it is this understanding that makes him dangerous. He does not need to issue a harsh command. He only needs to let Camilla see what could happen, to allow her to realize that every path leads to the same outcome, a future where she still exists, but no longer holds power. This is the true nature of a decisive strike. Not immediate removal, but control over the entire context. When you control residence, you control space. When you control budget, you control action. When you control staff, you control operation. And when you control all of these, nothing more needs to be said. Camilla, with her experience, understands that this is no longer a personal confrontation. It is a systemic transition. Once it has begun, no one can stand outside it, and it cannot be reversed. The isolation in this context does not come from being completely removed, it comes from still existing within the system, yet no longer being part of it, from still appearing, yet no longer being heard, from still holding a title, yet no longer possessing real power, a suspended state where past and present no longer connect. Camilla may try to adapt. She may seek to maintain influence through personal relationships, through the media, through everything she has built over many years, but all of those efforts face an unchangeable reality. William is the one setting the new rules, and within those rules, there is no place for elements that no longer fit. Sharp observers recognize that this is not only the story of one individual, it is the sign of a new era. An era in which the monarchy no longer relies on silent compromises, but operates under clearer and stricter principles. And in Zucha's system, sympathy is no longer the deciding factor. Time is the final element. When the moment of transition arrives, everything will move faster than anyone can prepare. There will be no prolonged transition period, no gradual adjustment, only a single moment where everything changes. And after that moment, a new order is established. For Camilla, the most frightening part is not the loss of power, it is the loss of control over how that power is lost. When every decision lies in someone else's hands, every step becomes passive. And in a world where power is everything, that passivity is the clearest sign of defeat. A queen dowager in the new era is no longer a powerful figure behind the scenes. She becomes a symbol, a living memory, a part of history, but no longer the one who continues the story. And for someone who has spent a lifetime moving toward the center of power, that is an ending difficult to accept. But in the current context, when all signs indicate that the transition is approaching, the question is no longer whether it will happen, it is when, and when it happens, No one will be able to stop it, because within the monarchy, when one era ends, the new era does not wait. It moves forward. Cold, precise. And without looking back, an era does not end with an explosion. It closes in silence. Slowly, yet decisively. Just as everything in this story has unfolded, there are no public confrontations. No shocking declarations. Only small changes, arranged with precision down to every detail. Enough to create an irreversible outcome, and at the center of it all, William does not choose revenge through emotional outburst. He chooses a colder and more calculated path. He takes revenge through erasure. No one is condemned. No one is removed in a loud manner, but names disappear from lists. Doors close without explanation. Privileges are reduced until nothing remains. This is not punishment in the usual sense. It is elimination. Once you no longer appear, no longer get mentioned, no longer have influence, you no longer exist within the structure of power. And that is how an era is buried. What makes this story worth reflection is not only the outcome, but how it is carried out. The British monarchy has endured for centuries not because of absolute power, but because of its ability to adapt to the times, to public opinion, to inevitable change. And in the current generation, William represents that adaptability more clearly than anyone. But it is not a gentle adaptation. It is a ruthless one, where everything that no longer fits is removed, regardless of the cost. As the spotlight turns toward the future, the image of William and Catherine walking side by side emerges as a symbol of a new order, steady, controlled, and no longer bound by the past. Behind them lies the darkness, where once familiar names slowly fade into silence. No one turns back. No one retells the old story. And perhaps that is the most frightening thing in the world of power, not being defeated, but being forgotten. Thank you for staying with us on this journey to uncover the hidden corners of royal power. Do not forget to subscribe to the channel so you do not miss the next chapter about King William V. Goodbye. The sound of ambulance sirens tore through the rain-soaked night at Sandringham, urgent and relentless, like the heartbeat of a monarchy stepping into a moment of instability. Blue and red lights swept across the ancient stone walls, reflecting against a window where a solitary figure stood motionless. Camilla. She showed no panic, no hesitation. She simply watched the convoy depart, a faint and unreadable smile resting on her lips. In that moment, something unmistakable could be felt shifting. An old order was beginning to tremble, and a new force was quietly rising. Everything had already been arranged. From this moment on, everything King Charles hears, says, and signs must go through me. The words were never spoken aloud. Yet they lingered like a shadow over the entirety of Buckingham, because the truth had become impossible to ignore. King Charles III was undergoing treatment for a serious illness, and within that dangerous vacuum of power, whoever controlled the flow of information held the power. But what made everything truly unsettling was not the king's illness, but what was happening behind closed doors. An invisible iron curtain seemed to have been drawn. Catherine was the first to sense that something was wrong. The handwritten letters from William, the urgent messages from a son to his father, all of them vanished without a trace. No replies, no acknowledgement. Until the truth emerged, they had never left the Queen's office. And now, this was no longer a matter of suspicion. It was a matter of choice. If you were Catherine, would you remain silent to preserve the greater stability, or step forward and confront the truth? Comment number 1. Remain silent and wait for the right moment. Comment number 2. Expose Camilla immediately. Leave your choice, because sometimes history is not written by truth, it is decided by silence. The door to power is never fully closed, it remains slightly ajar. just enough for those outside to glimpse a faint light, yet never touch the truth. And in the darkest days at Sandringham, when the health of King Charles III became the center of all concern, a new directive was issued: brief, cold, impossible to oppose. Limit all contact to the maximum extent for medical reasons. At first glance, it seemed reasonable. A king undergoing treatment for a severe illness needed absolute quiet. He needed to avoid pressure. He needed protection from outside influence. But the deeper one looked, the clearer it became that this was not merely a medical precaution, it was a door. And the one holding the key was none other than Camilla. Every procedure for accessing the king was tightened to an unprecedented level. Even Prince William, the direct heir, no longer had the right to see his father whenever he wished. Every meeting had to be registered in advance, not through a council, not through a medical team, but through the Queen's private secretary. An intermediary system was constructed, discreet yet absolute. And the minimum waiting time was 72 hours. 72 hours. 3 days. In a world where every decision can alter the fate of an entire monarchy, 3 days is not just a span of time. It is a vacuum of power, a void large enough for whoever controls it to rewrite the rules, and then the number 48 appeared. At first, it was just a minor detail buried within internal reports that no one noticed. But as those involved began to piece the fragments together, the true picture slowly emerged. 48 critical letters. 48 decrees requiring the king's signature. All of them were being held back. Not because the king lacked the strength to sign, not because the documents lacked urgency, but because they had never been placed on his desk. They were withheld, delayed, controlled. In a system where every document must pass through multiple layers of review, delays can be explained in many ways. Procedure, formality, health. But when the number reaches 48, it is no longer a delay. It is a strategy of controlling time, because within that very delay, silent changes began to unfold. No announcements, no declarations, yet enough to shake the foundations of the entire power structure. The Regency Council, an institution created to ensure continuity of the monarchy when the king is unable to perform his duties, a safeguard, a safety net, yet also a place where even the smallest adjustment can trigger irreversible consequences. And according to information revealed by internal sources, during the period when those 48 documents were being withheld, a series of provisions had been quietly adjusted, not sweeping changes, just minor details, lines of text that seemed insignificant. But when placed precisely, they could shift the balance of power, authority of approval, authority of oversight, authority of access to information, piece by piece, like moves on a chessboard that no one realized were being made. And the most frightening part was not the changes themselves, but the silence in which they occurred. No announcements, no debate, no public vote, only time, and the one who controlled it. Meanwhile, outside those closed doors, unease began to spread. Calls went unanswered. Messages received no reply. Meetings were postponed without clear explanation. William began to realize that something was wrong. But every time he tried to push further, he was stopped by the very system built to protect his father. A painful paradox. A son unable to see his father, not because of distance, but because of an invisible barrier standing between them. And then, Catherine stepped in. No noise, no declarations. Yet with a level of sharp observation that few could match, she did not look at what was said. She looked at what was hidden. The gaps, the inconsistencies, the coincidences too perfect to be accidental. Catherine began to trace the path of the letters, the documents, the delayed intervals, and the deeper she went, the more she realized that none of these were isolated incidents. They were part of a system designed with intent, A system in which power was not expressed through grand statements, but through the ability to control the smallest details. Who was allowed to see the king, when, for how long, which documents were delivered, which were withheld, what information was permitted to exist, and what information was erased. Everything converged on one point: Camilla. For many years, she had been seen as someone in the background, a woman once placed on the margins of history, but now, within this fragile vacuum of power, she was no longer behind the scenes. She stood at the center, and what made everything dangerous was not ambition. It was patience. Camilla did not need to act quickly. She only needed to control the pace, slow everything down, stretch time, and within that silence, each small change would accumulate into a powerful wave. But there was one thing she had not calculated. Not everyone could be deceived by silence. Not every gap could be concealed. And not everyone was willing to stand aside. Catherine was not someone easily misled. She did not only see what was happening, she understood what it meant. She understood that if everything continued, there would come a point where nothing could be reversed. And that was when the balance began to shift, not through a dramatic action, not through a public declaration, but through awareness, because in a struggle for power, the most dangerous moment is not when the opponent is at their strongest, it is when they believe no one is watching. But Camilla was mistaken. She was wrong to believe she could control everything simply by controlling time. Wrong to believe that small changes would go unnoticed. And most of all, wrong to assume that the woman quietly observing would choose silence. Because Catherine was not only a member of the royal family, she was someone who understood the value of truth, and once the truth begins to surface, no iron curtain can conceal it forever. But Camilla made a grave mistake in believing she could blind the most resolute woman of the Windsor family. Catherine, not every secret is hidden in darkness. Sometimes they exist in plain sight, within the very room that seems the safest in a monarchy, and it is that artificial normalcy that becomes the most dangerous layer of all. After tracing the unusual signs from the intercepted letters and the delayed decrees, Catherine understood she no longer had much time, because everything was operating too smoothly, too perfectly, as if it had been calculated long in advance. And if she continued to stand aside, those silent changes would soon become an irreversible reality. The opportunity came on an afternoon that appeared entirely harmless. When Catherine entered the king's study under the simple pretext of looking for a few books for the young princes, a reason just reasonable enough to avoid suspicion, just gentle enough to pass through the tightening layers of control surrounding the king, the room at that moment was unnaturally quiet, with no sound of papers, no conversation, only a heavy silence, as if it were holding back things that should not be heard. And within that seemingly harmless space, Catherine began to realize that nothing was normal. She moved slowly, her eyes observing every small detail, from the desk surface to the bookshelves and familiar objects, everything arranged perfectly. Yet it was precisely that perfection that raised her suspicion, because it was too clean, too orderly, as if every trace had been deliberately erased. And then her attention stopped at a point almost impossible to notice beneath the desk, where a small object had been installed with such precision that it nearly blended into the wood, visible only to someone actively searching for something out of place. As she bent down to examine it, Catherine confirmed it was a miniature recording device, and in that moment, all her previous suspicions took on a clear form, because this device could not have appeared there by accident, and its placement was not random. It was exactly where Camilla usually sat during private discussions with doctors, which meant every important conversation had been systematically recorded. Without hesitation, Catherine removed the device and activated the recording. And what she heard was not ordinary conversation, but cold exchanges marked by clear control. Camilla's voice emerged with familiar calm, yet carrying a chilling decisiveness. she demanded an increase in sedative dosage, stating that the king remained conscious for too long, and when a doctor attempted to raise concerns about side effects, Camilla immediately cut in with a tone that allowed no debate, emphasizing that the king needed more rest to avoid stress. At that very moment, Catherine realized the issue had moved beyond the control of information to a far more dangerous level, the control of the king's state of consciousness, because when a person is forced to sleep more than necessary, they gradually lose the ability to observe, assess, and decide. And during that time, anyone behind the scenes can intervene in documents requiring a signature. The recording continued with details that made the picture even clearer, as Camilla mentioned that documents would be prepared in advance and only required gentle guidance when the king awoke, revealing a process already in place, where the king's awareness was no longer a requirement but merely a formality. Catherine stopped when she felt she had heard enough, because by then she no longer had any doubt. She held in her hands evidence of a control system operating behind those seemingly closed doors. At the same time, Catherine connected this discovery with a recent shocking decision: the dismissal of the head of royal security, a man who had served for 15 years, removed by a single document bearing the king's signature, and upon closer examination, she realized that signature did not fully match what she had seen before, the handwriting unsteady and inconsistent, as if it had been produced in a state of partial awareness, or worse, replicated. From that point, Catherine began to see the entire picture with unsettling clarity. As the recording device, the intercepted letters, the delayed documents, and the questionable signature were no longer separate events, but linked together into a complete system of control, in which everything from information to time to decision-making could be shaped by the will of a single individual. And in that very moment, Catherine understood that she was no longer facing a simple battle of intellect within the royal household, but a far more dangerous situation, because if this system continued to operate unchecked, the consequences would not stop at shifting the balance of power. They could directly affect the king's health, and even his life. When the first pieces of evidence were in her hands, Catherine realized that her actions from this point forward would no longer be a personal choice, but a responsibility, because she was not only protecting the future of the monarchy, she was standing before the task of preventing a scenario that, if it unfolded, no one would be able to undo. And that realization made her understand that this conflict had entered an entirely different phase, where silence was no longer a safe option. When the first pieces had come together, Catherine understood that this battle could no longer remain silent, because any evidence, if kept hidden, would gradually lose its power over time. And in a system where everything could be controlled, truth could only exist when brought into the light at the right moment. But Camilla was not someone who would stand still and wait, because the moment she sensed unusual movements around her, she chose to strike first. And this time, the blow was not aimed directly at Catherine, but at the entire foundation protecting the Wales family. The decision was made coldly and swiftly. The security budget allocated to William and Catherine was cut by 40%, a figure that carried not only financial meaning, but also a clear signal of who truly held control behind the scenes. In a royal system where security is not only a personal matter but also a symbol of status, such a reduction was nothing less than a public warning, a way to push the Wales family into a weaker position without declaring any open confrontation. But Camilla underestimated Catherine's response, because instead of reacting directly or attempting to counter, Catherine chose an entirely different strategy, one that was not loud, yet far more powerful than any public statement. She appeared at an important memorial ceremony where all eyes were on the royal family, where every gesture and every small detail could become a message, And it was there that Catherine made a move no one could have anticipated: Princess Diana's brooch. It was not merely a piece of jewelry, but a symbole, a memory. A fragment of history that Camilla had always tried to keep in the shadows, because its presence was a constant reminder to the public of a past she could never erase. When Catherine stepped into the solemn space of the ceremony with that brooch on her chest, everything seemed to pause for a brief moment. Because it was not a fashion choice, it was a silent statement. A way of reminding the world that some values cannot be replaced and some memories cannot be controlled. That image spread rapidly, not only through the media, but also within the minds of the public, because it touched something deep, an unavoidable comparison between past and present, between what once stood as a symbol of empathy and what was now unfolding behind closed doors. And within that wave of emotion, Catherine made her next move. A decisive one. The recording. It was not released directly, not broadcast widely, but allowed to leak by accident to a respected newspaper, one with enough credibility to make people listen, yet enough restraint to avoid turning it into a cheap scandal. The recording was carefully edited, preserving the most critical parts, the lines that raised questions without offering conclusions, and that was precisely what made it more dangerous than any direct accusation. The public began to hear a familiar voice, began to recognize details that could not be ignored, and most importantly, began to ask questions, not about an individual, but about the entire system operating behind the scenes. Was the king truly in control of what he signed? Or was there a force behind him shaping everything in ways no one could see? Public opinion began to shift. At first, it was only small doubts, cautious articles, carefully framed questions. But as time passed, the pressure intensified, because once a question is raised without a clear answer, it spreads, multiplies, and eventually becomes a force no one can control. Camilla was forced to respond. She could no longer hide behind medical regulations or layers of information control, because when the public begins to pay attention, silence itself becomes a sign of concealment. And in such a situation, saying nothing can be more dangerous than any explanation. But that very pressure pushed Camilla into a mistake she could not foresee. An afternoon tea was organized, a symbolic event of stability and tradition, where everything was arranged perfectly to convey that nothing unusual was happening, that everything remained under control. Camilla appeared with her familiar confidence, attempting to reaffirm her image before the public and the media. But in that very effort, she revealed more than she intended: evasive answers, inconsistent details, small moments of lost composure, subtle yet enough to be captured. All of it contributed to forming a picture that had never existed before. An image of someone struggling to maintain control, while the very foundation of that control was beginning to fracture. Catherine did not need to attend that event. She did not need to say anything. Because everything had already been set in motion, the recording had surfaced at the right moment. The image of the brooch had stirred the necessary emotion, and public pressure did the rest. In a struggle for power, victory does not always come from direct confrontation. Sometimes it comes from forcing the opponent to reveal their own weaknesses. And this time, Catherine achieved that perfectly. But more importantly, Catherine understood that this was not the end, because when a system begins to crack, it does not collapse immediately. It reacts. It resists. And it can become more dangerous than ever before. It finally breaks apart. And as public pressure intensified, Camilla was forced into the open. And that was when she made a fatal mistake during the afternoon tea. Public pressure did not remain confined to headlines or quiet discussions behind the scenes. It gradually built into an undercurrent strong enough to force everything to the surface. And eventually, the inevitable happened. A direct confrontation without diplomatic layers. without evasive language, but a blunt collision between two women standing at opposite ends of a fragile balance of power. Windsor, on that heavy afternoon, was no longer a symbol of stability, but a true battleground, where every glance, every word could alter the fate of an entire monarchy. Catherine entered the room with remarkable calm, showing no sign of hesitation or fear, because she understood that this moment allowed no retreat, no further silence even for a second. Camilla was already there, standing upright, her gaze sharp, still carrying the posture of someone who believed she was in control. But behind that exterior, pressure was tightening, because she knew that what had been exposed could not easily be erased. There were no greetings, no formalities. The confrontation began almost immediately, and the air in the room became dense, as if even the ancient walls were listening to every word being spoken. Camilla spoke first, her voice not loud, but filled with disdain. Each word emphasized as a way to assert her authority. "You are nothing more than a fortunate commoner. Do not try to teach me how to rule a kingdom." That statement was not only a personal insult, it was a declaration, a way to push Catherine back into the position where Camilla believed she belonged. But this time, Catherine did not avoid it, did not remain silent. She responded with a calmness that left even those present stunned. "I may be a commoner, but I carry the blood of the future. And you? You are holding a crown made of paper, and it is burning." In that moment, everything seemed to stop, because it was not just a reply, it was an assertion, a complete reversal of the balance. As Catherine no longer stood on the defensive but moved into attack, not with official power, but with truth and the rising support of the public, the exchange did not end there. It continued with increasingly tense words. As Catherine step by step presented the evidence she had gathered from the intercepted letters, the delayed documents, to the recording that had sparked waves of suspicion outside, and each detail mentioned caused the layer of control surrounding Camilla to slowly fracture. Camilla tried to respond, tried to maintain her position. But this time, every explanation became weak under the weight of concrete facts. And what unsettled her most was not Catherine, but those standing behind, the eyes that no longer fully trusted, the silence that no longer signaled support. And then, at the very peak of the confrontation, something unexpected happened. Something no one in that room could have anticipated. The door opened. A medical team entered, led by a doctor brought by William, someone who had previously been blocked, but now appeared with urgency that could not be delayed. And within seconds, the news spread across the room. King Charles had awakened, not a weak awakening, but a moment clear enough for him to recognize what was happening around him, and his presence changed everything. Because every argument, every accusation was no longer a hypothesis, but a question that had to be answered before the very head of the monarchy. No one said it aloud, but everyone understood that this was the turning point. With the intervention of the new medical team, the previous control procedures were broken, and the documents requiring review began to be delivered directly to the king, no longer passing through any intermediary layer. And in that context, decisions were made swiftly and decisively, as if they had been waiting for a long time. Camilla was stripped of her authority over royal decrees, a decision not loud, yet final, because it not only ended her control over the flow of information, but also sent a clear message that the balance of power had shifted, and this time, that shift could no longer be reversed through quiet measures. There was no dramatic scene afterward, no open resistance, because in moments like these, silence itself becomes the clearest sign of defeat. And Camilla understood that better than anyone. She withdrew, not through a grand announcement, but through a brief statement that she would return to Clarence House to recover her peace of mind. A gentle expression for a forced retreat, a necessary step back to avoid a greater crisis. But for those who had witnessed everything, it was not merely a retreat. It was the end of a phase in which power operated in the shadows. A phase where everything seemed controllable without anyone noticing. Catherine did not celebrate. She did not need to, because she understood that this victory was not hers alone. It belonged to a system that had corrected itself to protect its own integrity, to those who chose not to remain silent, and to a truth that had finally come into the light. And in the stillness after the storm, one thing became clearer than ever. Power can be built from titles, from crowns, from rules established over centuries, but without the trust of the public, all of it is nothing more than a fragile structure that can collapse at any moment. Power can be borrowed from a crown, but the hearts of the people belong only to those who are sincere. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the storm has passed, but its aftershocks still linger through every corridor of Windsor. A reminder that no power struggle truly ends in a single moment. King Charles gradually recovers. Not miraculously, but step by step, under the close care and direct supervision of William and Catherine, who are now not only family, but the final line of protection between him and any force that once sought to manipulate him. Important decisions begin to return. With greater transparency, procedures are restored, and the curtain that once covered everything is slowly drawn back, revealing a system that is healing itself after dangerous fractures. Camilla still holds the title of Queen Consort, still appears in official ceremonies, still occupies the position that history has granted her, but all of it now exists only in form, because the real power she once held no longer exists as it did before. There are no longer layers of intermediary control, no longer decisions passing through her hands before reaching the king, and most importantly, no longer the absolute silence she once relied on to operate everything in the shadows. Her return to Clarence House is not merely a period of rest, it is a clear signal that the balance of power has completely changed. But this story is not only about the collapse of a power, it is also a profound reminder that in the harsh world of monarchy, where everything can be distorted and controlled, it is family love and loyalty that form the strongest fortress, the only force capable of standing firm against every scheme and every upheaval. And now, the question is not only for those within the story, but for you. What do you think about Catherine's reversal of the situation? Was it necessary courage or a risky move? Has Camilla truly stepped back? Or is this only a retreat to wait for another opportunity? Leave your thoughts, press like, and subscribe so you do not miss the next revelations. Because this story may have come to a close, but what lies beneath it may only just be beginning. In the deep darkness of the wine cellar at Ray Mill House, King Charles III stood frozen. A faint yellow light trembled across the cold stone walls, revealing a strange crack that had just appeared as if it had never existed in any blueprint. The air grew thick. The wind whistling through a narrow gap sounded like whispers buried for decades. And then, when that fragile layer of stone was pushed aside, a hidden passage revealed itself. Leading into an unexplored darkness, the narration slowed, heavy and deliberate. Beneath these ancient layers of brick and stone, Camilla's darkest secret had just been exposed. Not gold, not power, but handwritten letters from the late Queen Elizabeth II, bearing a line that could send a chill down anyone's spine. Charles, I do not trust Camilla. A short sentence, yet enough to shake the very foundation of the monarchy. After a long and exhausting official tour, the king returned, hoping for quiet. But what awaited him was a devastating shock. Why had Camilla hidden these final words? Why were they buried deep beneath her own private residence? And more importantly, How many secrets still remained undiscovered? Were those letters only the beginning, or the final evidence of a truth the entire royal family had tried to bury? Before we go deeper into that fateful cellar and begin to peel back each layer of secrecy, I want to hear your opinion. If you were the king and believed this was an unforgivable betrayal, comment 1. If you believe this is all part of a carefully staged plot designed to divide the royal family, comment 2. It all began with an unusual cold draft brushing lightly across King Charles III's cheek. At that depth, inside a wine cellar designed to be completely sealed to preserve rare bottles for decades. Such a thing was almost impossible. There were no windows, no openings, only thick stone walls and aged wooden racks filled with the prestigious names of history. But the sensation was real, cold, sharp, and carrying something that felt like a warning. The king stopped. His eyes moved slowly across each rack, each label arranged neatly like soldiers guarding the past. Then he noticed the anomaly. A bottle of Mouton Rothschild from the year 1982 was slightly out of its perfect position, a small detail, almost impossible for anyone else to notice. But for a man who had lived his entire life within the strict rules of royalty, that misalignment was a sign of interference. Charles reached out. His fingers touched the cold neck of the bottle and gently turned it. In that very moment, a dry clicking sound echoed from behind the wall. The wine rack trembled slightly, revealing a rusted latch hidden deep inside, as if it had been asleep for decades, waiting for the right person to awaken it. The surrounding space seemed to hold its breath. The king hesitated for a brief moment. Then he pressed down. A heavy sound followed. The stone wall in front of him slowly split apart, revealing a deep, endless darkness, a hidden passage, something that did not exist in any official architectural plan of the residence. And in that moment, Charles understood that he had not only opened a physical door, he had opened a piece of history that had been deliberately buried. The air from within was colder, carrying the smell of dampness and time. He stepped forward, each movement slow but resolute. The light from the wine cellar behind him stretched his shadow across the uneven stone floor, creating a scene both lonely and unsettling. At the end of the passage, an old wooden chest lay still. Its surface was covered in dust, but not the dust of centuries. It looked like dust that had been deliberately left there, like a layer of disguise. The carvings on its lid remained clear, suggesting that it had once been a valuable object, perhaps even belonging to a significant period of royal history. The king moved closer. His heart beat slowly but heavily. Something in this space stirred not only curiosity, but a deeper instinct, a feeling that everything was about to change. But at that very moment, a sound came from behind. Footsteps. Charles turned. At the entrance, a figure appeared. Mrs. Mills, the housekeeper, a woman who had served in this residence for many years. Known for her discretion and absolute loyalty to Camilla, her appearance at this exact moment could not be a coincidence. Her eyes flickered for a brief second when she saw the secret doors standing open. But in an instant, she regained her composure. Too quickly, too perfectly. "Your Majesty," she spoke, her voice soft but carrying a hidden tension. "I do not think this place should be opened." Charles did not answer immediately. He simply looked at her, his gaze deep and sharp, as if trying to see through every layer of concealment. Then he turned back to the chest. "You knew about this, did you not?" It was not a question. It was a conclusion. The silence stretched, and that silence said everything. The pieces began to connect in the king's mind. The perfectly timed appearance of Mills, the existence of the hidden passage, and the chest that had been buried for more than 900 days without any royal security force detecting it. A terrifying number, not because of the time, but because of what it meant. More than 900 days. That meant for nearly 3 years. Right beneath his feet. A secret had existed, protected, concealed, controlled. That could only happen if there was a network, a system operated from within, not by an external enemy, but by those living inside this very residence. Camilla. Her name surfaced in his mind like an unavoidable answer. She was not only his wife. She had built a network of control, a sophisticated internal system that had quietly spread into every corner of royal life. And Mrs. Mills, with her absolute loyalty, was merely one link in that chain. The housekeeper's mistake was not standing here. It was arriving too early, too hastily, trying to stop something she should have left untouched. Charles placed his hand on the lid of the chest. He could feel the coldness of the wood, as if it had absorbed every secret within over time. "You should leave," he said, his voice low and firm. But Mrs. Mills did not move. 1 second, 2 seconds. The air grew suffocating. At last, she stepped back, not out of obedience, but because she understood that this moment had moved beyond her control. Charles opened the chest. Inside, bundles of letters were arranged neatly. The paper had yellowed with time, yet the handwriting remained clear. Familiar strokes, impossible to mistake. The late Queen Elizabeth II. A chill ran down his spine, not from the temperature, but from realization. These letters were not just memories. They were evidence, words from the past, preserved and waiting for the day they would be revealed. And if they had been hidden for more than 900 days, then there could only be one reason. Someone did not want him to read them. Someone did not want the truth to be known. Charles picked up a letter. His fingers tightened along the edge of the paper. Behind him, Mrs. Mills stood motionless, but her eyes no longer held the calm she had shown before. Her mistake had already happened, not because she was loyal, but because she had misjudged the timing. Because, ladies and gentlemen, the tremor carried by those old letters was only the beginning, as Charles slowly unfolded the first letter. Another figure appeared at the cellar entrance, Camilla. Half of her face was swallowed by shadow. Her gaze could not be read, and in that very moment, a ruthless battle of minds officially began. Listen to what the late Queen Elizabeth II wrote in the darkness of her final days. Her handwriting remained steady, yet every line of ink carried a weight that was difficult to describe. Charles, I have discovered matters that I cannot expose for fear of fracturing the throne. But if you are reading these lines, it means the truth has been hidden in the place least likely to be suspected. As those words appeared before his eyes, the space within the cellar seemed to close in. No longer just lifeless stone walls. No longer the damp scent of time. It became the presence of a final testament, a warning, a secret entrusted from the past, crossing the boundary of silence to reach the right person at the right moment. Charles stood still. The letter trembled slightly in his hand, not from fear, but because he understood the person who had written these words, a woman who had devoted her entire life to protecting the stability of the monarchy, someone who would never speak without evidence, and once she chose to write, the truth behind it could never be mere suspicion. He turned to the next pages. Each letter was arranged with precision, as if prepared for this exact moment. Not scattered confessions, but a systematic record. Observations, doubts, small details documented over many months, even many years. And then, a name began to appear with increasing frequency, Camilla. At first, they were only vague notes, minor changes in the handling of files, unofficial meetings, documents delayed in unusual ways. But the more he read, the clearer the picture became. Not coincidence, not administrative error, but a deliberate chain of actions. The truth was more terrifying than any scandal that had ever shaken the monarchy. Camilla had not merely stood beside the king as a partner. She had quietly infiltrated the most sensitive information systems of the crown, files meant for only a select few, decisions of historic consequence. documents capable of reshaping how the public viewed an entire reign. According to what was recorded in the letters, more than 40 top-secret files had disappeared from the archive system without leaving a clear trace. No sign of intrusion. No report of loss. Everything had happened in silence, as if those documents had never existed. Charles gripped the pages tighter. That number was not only shocking, it was a direct blow to the very foundation of transparency that the monarchy had always tried to uphold. Because if those files had truly vanished, then the question was not only who had taken them, but why they needed to disappear. The answer began to emerge as he kept reading. There was no direct order recorded, no clear confession, but the small details assembled into a picture that could not be denied. A network, a group operating in silence, organized, and shielded by the very secrecy of the system they were manipulating. In the notes, the Queen referred to it with a cold name. The Black Hand, not an official organization, no name recorded in any document, yet its existence could be felt through repeating traces, decisions altered at the last moment, documents replaced, information withheld or selectively leaked, all serving one single purpose: to control the flow of truth. And at the center of that network, the name Camilla appeared as a point of convergence. Charles felt an invisible pressure tightening around his chest, not because he had never suspected, but because he had never imagined it could go this far. She did not only want to stand beside him as his wife, she wanted to hold the secrets that could shape how the world saw him, saw the monarchy, and even how history would remember them. He recalled moments that had once seemed harmless, times when Camilla had asked to review certain documents, conversations brief yet layered with implication, advice that appeared casual but led to critical decisions. When everything was put together, nothing remained coincidence. It was a strategy built not in a single day, but over many years, step by step, detail by detail, quietly, without drawing attention, leaving no clear trace, yet enough to create a system of influence that no one recognized until it was too late. Charles turned to the final letter. The handwriting here was slightly unsteady, as if the writer had grown weaker, but the message was clearer than ever. If you are reading these lines, be cautious of what you see and what you do not see. The greatest danger does not lie with those who oppose you directly, but with those who stand right beside you. A silence stretched on. Those words were not just a warning. They were a final testament, a responsibility passed on, a burden that now only he had to face. Behind him, the space remained silent, but that silence was no longer harmless. It felt like a stage just before a great performance begins. Charles slowly lowered the letters. His gaze had changed, no longer confusion, but clarity, a cold awareness of what was unfolding around him. If what was written in those letters was true, then he was not merely facing a secret. He was facing a war, not with an external enemy, but with a force that had embedded itself into the very structure of the monarchy. And in that war, the line between ally and traitor had become thinner than ever. But ladies and gentlemen, the betrayal did not end with old sheets of paper lying silently in a chest beneath the cellar. It was not just words of warning from the past. It had stepped into the light. It had turned into action. Because the moment these secrets were at risk of being exposed, a campaign was activated. A campaign without force, without open conspiracy, yet sophisticated enough to manipulate the perception of an entire nation. And the target of that campaign was none other than the king. A ruthless plan, a carefully constructed performance, designed to turn the very head of the monarchy into a man seen as unstable in the eyes of the public. And that was only the beginning of the true nightmare. When Camilla sensed that Charles had begun to suspect, she did not wait. She acted quickly, precisely, and coldly, as if this entire script had been prepared long in advance. In the world of power, the one who moves first does not only gain advantage, but shapes the narrative. And Camilla understood that better than anyone. The first signals appeared almost unnoticed. A few small articles, tucked into the corners of the media, raising seemingly harmless questions about the mental condition of the king. The words were written in a cautious tone, not asserting, yet enough to plant a seed of doubt in the public mind. Was Charles under too much pressure after the passing of his mother? Was he gradually losing control of his emotions? Then those questions began to spread. Within just a few weeks, similar articles appeared with increasing frequency, no longer hidden in obscure corners. They moved to the front pages. Commentary programs began dissecting every action, every gesture of the king. A prolonged glance, a hesitant reply. Everything was cut, analyzed, and interpreted in a negative direction. A picture was being painted, and in that picture, Charles was no longer a composed monarch. He became a man haunted, disoriented, and more dangerously, no longer fit to lead. This was not coincidence. This was a campaign. Camilla had mobilized a sophisticated media network. People who knew how to manipulate information without leaving a trace. There were no direct orders, no clear evidence, yet the consistency of the message was undeniable. Everything pointed toward a single goal: to shake public trust in the king, and the most terrifying part was not blatant lies. It was half-truths, real details placed within a distorted context, stories retold in a way that led the audience to reach conclusions on their own without being forced. That was the art of manipulation. But Camilla had underestimated one thing. Charles was not a man who could be cornered without resistance. He might remain silent in public, but in the shadows, he began to act, quietly, without display. Yet, step by step, he began to rebuild the truth. The letters in the chest beneath the wine cellar were not just evidence, they were a starting point. Charles understood that to confront such a tightly organized network, he needed more than emotion. He needed undeniable proof. And that was when he turned to leading handwriting experts, people outside the monarchy, uninfluenced by politics, individuals whose reputations were built on absolute precision. Every stroke, every pressure of the pen, every spacing between letters, all could be analyzed. The documents were sent in complete secrecy. No one beyond a very small group knew of this investigation. Even his closest aides were not informed. And then, the results came back, not in a lengthy report, but in a short, cold conclusion. Every signature on the orders to destroy the files had been forged. A forgery so sophisticated that without the highest level of technology and expertise, no one could have detected it. Yet no matter how refined, it still left traces, small inconsistencies, unnatural rhythms, details that only true experts could see. Charles read the report many times, not because he did not understand, but because he needed to be certain that he was not falling into another trap. But the truth was now clear. The missing files were not an accident. They had been deliberately erased. And to do that required power, resources, and most importantly, protection. Camilla. Her name did not appear in any document, yet every path led back to her. And then, another number emerged, a number that made even Charles pause. Nearly £2 million. That was the amount spent from private funds, routed through multiple layers of intermediaries, to sustain a professional media team. Not ordinary journalists, but individuals who specialized in creating narratives, people who knew how to turn rumors into trends, people who could steer the flow of public opinion like directing a river, a team that, internally, was known by a cold name: vultures. They did not create truth. They waited, they watched, and when the moment came, they descended, tearing apart the reputation of their target with carefully selected fragments of information. This time, the target was none other than the king. Charles could feel the pressure tightening around him, not only from what he had read, but from what he was beginning to see in real life. Suspicious glances, whispered conversations, questions asked in tones no longer marked by respect. The campaign was in motion, and if he did not act in time, it would achieve its objective before he had the chance to speak the truth. But what troubled Charles most was not his reputation. It was the long-term consequence. If the public came to believe that the king was unstable, then anything he said afterward would be doubted. Even if he presented evidence, it would be dismissed as the product of an unsteady mind. That was the most strategic move of the campaign. There was no need to deny the truth, only to make the one who spoke the truth appear unreliable. Charles stood before a difficult choice: remain silent and let everything pass, or confront it and accept the risk. He chose the second, not because he wanted to win, but because he understood that if he remained silent, then what had been recorded in those letters would be buried forever. But ladies and gentlemen, in every game, there are always pieces the opponent cannot see. Camilla believed she controlled everything: information, media, public perception. She believed that by staying one step ahead, she would always hold the advantage. But she overlooked one critical factor: a bond that could not be manipulated by money or power: blood. Because elsewhere, beyond the reach of the media campaign, someone was watching every development in a silence that felt almost ominous. Someone who was not only the heir, but the one who understood more clearly than anyone what was happening: Prince William. The only person with enough standing, enough trust, and enough resolve to step forward when the time came. And when William entered the game, nothing would remain the same. The moment Prince William held his grandmother's letter at Ray Mill House, the space seemed to freeze. The dim light from the cellar cast across his face, revealing every tense line. No words, no outburst, yet his hands tightened until they turned pale, as if restraining a storm of emotion rising within. It was not only anger, it was pain. The feeling of betrayal when the most sacred values of his family had been trampled in silence. William read each line, slowly, carefully, as if every word carried the weight of history. He knew the person who had written them, the woman who had devoted her life to keeping the monarchy steady through unseen storms. And if she had chosen to leave these words behind, then it was not merely a warning. It was a judgment passed on to the next generation. Charles stood not far away. He did not urge. He did not explain. He simply watched in silence, because he knew that some truths did not need words. They spoke for themselves. And when William folded the letter, his gaze changed. No longer confusion, no longer doubt. Only a cold and decisive resolve remained. In that moment, an alliance was formed. No oath, no ceremony, only absolute understanding between two generations, father and son, the king and the heir. They were not only protecting the honor of the monarchy, they were protecting the memory of the one who had passed, and that made them more dangerous than ever. The days that followed unfolded in an unsettling silence. There were no public statements, no reaction to the rumors spreading rapidly. But behind closed doors, a plan was drawn with absolute precision, step by step, detail by detail. There was no room for error. Charles and William understood that they could not confront this with emotion. They needed a stage, a place where the truth could not be distorted, a place where every eye would be fixed on the same point, and that place was the Privy Council. This was not just a meeting, it was the true center of power, where the most important decisions of the kingdom were made. Those present were not a public easily swayed by media. They were individuals who understood how power operated, people not easily manipulated by constructed narratives. On that day, the atmosphere was suffocatingly heavy. Camilla entered the meeting room with her familiar demeanor, confident, composed, as if she still controlled everything. But there was one difference. The eyes of those around her were no longer the same. The absolute trust was gone. The unconditional respect had faded. In its place was caution, unanswered questions, William had arrived early. He stood behind Charles, saying nothing. Yet his presence alone was enough to shift the balance. No longer a king standing alone against suspicion, but an alliance, a strength reinforced by trust and blood. The meeting began as usual. Reports, procedures. Everything followed protocol, but everyone felt it. A storm was waiting to break. And then, Charles stood. There was no signal, no introduction. He placed his hand on the table and struck it firmly. The sound echoed through the room like thunder. Enough? 2 short words, yet enough to stop every conversation. Every eye turned toward him. Charles did not raise his voice, but every word he spoke was clear, sharp, and impossible to ignore. He did not speak of emotion. He did not describe betrayal with dramatic language. He presented facts, evidence, details, the letters, the forensic results, the numbers that could not be denied. The room fell into silence. Camilla stood there, for the first time. The shell of confidence began to crack. Her gaze wavered, not because she did not understand what was happening, but because she realized she no longer controlled the narrative. William stepped forward. He said nothing, but that single movement was enough to define his position, not only the heir, but the one standing beside the king. And that unity was something Camilla had not foreseen. Charles continued, but this time, he did not use his own words. He opened one of the letters. His voice slowed, and when he read, it was no longer the voice of a king. It was the voice of a mother, a late queen, a woman no one in that room could question or deny. Each line sounded heavy and undeniable. It was not an accusation. It was a final testament. And in that moment, everything changed. No more debate, no more doubt, because no one could stand and argue against the words of someone who had spent her entire life protecting the crown. Camilla said nothing, no resistance, no denial, because she understood that any word now would only make everything worse. Her silence was not strategy. It was helplessness. Charles looked directly at her, no longer the gaze of a husband, but of a king carrying out his duty. He did not need to shout. He did not need to threaten. The truth had done that for him. The decision was made not in anger, but in the cold clarity of reason, one by one. The honors, the power, the layers of protection that had once shielded Camilla began to fall away. There was no force, no chaos, only an ending that had been written long before. In the letters buried beneath the wine cellar, when the meeting ended, no one spoke. No one needed to, because everyone understood that they had just witnessed a moment that would be recorded in history. Outside, the last light of day was fading. The sky turned a pale gray, as if nature itself sensed the shift taking place. And ladies and gentlemen, as the final sunlight disappeared over Buckingham Square, the invisible crown of Camilla shattered completely, not with sound, not with a blow, but with truth. The truth always arrives slowly, but when it does, nothing can stop it. The scandal at Ray Mill House, on the surface, may appear to be nothing more than a family conflict pushed to its breaking point. But the deeper we go into each layer of truth, the clearer it becomes that this is not simply a story of people living under one roof. This is a real battle, a battle to protect the soul of the House of Windsor, where every decision does not only affect the present, but shapes how history will remember an entire reign. Camilla spent decades building a position that seemed irreplaceable. Step by step, she constructed influence, strengthened power, and expanded her network in silence. This was not a sudden rise. It was a long strategy, carefully calculated, where every detail served a final objective. But in that process, she made a fundamental mistake. She believed that power could be preserved forever if it were hidden deeply enough. She believed that secrets, once buried far enough, would never be discovered. But history has never worked that way. The truth is, like an underground current, it can be compressed, concealed, even forgotten for a long time. But it does not disappear. It waits. And when the pressure becomes great enough, when the conditions are right, it erupts with a force that cannot be stopped. And when it rises, it does not only reveal what has been hidden, it washes away everything built on the foundation of illusion. Today, what makes this story different is not only that the truth has been revealed, it is that the king is no longer alone. Beside him stands not only the memory and legacy of his late mother, but also the firm presence of his son, the sole heir ready to step forward when the moment arrives. That bond is not only familial, it is a symbol, a statement that monarchy is not personal power. It is a responsibility passed down through generations. And that responsibility can only endure if it is tied to truth. Charles's promise of an era of integrity, for a long time, may have been seen as a formal declaration, but after everything that has happened, it is no longer empty words. It has been proven through action, through the choice to confront rather than avoid, through the decision to accept a painful but necessary reckoning in order to preserve the core values of the monarchy. History, at this moment, has turned a new page, a page written not only with victories, but with truths restored to their rightful place. Justice for the late queen did not come through loud declarations. It came in the silence of undeniable evidence, and in the agreement of those who understand what must be protected. And now, the question is no longer reserved for those inside the story. It is for all of us. What do you think about William's decisive action this time? Is it a necessary step to protect the monarchy, or the beginning of a new and turbulent era? Leave your comment below to share your perspective. Do not forget to like and subscribe to follow us in the next stories, where untold secrets will gradually be revealed. And now, goodbye and see you again. The door of the most private room in Windsor Castle quietly closed behind Timothy Lawrence. There were no witnesses, no ceremony, only a dense silence that still carried the presence of Elizabeth II. This was a place that almost no one was permitted to enter without an absolutely justified reason. And within that sacred space, a small detail shattered everything. A dry metallic sound echoed from the opposite wall. It was not loud, but it was enough to immediately catch the attention of a man who had lived through war like Lawrence. Behind a shifted antique painting, a hidden safe was revealed. Its door was no longer locked. It had already been opened. In royal protocol, this was almost impossible. Lawrence stepped closer, not hurried, but without hesitation, and then, when he looked inside, everything seemed to pause. There was no crown, no jewelry, no treasure belonging to the legacy of the British royal family. There was only a cream-colored envelope, placed neatly at the center, an envelope sealed with red wax, and on it was the mark of Camilla. That was the moment when silence became heavier than ever, because the presence of that envelope was not a mistake. It was the sign of a deliberate act, an intrusion into the most private space of the late queen, something that, if exposed, could create uncontrollable consequences. What had been hidden inside? Why was it here? And more importantly, who had placed it in a position that no one was supposed to touch? If you were Lawrence at that moment, what would you do? Reveal the truth and accept the consequences, or remain silent to protect the fragile stability of the monarchy? Comment 1 if you choose to reveal, and 2 if you choose silence. Everything began on a pale, sunny afternoon at Windsor Castle, when Timothy Lawrence was assigned a task that seemed simple but carried deep symbolic meaning. To inventory the final belongings of Elizabeth II, this was not just administrative work. It was a ritual of transition, a process of closing an era that had lasted more than 7 decades. Everything in the room had to be recorded with absolute precision. No errors. No omissions, no emotion, Lawrence entered the room with the composure of a naval officer who had served for decades. He did not look at things with nostalgia. He saw them as data to be verified. Every photograph, every notebook, every small object was checked, cross-referenced, and recorded with care. The space maintained its familiar silence. But within that perfection, a small detail began to emerge. A painting hung on the western wall. Nothing unusual at first glance. But with an eye trained to detect irregularities, Lawrence noticed that it was misaligned by a few millimeters from its balanced position. A difference too small for most people, but in a room maintained with near absolute precision for decades, it was a sign of disturbance. He paused. He did not touch it immediately. He simply observed, evaluated, then slowly stepped forward. When his hand touched the cold wooden frame, a strange feeling passed through him, as if he was standing before something that was not meant to be discovered. But the instinct of a soldier did not allow him to turn away. The painting was lifted from its place, and behind it, a dark hollow appeared. A mechanical safe embedded into the wall. Old, heavy, and most importantly, not listed in any official palace records. That alone raised a serious question. Who had installed it, and why had it never been documented? The safe was not locked. That detail made Lawrence stop for several seconds. A secret safe in the Queen's private room, yet left open. That was not carelessness. It was a mistake. And in the royal context, mistakes always carry consequences. He opened the safe door completely. Inside there was no gold, no jewelry, nothing of material value. Only a cream-colored envelope, placed neatly as if someone wanted it to be found. And along its edge, the red wax seal remained intact. The imprint carried the symbol of Camilla. In that moment, things began to become clearer, not about the content, but about the intention. Camilla's greatest mistake was perhaps not what she hid, but where she chose to hide it, a place no lawyer would dare to inspect, no official would dare to question. The private room of the late Queen, the most sacred space within the entire royal system, an absolute forbidden zone, protected not only by rules, but by a near untouchable reverence. She had placed her trust in that untouchable nature, believing that no one had the authority, no one had the courage, and no one had the reason to open that safe. But she overlooked one factor, the integrity of Timothy Lawrence. For Lawrence, this was no longer an ordinary object. It was a sign of irregularity, an unexplained variable in a system that was meant to be perfect. And in the mind of an officer, any variable must be clarified. He picked up the envelope, felt its weight. Not too thick, but enough to contain more than a single sheet. The red wax remained firm, untouched. That meant the contents inside had not been seen, or at least, no one had admitted to seeing them. That moment lasted longer than usual, not because of hesitation, but because he understood the consequences of the next choice. To open this envelope meant crossing an invisible line, a line between duty and secrecy, between truth and stability. But then, the instinct of a soldier spoke. It was not simple curiosity. It was the responsibility to clarify an anomaly. Lawrence placed the envelope on the wooden table. His hand moved slowly as he took out a small blade from his personal kit. The space around him seemed to fall completely silent. No sound, no interruption, only the decision of one man. The blade touched the edge of the envelope. A thin cut, precise, and decisive. And in that moment, the truth began to seep out like a spreading stain that could not be contained. The envelope was opened in near absolute silence. Timothy Lawrence did not rush. He carefully removed each set of documents inside, as if a single, uncontrolled movement could disturb a fragile order. The first pages that appeared were not personal letters, not confessions or diaries. They were reports, dense, systematic, and cold to the point of feeling inhuman. From the very first lines, Lawrence understood that this was not a misunderstood love story. As the public had been told for many years, this was a campaign designed, executed, and maintained with the precision of a military operation. The documents outlined each phase, each objective, each method used to reshape public perception of one of the most controversial relationships in royal history. The name of Camilla appeared not as someone caught in circumstances, but as the center of the entire strategy, an active figure, calculated, and persistent in pursuing her objective for more than 3 decades. Lawrence turned to the next page, internal notes, media strategy summaries, contact lists connected to the press. Everything pointed to a carefully constructed network, with no gaps. Then he paused at a thicker file. Financial records, numbers printed clearly, without concealment. And it was here that the true shock emerged. £15 million. The number did not appear once. It repeated across multiple transactions, over many years, across different accounts. In total, all the money converged toward a single purpose. Lawrence did not need to be a financial expert to understand that. But the way the money moved was what stood out. No direct transactions, no clear traces. Everything passed through shell companies based in offshore regions where financial transparency laws barely existed. He continued reading. Each line struck directly at a truth that had once existed only as rumor. The payments were clearly categorized. One portion for media management, one for crisis handling, and another, labeled with a short but chilling phrase, "Ensure silence." The list of recipients appeared immediately after. Not unfamiliar names. These were people who had once stood close to the center of power. Former aides, staff who had served within royal residences, individuals who had witnessed moments the public had never seen, and one by one, according to these documents, they had received significant sums of money to never speak of what they knew. Lawrence tightened his grip on the papers. But the greater shock had not yet ended. A separate section of the file was marked with a clear title, Public Image Shaping Strategy. He slowed his reading, not because it was difficult, but because every sentence carried a weight that was hard to accept. The objective was stated plainly, to guide the press in constructing a specific image of Diana, not as a beloved icon, not as a victim of a broken marriage, but as an unstable woman, emotional, lacking control, even showing signs of psychological disorder. The steps were laid out in detail, from providing selective information to certain journalists, to creating narratives with a directed purpose. Not all of it was fabricated, but all of it was chosen and arranged in a way that served the final objective, to weaken Diana's image in the eyes of the public. Lawrence stopped. He understood exactly what this meant. This was not merely about protecting the reputation of one individual. This was a systematic effort to rewrite a story, to transform a woman once loved by millions into a controversial figure, and in doing so, to create a void large enough for another figure to step in. Camilla was not constructed as someone who broke a family apart, but as a victim, a misunderstood woman, targeted by social prejudice, and ultimately, someone worthy of recognition. Everything in the file pointed in one direction. Not coincidence, not spontaneity, but the result of a campaign that lasted for years. Backed by vast financial resources and tight coordination between multiple parties, Lawrence felt the air in the room grow heavier, not because the room had changed, but because what he had just read had changed the way he saw the entire past. What had once been considered a personal story now appeared as a calculated game set in motion long ago. He turned to the next section, and it was here that another detail nearly forced him to stop completely. Dates. The documents did not end in the 1990s or the early 2000s. They continued, unbroken, and included the most recent records marked with timestamps from the year 2022, immediately after the funeral of Elizabeth II. What did that mean? The campaign had never ended. It was not a closed chapter of the past. It was still ongoing, even as one era had officially ended. The operations behind the scenes continued to function. There were even signs that they had been intensified. Lawrence felt a chill run down his spine. Because if these documents were real, then everything did not stop at controlling the old narrative. It also involved shaping the future. Who would be seen in what way? Who would be forgotten? And who would be placed at the center of the story of the modern monarchy? He placed the file down on the table, but his eyes did not leave the pages. Every line was no longer just information. It was evidence, and that evidence, if exposed, could shake the foundation of the British royal family. But what troubled him most was not what had happened in the past. It was what was still happening, right now, in silence. And as the shadows of the past had just begun to take form, Lawrence found himself facing an even harsher reality. Documents dated in the year 2022. Immediately after the Queen's funeral, the following pages no longer resembled a media campaign or carefully disguised financial transactions. They were colder, more direct, and far more dangerous. Timothy Lawrence realized from the very first lines that he was stepping into the darkest part of the entire file, a section not meant to explain the past, but to control the future. The documents were marked with very recent dates, not distant years, not the chaotic period of media crises, but the days immediately after Elizabeth II passed away. More precisely, just 48 hours after the funeral, a moment when the world was still in mourning, when all eyes were on the transfer of power, when Charles III had just ascended the throne under unprecedented pressure, and at that very moment, according to what Lawrence was reading, another plan had been activated in the shadows. The title of the file was short, only one word: insurance, a word that seemed harmless, but in this context, it carried an entirely different meaning. Not insurance of assets, not protection of reputation, but insurance of power, a defensive mechanism built not to protect, but to deter, to control, to ensure that anyone who intended to threaten Camilla's position would have to consider the cost. Lawrence turned the first page, and then he stopped. A list, not a list of assets, not a list of contacts, but a list of weaknesses. The word was placed in quotation marks, but its meaning was not ambiguous. Personal information, sensitive decisions, moments that, if made public, could severely damage the credibility of those involved. The first name that appeared was Charles III. Lawrence felt his heartbeat slow for a brief moment. He continued reading, not out of curiosity, but because he understood that stopping now would not change reality. The notes attached to each entry were detailed, not vague accusations, but specific descriptions, with dates, with context, and even with referenced materials. Some were related to personal decisions in the past, choices that had once caused controversy but had gradually faded from public memory. Others were tied to relationships, private conversations, moments that should have remained within the family, but were now recorded as strategic vulnerabilities. Lawrence did not need to read everything to understand their purpose. This was not an archive. This was a tool designed to be used at the right moment, when necessary, when there was risk, when power was threatened. He moved to the next section. The name William appeared, and this time, the weight in the room seemed to double, because if gathering information about the king could be explained in different ways, compiling a file on the direct heir carried a different meaning. It was not only about protecting a current position, it was preparation for future scenarios. Scenarios in which the transfer of power could happen sooner than expected, or in a way no one desired. The notes on William were fewer, but enough to have impact. The details were carefully selected, not too personal to provoke backlash, but sensitive enough to raise doubt, enough to create questions in the public mind. And in the world of media, sometimes a single question is enough to shake an image built over many years. Lawrence placed his hand on the edge of the table, He could clearly feel that he was standing before something far beyond an ordinary scandal. This was a system, a structure designed to maintain power by controlling information. And within that structure, privacy was no longer a right. It had become an asset that could be used, exchanged, or activated when needed. Why call it insurance? The answer revealed itself page by page. Camilla understood her position clearly. Even as queen, she had never been fully accepted by everyone. Her past, the controversies, the judgments, all still existed, even if they had softened over time. And in a system where public support played a crucial role, any shift in public perception could lead to unpredictable consequences. If William were to ascend the throne early, if a sudden wave of opposition were to emerge, if old stories were brought back into the light, all of it could push Camilla's position into a fragile state. And that was when the insurance would come into effect, not to be used immediately, but to exist as a warning, an unspoken message that any action aimed at weakening her position could result in equal consequences. These documents, if released, would not only damage individuals, they could trigger a chain reaction, undermine trust, erode credibility, and in the worst case, fracture the already fragile structure of the British royal family. Lawrence felt a clear conflict within his thoughts. One part of him wanted to believe that these were only hypothetical scenarios, contingency plans prepared for the worst case. But the other part understood that the level of detail in these documents did not allow for such a simple explanation. He turned to the final page of the file, a short note, no signature, no date, but placed in a position that could not be ignored, only to be used when necessary. 4 words. But carrying the full weight of everything he had just read, Lawrence closed his eyes for a moment, not to avoid it, but to organize his thoughts, because from this moment on, he was no longer an observer. He had become part of the story, a man holding information that could change the balance. He looked at the documents once more, not with shock, but with a cold clarity. This was not only about hiding the past, this was about preparing for future confrontations. A form of leverage, not loud, not direct, but existing like a shadow, always present, always ready. And within that shadow, every boundary between family and power seemed to have disappeared. Holding in his hands the evidence of a system built on personal secrets, Lawrence knew he could not turn away. He could not pretend he had never seen it. He could not place the envelope back into the safe and continue life as before. He gathered the documents, placed them back into the envelope carefully. But this time, the red wax seal was no longer intact. A small detail, but one with irreversible meaning. Lawrence stood up, his gaze no longer uncertain. Only a decision remained. He walked out of the room, through the familiar corridors of Windsor. Each step echoed more clearly in the silent space. No one stopped him. No one asked what he was doing. But that silence only made everything more tense, because he knew his next destination was not a place of safety. It was the center of power, and there, an unavoidable confrontation was waiting. The door of the office at Buckingham Palace quietly closed behind Timothy Lawrence. There was no official announcement, no formal reception, only a brief request sent earlier, urgent, private, and impossible to delay. In that still space, Charles III stood behind his desk, his eyes fixed on the man who had just entered. Yet he said nothing. Lawrence did not hesitate. He placed the envelope on the desk. At the center, where the light fell directly upon it, highlighting the red wax that had been cut open, the mark of Camilla was visible beyond denial. And in that moment, the air in the room seemed to freeze. Charles did not touch the envelope immediately. He simply looked at it. His expression was not anger, not panic, but a heavy silence, as if every thought was colliding within his mind. A few seconds passed, but they felt like minutes. Then at last, he reached out and opened the already cut paper. No explanation. No question. Only action. Each set of documents was taken out. Each page turned. And with every line, the king's expression slowly changed. Not an explosion of emotion, but a controlled collapse. As if each new piece of information stripped away a layer of belief that had existed for too long. The numbers, the notes, the lists, all laid before him. No longer as rumors or speculation, but as concrete evidence. Lawrence stood still. He did not interrupt. He did not explain. He understood that this was a moment where words were unnecessary. And then, the door opened again. William entered. No one had called him. No one had announced him. But his presence was not accidental. Perhaps he had been informed. Or perhaps, in a system where every movement was observed, Lawrence's presence in the king's office had been enough to trigger a response. William saw the envelope, saw the documents spread across the desk, and in his eyes, there was no surprise, only one thing: focus. Charles looked up. Their eyes met. Without words, both understood that they were facing something that could not be dismissed. And in that moment, the balance began to shift. William stepped closer to the desk. He did not ask what was happening. He picked up a set of documents directly. Read, quickly, but enough to grasp the essence. Then he placed it down. Slowly. How long? That was the first question. Not a question for information, but a challenge, not directed at Lawrence, but at the entire system that had allowed this to exist. Charles did not answer immediately, but his silence this time was different. It was no longer contemplation. It was acknowledgement. William turned to Lawrence. His gaze was sharp, but not hostile. Only a confirmation, and Lawrence gave a slight nod. No words needed. In that moment, William was no longer a son standing behind his father. He was no longer in a position of patience or waiting. He stood upright, facing forward, and in his eyes, there was something unmistakable. Resolve. 30 years. That was the time during which Diana's name had been pulled through many narratives, many perspectives, many interpretations. And now, what lay on the table showed that not all of it had been accidental. William did not speak of emotion. He did not mention memory. But the way he turned each page was enough to say everything. This was no longer personal. This was about truth, about justice, and about honor. Lawrence spoke for the first time since entering the room. His voice was low, brief, without emotion. Everything is here. No further explanation was needed, because what lay before them spoke for itself. Charles placed his hand on the desk, looked at the documents once more. Then he exhaled. Very lightly. Not relief, but acceptance that everything had moved beyond the point where it could be controlled by old methods. For many years, the system of the British royal family had operated on a simple principle: control the information, guide the narrative, and when necessary, use resources to keep everything within safe boundaries. But this time, everything was different. Under pressure from Lawrence, under the undeniable presence of William, that familiar system no longer seemed to function, not because it had been destroyed, but because those at the top had realized it was no longer enough to handle this situation. No media strategy could erase these documents. No amount of money could buy the silence of those who had seen them. And most importantly, there was no way to turn back time. William stepped back one pace, but he did not leave the confrontation. He looked at his father, not with defiance, but with a clear demand: action. Charles understood, without a word being spoken, and in his eyes, for the first time, something different appeared, not hesitation, but decision. An emergency meeting was called that very night. No schedule, no official announcement. The most important figures within the royal system were summoned. One by one, they entered the room, carrying confusion, tension, and unanswered questions. The documents were placed at the center of the table. No one spoke loudly. No one reacted dramatically. But silence spread like a wave. Because everyone understood they were facing an unprecedented situation, some eyes turned to Charles, waiting for direction. Others looked toward William, realizing that his role in this moment was no longer secondary. Lawrence stood at the back, not directly involved in the discussion, but his presence was a reminder that this entire story had begun with a simple act, opening an envelope, and now, the consequences of that act were spreading. Proposals began to emerge. Control the information, limit the leaks, handle it internally, but each option was quickly dismissed, not because they were unreasonable, but because they were no longer sufficient. William spoke. Brief, clear. There is no way left to conceal it. The statement was not an argument, it was a conclusion. And in that moment, everyone in the room understood they were facing only one choice: confront the truth, or allow the truth to find its own way out. The lights in the palace remained on. The clock continued to move. But time itself seemed to have entered a different phase, a phase where old rules no longer applied. That night felt longer than usual, not because time slowed, but because every decision carried the weight of history. And as the lights still burned along the corridors of Buckingham, something had begun to change. Not on the outside, but from within. The crown might still remain intact in name, but under the weight of truth, the first cracks had appeared. The story of the safe at Windsor Castle does not end as a shocking internal scandal of the British royal family. It goes far beyond what the public usually sees. It is a profound lesson about honesty, about the cost of controlling the truth, and about how power can become distorted when it is built on concealment. What Timothy Lawrence discovered was not just documents, it was an entire system, a structure built over many years to shape perception, manipulate emotion, and protect position at any cost. Camilla may have believed she was doing what was necessary to survive in a harsh environment, a place where every step is scrutinized, every mistake amplified, but that very belief pushed her too far. She did not only try to control the narrative, she tried to rewrite it. And when a person begins to believe they can control the entire truth, that is when they enter the most dangerous territory. The fortress Camilla built was not made of stone. It was constructed from carefully selected stories, distorted information, and silence bought at a very high price. For many years, it stood firm, even stronger with time, but every such structure has a weakness. Once a single link is broken, the entire system begins to collapse from within. And the irony is that the person who caused that fracture was not a powerful figure, not a politician, not a media personality, but a man accustomed to standing in the background. Timothy Lawrence did not seek attention. He did not pursue recognition. But that integrity made him an uncontrollable factor. When faced with the truth, he did not turn away. He did not avoid it. And he did not accept silence. The outcome of this story is not a loud scandal exposed before the media. It unfolds in silence, yet it is no less severe. The gradual withdrawal of Camilla from public events is not announced as a punishment, but for someone who has always sought position and recognition, it is a powerful blow. No statement, no explanation, only an ever-widening distance between her and the public spotlight. Truth, as this story shows, can be buried. It can be covered by time, by the thick stone walls of palaces, and by layers of tightly controlled information, but it does not disappear. It waits, for a moment, for a person with enough courage to face it and bring it into the light. And in this story, Timothy Lawrence did exactly that, not with power, not with force, but with a simple and difficult choice: to face the truth, even knowing the consequences. Perhaps that was also the final duty he carried out for Elizabeth II, not through ceremony, not through title, but through loyalty to the values she represented. Thank you for following today's in-depth commentary. Do not forget to subscribe so you do not miss the next developments, especially the reactions from Prince Harry and Meghan Markle to this event. And for now, goodbye, and see you again in the next stories. Buckingham Palace shimmered under bright golden lights. The guests' splendid gowns and solemn formal attire made the banquet more magnificent than ever. The air was filled with laughter, the soft clink of glasses, and gentle music drifting through the vast great hall. Everything seemed perfect, a model royal state banquet, until a figure stepped in. Camilla, the current queen, appeared under the dazzling lights, wearing the sapphire and diamond tiara long associated with Princess Catherine. Once worn at important events, at once, every gaze turned to her. Whispers spread across the hall, and the opulent atmosphere suddenly went taut like a string. In that rare moment, the unthinkable happened. King Charles, standing in the middle of the hall, his face flushed with anger, shouted directly at Camilla. His shout rang out, touching every gilded wall of the palace, leaving many guests stunned. Faces that had been composed now clearly showed shock and astonishment. No eyes left the couple, and public opinion outside would surely erupt when this moment became known. Is this merely a simple misunderstanding over jewelry? Or is Camilla truly calculating to assert power and status before the public? What do you think, accidental or intentional? Join us as we delve into the story, examine every detail and every glance, and explore the far-reaching consequences that moment left for the British royal family in today's video. On September 17th, 2025, Buckingham Palace opened its doors to host a special state banquet, drawing the attention of both the public and international media. The Grand Hall, with its glittering crystal chandeliers, reflected light upon the solemn formal attire of the gentlemen and the elaborate gowns of the ladies, creating an atmosphere both majestic and dazzling. The formal setting was accented by soft music, the gentle clink of wine glasses, polite laughter, and dignified greetings, making every detail seem perfect. This banquet carried profound diplomatic significance. It was an opportunity for the British royal family to reinforce an image of power and elegance before the public, international guests, and the press. Every gesture, every movement, and even each choice of attire was carefully considered, as they reflected not only the individual, but also the reputation and strength of the entire monarchy. The banquet embodied a balance between tradition and modernity, between authority and refinement. Every small detail had the potential to send subtle messages, shaping how the public perceived the royal family. Palace staff, from event managers to servers, had prepared meticulously to ensure the evening would unfold flawlessly. Every light, every seating arrangement, every note of music, and every detail of service was arranged to leave a powerful impression on the guests. Buckingham's Grand Hall became a perfect portrait of the monarchy's authority and refinement, ready for diplomatic exchanges, formal greetings, and solemn ceremonies. This banquet stood as a testament to the royal family's ability to maintain dignity, prestige, and sophistication in the eyes of the public and international friends. Everything was nearly flawless, but such perfection also created the ideal stage for the unexpected. The atmosphere at Buckingham Palace that evening, September 17th, 2025, was already charged with grandeur and solemnity. Gigantic chandeliers spread shimmering light, reflected on the formal suits of the gentlemen and the glittering gowns of the ladies. Soft music, polite laughter, and the clink of wine glasses blended into a graceful harmony. The Buckingham Hall looked like a living painting of the monarchy's power and refinement. Everything seemed perfect until Camilla stepped into the hall. Her steps were slow yet proud, her gaze calm yet decisive. Her splendid attire made her the center of attention instantly. Guests' eyes shifted rapidly, all drawn toward Camilla. Whispers began softly but rose quickly, filled with curiosity and surprise. The organizers, who had prepared for weeks, suddenly appeared unsettled. Some servers paused mid-task, while the banquet manager hurriedly observed, seeking ways to steady the atmosphere. The grand setting turned taut as a string, foretelling something unusual about to unfold. At that moment, King Charles appeared at his place. His eyes immediately locked onto Camilla, his brows furrowed, his lips tightened in rare anger. Everyone knew Charles as a calm monarch, a man who mastered his emotions before the public. But now, that composure vanished. He stepped closer, his voice loud and commanding. "Who gave you permission to wear that? It is not for you. Change it at once, or leave and do not appear here." The king's voice thundered through the hall, silencing the music, the laughter, and the whispers. Every eye turned to Charles and Camilla, feeling the rare weight of his fury. The atmosphere of grandeur instantly tightened like a drawn bowstring. Guests were left bewildered, unsure how to respond. Some lowered their heads, striving to maintain respect. Others stayed silent, watching. The organizers struggled to restore order, but clearly the situation had spun beyond control. Servers moved discreetly, trying to shield the moment, but every gaze betrayed the extreme tension in the hall. In another corner, Prince William stood watching. His eyes betrayed anger, disappointment, and frustration. He respected his father, yet he felt deeply unsettled by his stepmother's actions. Though his gestures tried to maintain calm, his body was tense, like a drawn string, and his gaze fixed on Camilla revealed emotions he could not conceal. At moments, William clenched his teeth, his brows furrowing, making it clear to everyone how strained the royal family truly was. Camilla stood upright, forcing a smile, yet her eyes clearly reflected the king's rebuke. Her composure seemed to resist the pressure pressing in from every side, but each passing second in the great hall emphasized that her presence was now the center of controversy, holding everyone's gaze, whether they wished it or not. Some guests whispered under their breath, "Unbelievable. My God, did King Charles truly lose his temper like that?" The organizers' discomfort, combined with the guests' curious stares, only heightened the drama. Everything unfolded in minutes, yet it felt like hours. Every second heavy with suffocating tension. Charles lowered his voice, but the authority remained. As he stressed, "This is not the place for you to assert power or presence. Remember your position and respect everyone here." His words struck, causing Camilla to falter slightly, while every eye followed her next reaction. The great hall, once filled with grandeur and splendor, had turned into the very heart of a storm. All guests could feel it. In that moment, every glance, every sound, and every gesture centered on Camilla and Charles's rare public clash. From the organizers' unease, William's burning eyes, to Camilla's struggle to remain composed, it all created a dramatic, unforgettable scene. Why did Charles react so fiercely? And who truly bore the deepest wound in this story? The sapphire and diamond tiara, now one of the most treasured pieces in the British royal collection, is far more than a dazzling ornament. It carries deep history and unique symbolic weight. Its origins trace back decades, when the royal family carefully selected priceless jewels for significant events, showcasing both power and refined elegance before the public and international guests. At first, the tiara belonged to Princess Diana, who wore it at countless state and diplomatic occasions, from international banquets to national ceremonies. For Diana, it was never just jewelry. She transformed it into a personal emblem, representing grace, soft power, and her special position within the monarchy. To the public, Diana and the tiara became inseparable, a portrait of a woman both regal and relatable, both powerful and profoundly human. After Catherine, the Princess of Wales, inherited the tiara. The piece once again became a symbol of legitimate power and authority, with her elegance, intelligence, and composure. Catherine revived the tiara's symbolic value. Turning it into more than a magnificent ornament, it became the emblem of a future queen in the eyes of the public and the media. Each time she appeared with the tiara on her head, Catherine sent a clear message of authority and rightful stature, while also reinforcing the royal family's image before the world. For the public, the tiara, linked with Catherine, became a form of identity, a visual symbol of her position within the monarchy. Photographs and videos from diplomatic events and official ceremonies always drew special attention when Catherine wore it. And in those moments, the public felt the weight of solemnity, authority, and grace. The tiara became an object representing the fusion of power and refinement, a symbolic tool both official and emotional, evoking the image of a model future queen. The tiara's significance was never limited to its material worth. Its spiritual and symbolic value made it truly important. In the royal world, every item carries a message. And with this tiara, the message was unmistakable. It represented acknowledged authority, respected dignity, and the official status within the royal structure. It stood as proof of the monarchy's and the public's choice of who would inherit, who would carry the royal image before the world, and who would embody the elegance, power, and prestige of the reigning dynasty. Every detail from the deep sapphires to the sparkling diamonds told a long story of history, power, and succession. Diana left her mark. Catherine inherited and reinforced it, turning the tiara into a living symbol, an instantly recognizable sign of royal authority and poise. Each time the public saw it, they perceived not just a jewel, but the history, tradition, and symbolic values of the British monarchy. That is why, when another figure, Camilla, wore the tiara, long associated with Diana and Catherine, public attention spiked immediately. The tiara was no longer just jewelry. It became a symbolic message, sparking questions about power, status, and the complex relationships within the royal family. Every glance, every comment from the public, the press, or other royals focused on the meaning and message that the tiara conveyed. So, when Camilla wore it, what did that mean? Was it mere coincidence, or a deliberate signal sent to both the royal household and the public? Camilla's decision to wear the sapphire and diamond tiara tied to Catherine was not just a moment of controversy at the banquet. It also had profound effects on Catherine herself, both mentally and physically. In recent years, Catherine's health has often been described as fragile, especially under the increasing weight of royal duties and responsibilities. Watching her stepmother enter the hall, wearing the tiara so closely linked to her own image, struck a painful chord. Known for her careful public appearances, Catherine now felt her presence openly challenged and competed with. The sense of being threatened, disregarded, even replaced, pierced her heart and reignited long-simmering tensions within the royal family. It was not only Catherine who was affected. Prince William, too, could not conceal his anger and disappointment, his eyes fixed on Camilla as she wore the tiara, as if to declare that this was a direct insult to his wife. William, a son who had always respected royal tradition and the family's standing, felt that this violation of his wife's subtle authority was intolerable. His anger stemmed not only from personal pride, but also from his determination to protect Catherine's image, dignity, and position before the public and within the royal household. For the public, the incident only amplified Catherine's image as a figure doubly wounded. First, in terms of health, her vulnerability was struck at a formal event where every gesture was scrutinized. Second, in terms of honor and prestige, her stepmother's appearance in the symbolic tiara felt like a public challenge, making Catherine the center of public sympathy. Every headline, every social media comment underlined that Catherine was enduring an intense trial, where her power and symbol were under threat, forcing her to face emotional challenges beyond measure. Catherine's feelings in that moment were a blend of sadness, disappointment, and helplessness. She was known for her resilience and composure in public, but seeing Camilla wear the tiara that embodied her own symbol of power inflicted deep wounds. The Grand Hall, meant to honor the monarchy, became a stage for tangled emotions, Catherine struggling to restrain her pain while maintaining composure, ensuring her image remained intact in the eyes of the guests and the public. William, meanwhile, stood in a dilemma, defending his wife while showing deference to his father. The fury in his eyes made it clear to all around him that the family's unity was under strain, and that long simmering tensions between members of the royal household had reignited in this instant. His love for Catherine made silence impossible. Yet his role as prince forced him to balance rage with decorum, creating an inner struggle that was both tormenting and powerful. The consequences of this moment rippled outward into the public sphere. Catherine came to be seen as a symbol of both strength and sensitivity, a woman bearing pressures physical, emotional, and positional within the monarchy. International media analyses stress that, while Camilla may not have grasped the full impact of her actions, Catherine bore the weight of every gaze, every judgment, every public reaction. Each of her appearances after the event was framed as those of a woman tested, one who preserved dignity and prestige, while reinforcing her image as a princess of resilience and responsibility. Meanwhile, William continued to wrestle with inner conflict, torn between defending his wife and respecting his father, between personal outrage and royal duty. His eyes, though striving for calm, still glimmered with tension, making it clear to those around him that a private battle was unfolding in the very heart of Buckingham's Grand Hall. This tension was not merely personal emotion, it reflected the complex, delicate relationships within the monarchy, where every action and decision carried symbolic weight and lasting consequences. The moment Camilla wore the tiara was not just a personal choice, it became a symbol of the deeper tensions, conflicts, and complicated ties inside the British royal family. Catherine and William, though showing their feelings differently, both faced profound emotional repercussions, where health, dignity, and reputation all hung in the balance. The public watched closely, sensing the pain and pressure they endured, and their sympathy for Catherine deepened. She was not only challenged in status, but also confronted with the strain on her well-being. But if we turn the question around, was Camilla truly intentional? Or was this simply a misjudgment in choosing her jewelry? The sapphire and diamond tiara, once so closely tied to Catherine, suddenly became the focal point of speculation over Camilla's motives. When she appeared at the state banquet on September 17, 2025, wearing this jewel, the public immediately spun multiple theories, from sheer accident to calculated move, or even a deliberate test of the royal family's reactions. The first possibility, accident. It cannot be ruled out that Camilla had no intention of sparking controversy. As someone who frequently attends royal events, she must often select jewelry to match her attire. The theme, and the level of formality. The sapphire and diamond tiara, dazzling and in harmony with her gown, may simply have been an aesthetic choice. Amid the pressures of preparation and the relentless scrutiny of the media, Camilla might not have fully grasped the tiara's historical and symbolic weight. Wearing it could have been a completely unintended spark that ignited controversy. However, considering Camilla's past behavior, many royal experts and observers argue she is not one to easily pass up chances to assert authority. This raises the second possibility, calculation. Already queen consort, Camilla might have sought to reinforce her stature before the public and within the royal household. particularly against Catherine, the widely viewed future queen. The motive would not only lie in personal power, but also in long-term strategy, creating symbolic imprints that highlight her undeniable presence in the monarchy. Wearing a tiara of such historical importance, once belonging to Diana and Catherine, could be interpreted as a deliberate message. Camilla would not be overshadowed, and she could command control over the monarchy's most potent symbols. The third possibility, equally intriguing, is testing. Camilla may have been gauging Catherine's standing in the eyes of the public and observing the royal family's responses, especially William's. Wearing the tiara not only created a moment of dispute, but also allowed Camilla to measure Catherine's sensitivity and resilience, information she could use to adjust her own behavior and position within the monarchy's intricate web of relationships. History also shows that Camilla has often been accused of overstepping in her royal role. Experts recall past occasions where her choice of attire, jewelry, or even manner of conduct at banquets and ceremonies was judged as inappropriate or too attention-seeking. In some cases, Camilla faced criticism from the press and the public for appearing to steal the spotlight, even surpassing the traditional boundaries of a queen consort. These incidents provide context for understanding the likelihood that her decision to wear the tiara at the recent state banquet carried deliberate intent. What is striking is that every move Camilla makes is tracked and analyzed in detail, from her eyes and smile to the way she walks through the Great Hall. Wearing the tiara, with its immense symbolic weight, created a moment where every detail was scrutinized. The public questioned her motive. The media captured the scene, and members of the royal family reacted immediately. Her past actions demonstrate that she has leveraged royal symbols before to consolidate her standing, making it impossible to dismiss the possibility of calculation. However, it must also be stressed that Camilla is fully aware of the constant watch of public scrutiny, and she is often careful in her behavior. For this reason, it cannot be ruled out that this event was a blend of accident and testing, where her initial intent may simply have been to select suitable jewelry. But the symbolic impact far exceeded her expectations. The moment thus became a layered story of power, strategy, and psychology within the monarchy, where every action is dissected, interpreted, and questioned for deeper motive. Ultimately, whatever Camilla's true intention, the instant the tiara was placed upon her head, it became a powerful symbol forcing the public, the media, and even royal members to reevaluate dynamics of authority, personal standing, and emotional impact inside the palace. The tiara was no longer just an ornament. It became a measuring tool for power, prestige, and sensitivity within the monarchy. The truth may forever remain behind palace doors, but public debate has never stopped. The very moment Camilla appeared wearing the sapphire and diamond tiara once associated with Catherine, British and international media seized the story. Major outlets such as The Times, The Guardian, and Daily Mail wasted no opportunity to analyze every detail from Camilla's eyes and smile to her positioning within the hall. The story quickly ignited as a headline topic on television broadcasts and online news platforms, with a flood of articles reflecting the divided opinions of the public. Some newspapers chose to defend Camilla, stressing that she is the current queen, and that wearing the tiara was purely an aesthetic decision, not an attempt to provoke or undermine Catherine's authority. These pieces argued that, as a member of the monarchy, Camilla constantly endures pressure and relentless scrutiny, and she has every right to appear with jewelry that matches her gown and the solemnity of the occasion. On the other side, critics declared it an insult to Catherine, stressing that the tiara was not merely an ornament, but a profound symbol of power and legitimacy. Camilla's choice to wear it at the state banquet was perceived as an act of overshadowing the image of the future queen, fueling outrage and raising sharp questions about her true motives. These articles argued that, whether intentional or not, Camilla's action inflicted a double wound on Catherine, striking at both her dignity and her emotions. On social media, the reaction was swift and intense. Hashtags tied to Catherine and Camilla spread rapidly, ranging from sympathetic messages for Catherine to heated debates about power and hierarchy within the monarchy. Many emphasized that this was not just a personal moment, but a symbol of the deep-seated tensions within the palace. Clips, photos, and online commentary were shared hundreds of thousands of times, transforming the incident from a fleeting banquet scene into a fiercely debated international story. The backlash did not remain confined to the public. Royal experts, veteran journalists, and television commentators quickly dissected every angle, questioning the relationship between Camilla and Catherine, William's role, and how each member of the royal family would recalibrate their image in the public eye. Analyses highlighted that in the digital era, even the smallest action can spiral into a full-blown image crisis, and Camilla's wearing of the tiara was a textbook example. Thanks to the reach of both press and social media, the incident was no longer just an internal banquet matter within Buckingham Palace. It escalated into a public relations crisis, forcing the monarchy to confront mounting pressure while leaving unanswered questions about power, symbolism, and family dynamics. And so, it was the public's reaction that elevated the matter beyond a dinner scandal, turning it into a full-scale image crisis. Camilla's decision to wear the tiara, once belonging to Catherine, not only stirred controversy in the moment, but also left lasting consequences inside the royal household, deepening the fractures between Charles, William, and Camilla. In recent years, the relationship between William and his father has carried simmering disagreements, particularly around the monarchy's handling of media, public image, and Camilla's role. The state banquet became the breaking point, where anger, disappointment, and fear surfaced openly, widening the rift among the royals. For William, who has long shouldered the duty of safeguarding his wife's image and dignity, seeing his stepmother appear in the symbolic tiara tested his patience and trust. The tension extended beyond Charles's public outburst. It reshaped how William perceived Camilla and challenged how he balanced his loyalty to both father and wife. Camilla, though striving to maintain composure, now faced new pressure: how to strengthen her own position without worsening family fractures. A nearly impossible task under such delicate circumstances. Meanwhile, Catherine became the center of public sympathy and compassion. The incident not only highlighted her sensitivity, but also reinforced her image as a woman beloved by the people, resilient, graceful, and worthy of respect. The public saw that she was not merely wounded in personal pride, but also burdened by immense emotional pressure. This wave of empathy strengthened Catherine's standing even further in the eyes of society. The event also raised doubts about Charles's ability to maintain balance. Known as a monarch who strives to project calm, this scandal made many wonder: can Charles truly keep harmony between family and public duty, between power and affection, when internal fractures are laid bare so openly? The tense moments in Buckingham's Great Hall, combined with William's reaction and the public's outcry, revealed that even a king cannot always control the symbolic and emotional storms within the royal household. Looking back at the entire sequence, it becomes clear that the tiara was never just a luxurious jewel. It was the spark that ignited a chain of deeper conflicts, shaking family relationships, public image, and the monarchy's grip on symbolic authority. It is a reminder that inside the palace, every action and every symbol can trigger long-lasting consequences, turning what seems a small incident into a full-scale crisis of image and spirit. And so, the tiara was not simply jewelry. It became the fuse of a greater storm. The moment Camilla entered the state banquet on September 17, 2025, wearing the sapphire and diamond tiara once belonging to Catherine, she instantly became the focus of every gaze. The Buckingham Hall, dazzling with light and filled with the sound of formal conversation, suddenly grew tense to the point of suffocation. Every eye turned toward her. Whispers spread like a warning of the storm about to erupt. Just seconds later, King Charles, long regarded as calm and measured, shouted directly at Camilla, "Who gave you permission to wear this? It is not yours. Change it now, or leave this hall and do not return." His furious outburst not only left guests bewildered, but also unleashed a wave of tension within the family. Prince William, silently watching his stepmother, glared with fury, making it clear he saw the act as an insult not only to his wife, but also to the dignity of the family itself. Catherine, already in fragile health, was deeply wounded both emotionally and in honor, intensifying the public's empathy toward her. The media, both British and international, immediately seized every angle. Newspapers split into factions. Some defended Camilla's right to choose her jewelry. Others condemned it as a humiliation of Catherine, an attempt to overshadow the future queen. On social media, hashtags spread at lightning speed, sparking thousands of comments and fierce debates, turning a single moment in a banquet into a full-blown international image crisis. Inside the royal household, the long-term consequences were equally serious. The already tense relationship between Charles, William, and Camilla fractured further. With emotional distance laid bare, Catherine emerged as the focus of public sympathy. Her image solidified as the people's princess, resilient yet sensitive. Even Charles himself was forced to face the question, can he still balance family and public duty, power and affection? As the monarchy's internal divisions grow ever more visible, the tiara, once thought just a splendid jewel, had become a powerful emblem of power, honor, and even tragedy within the royal household. It symbolized not only authority but also the subtle conflicts, hidden calculations, and misunderstandings that could shake a dynasty. Every decision tied to the tiara would now be scrutinized, and its consequences would echo far beyond the moment it first appeared. And when we trace the chain of events from Camilla donning the tiara, Charles's outburst, Catherine's anguish, to the eruption of public opinion, it is clear that an object without a voice had become the spark for a storm of conflict inside the British monarchy. So the question remains, was this merely a misunderstanding, or was Camilla deliberately asserting her position? And if the latter is true, what further storms will the British royal family have to endure? What do you think? Leave your thoughts in the comments below. The first sound that tore through the night at Clarence House was not the echo of footsteps, but the sharp, relentless wail of royal police sirens. Cold and deeply unsettling, in the dense darkness, a single car slipped out through a side gate, its windows sealed in black. Inside was Camilla. There was no ceremony, no announcement, only a silence that felt almost suffocating. Then came the leak that sent shockwaves across Britain. An expulsion order had been issued. 24 hours to leave the residence. On the table lay a divorce document, already signed. But what made the situation far more dangerous was not the separation itself. It was the reason behind it. An anonymous source from within the Royal Protection Team, described as a modern-day deep throat, had secretly released a classified file bearing the codename Operation Moonlight. What it contained was not mere speculation. It was a calculated and chilling blueprint designed to bring Catherine down. The target was not only her reputation, it was her position, the future of the throne itself. The immediate question followed: who was behind this exposure? And the answer sent a shiver through many. It was William, The stepson who had always kept his distance, always watching in silence. Was this an act of protection for his wife, or the opening move in an unprecedented internal purge? So what do you believe is truly unfolding behind those ancient stone walls? Comment 1 if you believe Charles is trying to correct past mistakes and protect Catherine. Comment 2 if you think William is quietly initiating a coup unlike anything in the history of the British monarchy. No event was officially announced. No press conference was held. Not a single formal statement came from the palace. Yet, in a shadowed corner of the system, an audio recording nearly 30 minutes long began circulating among those who understand how power truly operates. The voice had been heavily altered, distorted beyond recognition. The man revealed no name, left no trace beyond his account. A former senior communications aide who had just stepped down, and according to him, what was happening was not a chain of misunderstandings, it was a campaign. According to this account, Camilla's emotions were not simply the familiar tension often seen in royal relationships. They carried the weight of defense and unease, not because Catherine had done anything wrong, but because she did not need to do anything at all to become the center of attention. In the eyes of the public, Catherine represents stability, the future, a new generation capable of redefining the monarchy in a modern era, and in a structure where image defines power. That alone gives her an advantage not everyone can accept. The aide used a phrase that forced many to pause. A perfect political weapon, not because Catherine actively engages in any battle, but because her mere presence is enough to alter every calculation. Each time she appears before the public, each time her image spreads across international media, the invisible balance within the institution shifts slightly, and once that shift becomes noticeable, reactions behind closed doors begin to take shape. What the public sees is only the surface. Rumors scattered across social media about Catherine's health, anonymous articles, unverified accounts constantly raising questions, constantly planting doubt. At first, it all seemed like a familiar part of the digital age, a place where anyone can say anything. But according to the insider, it was not random. There is a structure behind it, hidden, but real. Negative content does not come from a single source, but is deliberately dispersed. Topics repeat in cycles, just enough to feel organic. Keywords are carefully chosen to spread easily, to provoke reaction and keep the narrative alive. Even the timing of posts is not accidental. It aligns suspiciously with major events, moments when public attention is at its peak. What makes it so difficult to grasp is the absence of direct evidence. No signatures, no official documents, only scattered fragments. And that is precisely what makes it more dangerous, because it exists in a gray zone where truth and speculation intertwine. The audience cannot confirm it, but cannot fully dismiss it either. And in that space, the story tends to evolve in the most dramatic direction. The aide went further. Campaigns like this do not need to control the entire narrative. They only need an initial push, a small doubt, an unanswered question. The rest unfolds on its own. The public speculates, the media amplifies, and within a short time, a vague idea can transform into a widely accepted belief. From a power perspective, the motive is not difficult to imagine. The monarchy is not just a family. It is a complex system where each individual represents a symbol, a role, a position in the public eye. When a rising figure gains strong support, it can unintentionally overshadow others, and in any system, change always provokes reaction, sometimes openly, sometimes in silence, but the detail that shifts the story into an entirely different direction lies at the end of the recording. The aide emphasized that no matter how sophisticated the design, traces are always left behind. Not obvious traces, but subtle signals hidden in data, seemingly insignificant expenses, intermediary contracts, connections between accounts that appear unrelated at first glance. Each detail alone may seem meaningless, but together, they begin to form a pattern. And according to him, someone has already recognized that pattern, not the press, not outside observers, but someone very close to the center of power, someone with every reason not to overlook even the smallest detail, someone who understands exactly how the system operates and knows precisely what to look for. From that point on, the story no longer remains within the realm of social media rumors. It becomes a trace, a quiet but persistent process of following each signal, assembling a much larger picture. And if what the aide says is true, that picture is not simply a media campaign. It could be evidence of a coordinated effort to reshape how the public perceives one of the most important figures in the royal family. The most frightening aspect is not the scale of the campaign, it is the possibility that it can exist undetected for so long. Because it does not need to be perfect, only sophisticated enough to blend into the daily flow of information. And perhaps, if everything had stopped there, it would not have become so serious. But the reality is that every move, every decision, every transaction leaves a trace. Not immediately, not in places visible to everyone, but they exist. In an era where everything is recorded, stored, and can be analyzed at any moment, those traces do not disappear. They wait, and all it takes is one person with enough patience, enough determination, to connect them all. When that happens, the story will no longer be a collection of scattered theories. It will become a complete picture, where every piece finds its place, and once that picture is revealed, no one can control how the public will react, because sometimes the most dangerous thing is not the act itself. It is being discovered. What once existed only as suspicion began to shift into an entirely different dimension when numbers appeared. No longer emotion, no longer speculation, but data, transfers, statements, transactions moving through multiple layers of intermediaries like a labyrinth designed to conceal its origin. Yet within that labyrinth, a pattern slowly emerged. According to internal sources, the total amount reached £2.3 million, broken into smaller sums, not transferred directly, not leaving clear traces. Each amount passed through a different company, all registered in island jurisdictions with loose financial regulations. 4 companies, 4 layers of cover, and behind each layer, a chain of sub-accounts forming a network almost impossible for outsiders to trace. But what makes these numbers truly unsettling is not the amount, it is the purpose. According to insider analysis, this flow of money was not used for charitable activities, nor was it linked to any official royal media campaign. It was used to hire a network of international accounts, individuals operating as an amplification force, professional trolls, with no clear identity, accountable to no organization, yet capable of significantly influencing the flow of information across social media. These accounts did not operate chaotically. On the contrary, they followed a script. Content was released in stages. At first, subtle and suggestive questions, then more concrete doubts, and finally, repeated assertions delivered so persistently that readers began to accept them as obvious truth. A familiar tactic in information manipulation campaigns, but when it appears within the context of the monarchy, everything becomes far more sensitive. Alongside the money trail, another detail added weight to the story. 120 emails. Not ordinary correspondence, but internal exchanges bearing encrypted signatures. According to descriptions, these emails did not directly mention any campaign. There were no explicit words, no clear commands, but the way they were written, the phrasing, and the manner in which instructions were conveyed revealed a communication system designed to avoid detection. Notably, these emails were all connected to the Queen's office, not in a direct sense, but through layers of intermediaries, assistants, advisors, individuals with access. yet not at the center of power. A structure complex enough to create distance, yet tight enough to ensure information moved with precision. At this point, the story was no longer a personal matter between members of the royal family. It began to touch something far greater: trust. The British monarchy exists not only through tradition, but through public support. Every image, every message, every action contributes to maintaining a fragile but essential belief. And when signs emerge that the very system may be used to manipulate perception, the consequences extend far beyond any single individual. In the current climate, where society is increasingly sensitive to misinformation, any indication of manipulation can trigger a chain reaction. Not only domestically, but globally, the monarchy is no longer an internal symbol. It is part of a national image, and any fracture in that image can spread at a speed no one can control. Some media experts, when asked about this scenario, used a striking phrase: internal betrayal. Not in a legal sense, but in a symbolic one, because if a system built to represent stability is used to create instability, its very foundation begins to weaken. What matters here is not who is right or wrong. It is the scale of damage the entire system may endure. If what has been revealed is accurate, this is not merely a power struggle. It is a crisis of trust. And in such crises, no side truly wins. Meanwhile, those at the center of the story are forced to face choices no one would want, especially as evidence, both direct and indirect, begins to take shape. Every document, every transaction, every email, together forming a dossier that, according to sources, has been placed before the one person who needed to see it. And that is when the story shifts into something deeply personal. The person placed in the most difficult position is not the one targeted, nor the one accused. It is the one in between, the one who must weigh not only logic, but emotion. On one side, a wife who has stood beside him for many years, who endured the hardest periods of his life with him. On the other, the future of an entire monarchy, the trust of millions, the stability of a national symbol. There is no easy choice, because every decision carries consequences. Ignore it, and the doubts will continue to spread, eroding trust day by day. Confront it directly, and what has been hidden may erupt, unleashing a wave of reaction no one can predict. At that moment, all eyes turn to one man, not because he wants them to, but because he has no other option. Power comes with responsibility, and sometimes, that responsibility demands decisions no one wishes to make. Those closely following the story begin to ask, is the prolonged silence a sign of internal conflict? Are the closed-door meetings, the altered schedules, the cancelled events signs that something far greater is unfolding behind the scenes? No one has a certain answer, but one thing is clear: when numbers begin to speak, they cannot be ignored, because, unlike words, numbers carry no emotion. They simply reflect what has happened, and once they appear, they force confrontation. At this point, the story is no longer a series of scattered theories. It becomes pressure, a weight pressing down on those with the power to decide. And in a system where every decision can affect millions, that pressure is not merely personal, it is historical. And then, the inevitable moment arrives. When all the pieces are laid on the table, when every number, every document, every trace has been presented, the final question is no longer what happened, it is what happens next. When the son places this evidence before his father, there is no room left for delay, no space for avoidance. Only a choice remains, a choice that any man would have to weigh with both heart and mind. The wife who stood beside him through his darkest years, or the survival of the monarchy he has spent his life protecting. And sometimes, in the most private rooms, the most important decisions in history are made in silence. The door to the private library closes slowly, almost without a sound. It is a room not meant for the public. A place where the most critical royal decisions are made in absolute silence. Towering bookshelves stretch to the ceiling. Portraits of ancestors line the walls. Together they create a space both solemn and heavy. And it is here that a confrontation unseen by the outside world unfolds, lasting 480 minutes of suffocating tension. According to indirectly accessed sources, the meeting does not begin with sharp accusations. It begins with control. King Charles keeps his voice low. Each question is delivered slowly, deliberately. On the table lies a prepared dossier. Numbers, printed emails, annotated notes. There is no room for ambiguity. Every detail is placed with precision. A reminder that this is no longer about emotion, but about facing what has been gathered. Camilla does not deny immediately. According to accounts, she remains silent in the opening minutes, observing, evaluating, as if weighing which strategy to adopt. But when she finally speaks, the atmosphere shifts completely. There is no remorse as some might expect. Instead, her response is defensive, even countering. She argues that every action was driven by a single goal: to protect the king's position, to preserve the stability of the monarchy at a time when everything is under scrutiny. In her framing, Catherine is not a victim, but a risk factor, not because she has done anything wrong, but because she is too prominent, too admired, too capable of becoming the center of attention, to the point that she could unintentionally overshadow traditional power structures. These words, according to what has been revealed, push the tension in the room to a level that can almost be felt, because this is no longer a debate about actions. It is about how the entire system is perceived. One side views popularity as an asset, the other sees it as a potential threat. And when these perspectives collide directly, there is no path to reconciliation. The exchange does not unfold continuously. It is interrupted by long stretches of silence, moments where no one speaks. Yet everything is being weighed, especially when Camilla, according to sources, acknowledges that her actions were not random. They were calculated, a strategy executed with the belief that it was necessary. It is at that moment that a detail draws particular attention. King Charles remains silent for 15 minutes. Not a few seconds, not a brief pause to think, but a silence long enough to become a statement. Throughout those 15 minutes, questions are asked. No reaction is shown, only silence, as if everything is being considered at a deeper level. Observers believe this is the decisive moment, because in a system where every word carries weight, silence can be more powerful than any declaration. It reveals an internal struggle between personal emotion and public duty, between the past and the future. When the conversation resumes, the tone no longer holds its initial restraint. Questions become more direct, answers sharper. The careful layers of language fall away. What remains are opposing views placed side by side, without concealment. According to what has been described, Camilla did not step back. She continued to defend her position, emphasizing that in a world where media can shape reality, controlling the narrative is necessary. She did not see it as manipulation, but as risk management, an approach that, in her view, many major organizations around the world still apply. But the issue lies in the context. The monarchy is not an ordinary organization. It exists on trust, and any sign of interference in public perception can be seen as a betrayal, not of an individual, but of the very values the system represents. The argument continued, not because there were no answers, but because each answer opened the door to more questions. 480 minutes, 8 continuous hours, a period long enough for every argument to be presented, every emotion revealed, and every limit tested. When the library door finally opened, there was no winner, only a decision had been made. According to confirmations from multiple sources, The order to leave Clarence House was issued immediately afterward. There was no extended preparation, no standard transition process. 24 hours. Enough time to gather what was necessary, but not enough to create any form of ceremony. What drew attention was not only the content of the order, but the way it was carried out. There was no official escort, no familiar support team, no carefully arranged images to control the media. Everything unfolded in silence, as if the system was trying to minimize attention. Yet that very silence intensified curiosity, because when a figure at such a level departs without any explanation, questions emerge on their own, and when questions have no answers, they begin to seek answers in their own way. At this point, the story no longer sits within the boundaries of a personal confrontation. It has become an event that could shape how the public views the entire monarchy. Supporters may see it as a necessary step to protect the system. Skeptics may view it as a sign of deeper underlying issues. But at the center of it all are still people, relationships, imperfect choices, and unavoidable consequences. Some analysts argue that this decision, however difficult, was inevitable if the goal was to preserve public trust. Others question the cost, because any shift in a power structure leaves a gap, and that gap, if not carefully managed, can create new instability. Meanwhile, attention begins to shift to another question, not about the one who left, but about the one who remains. Catherine, the figure around whom the entire story seems to revolve, the one who has become the center of a chain of events she may never have anticipated. What she faces is not only public pressure, but also the psychological impact of what unfolded behind closed doors. Can a single decision, no matter how decisive, erase what has already happened? Can removing one element restore trust that has been damaged? And more importantly, can the system learn anything from everything that has occurred? Because, in stories like this, the end of one chapter is often only the beginning of another, and as everything begins to settle, one final question remains, a question not easy to answer, yet impossible to ignore. Is Camilla's departure truly enough to heal the damage that Catherine has endured? Behind the closed doors of Clarence House, the story does not end. It simply moves into another phase, where the consequences begin to emerge more clearly with each passing day. What happened inside that private room is no longer an absolute secret. Even without an official statement, subtle changes in how the monarchy operates are enough for careful observers to recognize that a new order is taking shape. At the center of that shift is a decision that is both strategic and deeply psychological. Why did Charles choose to stand with Catherine? The answer does not lie only in personal emotion or what transpired during the 8-hour confrontation. It lies in a factor no modern monarchy can ignore: public trust. In recent years, Catherine's image has gradually become a symbol of stability, not loud, not controversial, but always present at the right moment, in the right way. Meanwhile, Camilla, despite efforts to build her image, has always carried echoes of the past, old stories, lingering perceptions that never fully disappeared. And in an era where public opinion can shift outcomes in a short time, that difference becomes decisive. According to figures used by internal media analysts, support for Catherine reaches 85% in informal surveys, a near absolute number in a modern, divided society. In contrast, support for Camilla stands at only 12%. This gap is not merely a difference. It is a divide that cannot be closed through conventional media campaigns. Charles, with decades of experience observing how the monarchy functions, understands the meaning of those numbers. He understands that the power of a king in this era no longer rests solely on ritual or tradition. It depends on acceptance. And that acceptance comes from the public. Without it, everything else becomes fragile. Some analysts believe Charles's decision was not a choice between two individuals, but between two future scenarios: one in which the monarchy continues to exist as a respected symbol, and another in which trust erodes beyond repair. In the second scenario, the risk is not only reputational loss, it is the survival of the institution itself. For that reason, Charles's choice, though personal, carries significance far beyond the family. It is a decision of survival, and in that context, Catherine is no longer simply a daughter-in-law. She becomes a pillar, a point of stability the system can rely on to rebuild trust. But the story does not end with the choice. It continues with concrete changes in the power structure. One of the most notable changes, according to internal sources, is that William has formally taken over the asset funds previously influenced by Camilla. This is not a symbolic transfer. It is a clear redistribution of power. These funds are not merely financial. They represent networks of influence, the ability to shape charitable activities, community programs, and even strategic relationships with external organizations. When control of these funds shifts, the entire structure of influence shifts with it. William's takeover not only reflects trust from Charles, but also signals preparation for the future. A future in which William's role will not simply be that of an heir, but of someone who reshapes how the monarchy engages with the modern world. And in that process, removing controversial elements is seen as a necessary step. However, any transition comes with consequences. Those tied to the previous system must adapt or step away. Relationships built over years may be disrupted, and within a structure as complex as the monarchy, such changes never occur without leaving traces. Some sources indicate that the atmosphere within related offices has changed significantly. Closed-door meetings occur more frequently. Procedures are being reviewed. Decisions are made with greater caution. All signs of a transition phase, where everything is being reassessed. From a psychological perspective, Charles's decision also reflects a shift in how he views his role. No longer a figure balancing personal relationships, trying to maintain harmony, but a leader forced to place the system above all else. A role not easy, but unavoidable. Meanwhile, Catherine's image after these events has also evolved. No longer only a symbol of grace and stability, she is increasingly seen as a central figure, someone capable of influencing the direction of the monarchy. And with strong public support, that role becomes even more defined. Yet the question remains, will these changes be enough to restore damaged trust? Can restructuring power erase what has already happened? And more importantly, can the system prevent similar scenarios in the future? Because in stories like this, the consequences do not lie only in what has been exposed. They also lie in what remains hidden. The unanswered questions, the doubts not fully resolved. And it is these elements that may continue to shape how the public views the monarchy for a long time. Some observers believe the coming period will be decisive. If the monarchy can use this moment of change to rebuild its image, restore trust, and construct a new narrative, it may overcome the crisis. But if not, the fractures that have already appeared may continue to spread. At this moment, everything is still in motion. Decisions have been made. Changes have begun. But the final outcome cannot yet be determined. And within that uncertainty, the story continues. A new dawn may be slowly emerging at Buckingham, a new phase with different faces, different roles, and different priorities. But like any story involving power and trust, what has happened will not be easily forgotten. The shadow of what is called betrayal, no matter how it is interpreted, will remain, not always visible, not always spoken of, but present enough to serve as a reminder that behind